You're watching Saratoga Live on Run Happy Travers Day. Our program, as always, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. It's the day that we have been waiting for all summer long. Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. So glad to have you with us today. It's a 13-race extravaganza highlighted by the Run Happy Travers, the Midsummer Derby coming up today. I'm your host, Acacia Clement. So happy to have you joining us here on Fox Sports 1 as we get ready to kick off the show. And we're going to kick it off in style, too, with a couple of two-year-old races. Maybe we'll see some horses debuting here that will be running in the Run Happy Travers or another Grade 1 next summer. But this day is what racing is all about. It's a chance for even us on the desk and in the field to be fans as we see champions on the racetrack and vying for those champions honors. Do note that we are off the turf for race number 2. The rest of the scheduled turf races will be on the grass on a good turf course as scheduled. Today's races, as always, brought to you by our friends at Claiborne Farm. We are on FS1 for races 1 through 5. Make sure you note down all of our program changes today. We wrap up the day and in the middle of the show on FS2, then on Big Fox for races 9 through 11, the Personal Ensign, the Resorts World Casino Sword Dancer, and the Run Happy Travers on Big Fox. So happy to welcome in my co-hosts today, Major League All-Star Paul Laduga, Michelle Yu here with us as well as Paul. We've been covering these races here at Saratoga every day of the summer, but this is the biggest day that we've been looking forward to.
Yeah, this is not to be, no pun, this is the epicenter, right? And he's going to be the favorite in the Travers, but this is the epicenter. This is the day that everybody wants to come to, the Run Happy Travers Day. We already had a crowd that was out here early in the morning, and we had some rain last night, but they were out here, Michelle, I would say about 9 in the morning, usually with their lounge chairs sitting outside waiting for the gates to open.
It wasn't 9 in the morning. I feel like it was a lot earlier than that. I had my friends texting me at 6:30, and I did get to see Peter Rotundo running with his phone to get his this trademark spot at the picnic table.
I was a little motion sickness, got a little motion sickness after running. The running of the bulls. We love it, though. We love your enthusiasm. Our fans are the greatest in the sport of horse racing. As we'll dive right into it, it's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, kicking things off here in the opener as we have a couple nice Spendthrift stallions represented in here, including Bolt D'Oro with the 4 Dinger, who's been so impressive with his offspring so far, verifying, though, the half-brother to Midnight Bisou. Tremendous race mare. We'll have her little brother debut here. We'll meet the field, though, guys, starting with the 1 Game Warden, first-time starter for Bill Mott.
Yeah, this is a colt by Tappet out of Bindagdolia mare. So maybe this is a horse you want to watch maybe down the future or going around 2 turns.
Here's the 2, the coach, D. Wayne Lucas, track mate.
This is one of the only horses with an out in the field. He did try routing on the grass, so a big change for him as he'll cut back and come onto the dirt for today.
Next will be your favorite, getting in order with the lead pony there. This is verifying the half-brother to Midnight Bisou.
Yeah, the word is out. 4 to 5 on the line right now in a horse that they paid $775,000 for.
Dinger, second-time starter by Bolt D'Oro, Spendthrift Stallion.
This horse disappointed as the odds-on favorite on debut, finishing second, beating the necks at Parks. Coming into Saratoga, I feel like the Park shippers have not been the upper echelon as far as the shipper statistics go.
Next in the post-rate, it looks like we'll see the 6 King's Glory, first-time starter.
King's Glory coming through here for Steve Asmussen, who is absolutely on fire with his 2-year-olds. In fact, 8 of his last first-time starting 2-year-olds. He's 50% finishing first or second.
We saw the 5 Narciso Dali go by. Here's the 7 Standard of Proof.
Yeah, gun runner, first-time starter. They seem like they all can run. This one for Chad Brown and Jose Ortiz. And for all you Wildcat fans, Narcisi Dali, the 5, bred by the University of Kentucky. So good luck to you.
Oh, fantastic.
Wildcat fans,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Love that. Want to remind everybody, you can play along, as always, with Naira Bets. Make sure you don't miss out on any of the great racing action today. Head on over, get signed up, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Use promo code SPA25 for a $25 free play. This is our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. So we welcome in the 4th member of our team, Maggie Wolfendale, here with us. Some well-bred 2-year-olds in this field. Maggie, what are you noticing from them out on track? Unfortunately, we have lost Maggie's mic. Apologies for technical difficulties. Hopefully, we will get a chance to check in with Maggie as I want to hear what she has to say. But, Paul, we're looking right now at verifying the first-time starter, and typically seeing Brad Cox runners debut with blinkers on, that's not usually the best sign. I was a little surprised to see that.
Yeah, kind of surprising. And a horse that's been up here for a little while now, and usually you see some of his horses that work at Churchill. I'm going to refer to Michelle, because I know, Michelle, you were looking at a lot of these horses earlier in the post-parade, and you thought some were fit and some weren't.
Yeah, a lot of these horses were carrying a little bit excess condition. In California, I'm used to seeing our juveniles a lot fitter and a lot tighter going into their debut. I thought this horse looked okay, but he didn't have the big glaring fitness line on their belly that I'm really looking for. Overall, though, the majority of the field, even the ones that had run, still looked a little on the soft side, so I'm not going to take away from him because of that. Mentioning the fact that he's wearing blinkers, you can see by the way he's acting, he probably needs these blinkers. He's looking all around. He's not super focused on the job at hand. He's kind of looking at the tractor right there. When they were warming up, he was messing around with the pony a little bit, so I think the blinkers really need to be on here for focus. You mentioned that he's a half to midnight Bisou. She did not win on debut. Took her 5 starts to break her maiden, but Justify hopefully going to be lending some of his prowess here. Justify a 31% with 2-year-old winners, and 26% of those have won on debut.
The other big pedigree in the race is the one Game Warden, a colt by Tappet, who's the sister to the dam of Gun Runner. But let's check in quickly with Maggie as they start to load into the gate.
I definitely don't mind your 3 to 5 favorite. Do want to mention the outside runner. That's number 7, Standard of Proof. I liked what I saw from him in the warm-up. He looks strong. He looks fit. Looks as though he should break quickly from that outside post position. And Acacia, you and I were having a laugh about number 1, Game Warden, as this is the one my uncle rides in the morning. What a good-looking son of Tappet, though. Looks as though he'll want to run a bit longer than this. I really like him, though. One that I'm going to watch with a lot of interest.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Our Uncle Rudy Wolfendale, exercise rider for Bill Mott. This was the only one that he told me to look out for. So we'll see what Game Warden does on debut. Spendthrift Farm, 2-year-old race of the day. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
And they're off. A hesitant beginning for number 5, Narciso Dolly, and he trails the field. Out first is the favorite, Verifying, quickly to the lead. And then it is a Didinger who is racing in second. The gray Trackmate is down at the rail in third. And then comes King's Glory next in fourth. It's a break of 2 to a Standard of Proof, Game Warden, and Narciso Dolly. The leader here is the odds-on favorite, Verifying. Ran the quarter in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Trackmate down at the rail. Alongside is a Didinger. Those two now gaining ground on the front runner. Trackmate looking to come through down at the rail. Verifying is there. Didinger drops back just a bit. And then comes King's Glory in a fourth, followed by Standard of Proof and Game Warden, the half mile in 46 seconds. And now there's 3/16 to the finish. It is Trackmate on the inside and Verifying on the outside. Verifying with a narrow lead. Trackmate battles on down at the fence. Now a 16th to the wire. Verifying now getting clear from Trackmate, and it will be Verifying to win his debut on Run Happy Travers Day. Trackmate was second, and Didinger finished third.
Well meant first-time starter for Brad Cox, the son of Justify, little brother to Midnight Bisou. Gets his win on debut, but it wasn't exactly the easiest of wins.
Well, you know, Keisha, we've seen this all meet. Okay, well-meant first-time starters have struggled a little bit, and against what? Horses that have run over the racetrack. And what happened here, Michelle? The 2 and the 4, the 2 horses that had raced over the racetrack, and the 2 gave the 3 fits. Joel had to go to the crop to get by this horse.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 had a mile and a 16th race under the belt, so had the stamina over a first-time starter. But this horse has some talent, right? This is, I just said Cyberknife 2023, okay? We saw Cyberknife be extremely green early on. He's just started to put it together. This horse showed some green antics, and even down here in the lane, you saw Rosario getting him to lean on the 2 right here, but he doesn't want to go by. Rosario took a long time to uncock his stick for this, and the horse does go on once he's been encouraged. But look at his ears are up. To me, that's a horse with plenty in the tank. He just needed to know what direction to go.
It's true.
There's trainer Brad Cox. Of course, he will send out Cyberknife later in the Run Happy Travers, looking for back-to-back wins in the Travers as well. Sure, on the phone, fielding phone calls,
Pretending
check
to be
in.
on the phone.
Yeah, he
That's
wants
Aidan
to make sure
O'Brien's thing,
nobody's
right?
going to try to interview him right now.
That was always a good trick too, pretending to be on the phone when you were walking out of the tunnel if you didn't want to take pictures or sign autographs. It's always a good trick.
We know all the tricks of the trades. Now he's walking away from the camera too. Verifying though, caught by Justifies. Michelle, you pointed out Joel Rosario is a guy that we often see with hands and heels, and it took him a while to go to the riding crop to implore this 2-year-old, but Verifying gets the win on debut. We'll talk a little bit more about this 2-year-old race, wrap up and get some reactions in a moment, but of course the race that we're all looking forward to coming up a little bit later on today, our America's Best Racing Race of the Week. It is the Run Happy Travers, and take a look at the field of 8. No scratches, no changes, always a great thing to see. And the exciting storyline, one of them anyway, is that we have the top 3 finishers from the Kentucky Derby coming back and rematching here in this Run Happy Travers. And of course, Paul, the question we all keep asking ourselves is, can Rich Strike do it again?
Yeah, I mean, that's the ultimate question, right? You see Epicenter get to the front at the top of the lane. It looked like Zanin was going to win by about 4 or 5, then out of nowhere. I remember I was sitting right on the winner's circle. I thought it was the 2 Happy Jack, to be honest with you. So I saw Sonny Leone's right knee sort of go away, and then I saw 1, and then I saw heard a lady say, Rich Strike just won the Dirty. Then you can hear a pin drop. He did pass a lot of horses, and that was an unbelievable uncork of a run. But ever since he's won that race, he's been on the bridle. Since he's gotten here, he's been working fast. It's almost like he's been like a 4 or 5-year-old who just started preschool since he's been up here.
I mean, I thought he looked really good in this work. We didn't pay enough attention to him before the Derby to know what he looked like before the Derby, right? He wasn't on the radar, so we can't say, oh, this is how he trained or he's matured this much, because we've only really paid attention to him since Kentucky, and all he's had since then is a dull effort in the Belmont. So while he is training well here, it's not a guarantee that means he's going to run well.
At 4:30 today, you can tune over to Big Fox for our coverage. We'll have 3 Grade 1s on the program right now. That Travers infield canoe is painted in the colors of the Dolphin, represented by Essential Quality in last year's Run Happy Travers. We'll see whose silks will be repainted on that canoe here today. Joel Rosario is looking for his first Travers win later on aboard Epicenter. He wins the first race on Travers Day with Verifying for trainer Brad Cox. Cox, caught by Justify, gets the win as your 3 to 5 favorite over 2 horses with experience. As we head down to the winner's circle, and Maggie with a special guest.
Absolutely, 2 special guests as here with Brad Cox as well as Brody Cox. And Brad, this guy Verifying, I think, as you just said to me, still a baby, but talk about some raw talent.
Yeah, he's very talented. Obviously, it comes with a pedigree, big pedigree with being a half to midnight Bizou, and just very fortunate to have him. And he's a good colt. I want to thank Coolmore for the opportunity, and Fergus Galvin's team raised him and sold him, and he's a good colt. He really is, and I'm hopeful that he'll stretch. And I think only time's going to do him some good, and he's got a bright future.
Talk about his physical. He's very big, and he only seemed to be getting going in the last, few strides where his ears went up and he had plenty left in the tank.
Yeah, I think he's a May baby, so, mentally he's not quite there, and nor should he be. I mean, he's got a lot to learn, and, this was a big effort today on, the world stage, you could say. I thought it was a good maiden race on paper, and Wayne made him battle down the lane. I figured Wayne's horse would be tough coming off that mile and 16 turf race. He'd have the stamina. But he responded well when Joel asked him and didn't really get into him too much, and he finished up well.
Brad, talking about the world stage, you're looking for back-to-back Travers victories. You'll send out Cyberknife today. Am I right in saying that, the Derby was a disappointing off the back of the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, but it seems as though he's put it all together mentally and is training beautifully over this Saratoga strip.
Yeah, he really is training well. I'm excited about where he is and how he is physically and mentally, and he's another one that's, it's taking him some time to get it mentally. I think he's putting it together. I think the numbers he's received in his last few races have kind of shown that. He's taken a step forward. His numbers put him there with the top 3-year-olds in the country, and I think he is a top 3-year-old in the country. That's why we're here. So with a good trip today, I think we'll be effective.
He's the only dual Grade 1 winner. Brad, wishing you the best of luck, but what a way to kick off Travers Day.
Thanks, Maggie. Appreciate it.
Verifying the future looking bright, and as you were saying, Acacia, you never know, next year Brad could be sitting in the same position as he is yet again with Cyberknife in this Run Happy Travers.
So true, Maggie. It just gives you chills to think about what the future may hold. These 2-year-old races at Saratoga, so important. So many trainers, owners point for these races with their most talented horses. So we'll see what the future does hold for Verifying. It's a good way to kick off the day for Brad Cox, but also a good way to kick off the day for Joel Rosario, who seems like, Paul, he has just been the one you want in the graded stakes at Saratoga this summer. And here are his mounts in the 4 Grade 1s a little bit later on today. And you just look at the odds, too. He's got some pretty big chances.
Well, Jackie's Warriors in another stratosphere. If Cody's Wish needs to step it up one more time, maybe a shot. I think Clariere is progressing. I think Gufo, he's got a chance to win 4, and we call that the Golden Sombrero.
I like that.
Yeah,
The
well,
Golden Sombrero. I haven't
Yeah.
heard that.
Yeah.
in baseball, it's called the Golden Sombrero. That's when you strike out 4 times. But if you get 4 winners, you can call it the Golden Sombrero. We'll get a Golden Sombrero for Joel. That means we'd have 5 winners. Yeah,
I would
today.
love to get a Golden Sombrero for Joel Rosario.
Yeah.
That would be fantastic. All right, well, we'll be following Joel throughout the afternoon, of course, with a big day coming up a little bit later on today. Taking a look at the field for race 2, we stick with the theme of the 2-year-olds. This is our only race of the day that is off the turf after the rain that we did have yesterday and last night. As a result, you do see some scratches, and it goes to the 1-turn mile out of the Wilson chute. So a little bit of a change in the dynamics of this race. Just one main track only runner. That's fantastic again to the outside, who they were hoping that this exact scenario took place. We'll talk a little bit more about these 2-year-olds when we come back. We'll also talk about some of the big names leading into the field for the Run Happy Travers. Epicenter and Joel Rosario looking for 2 wins in a row. And can Zandon, the buzz horse of the Kentucky Derby, turn things around later on today?
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front, late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
to Saratoga Live, brought to you by Run Happy, an Eclipse champion with record-breaking speed. Run Happy is now the sire of winners on all surfaces and all distances from 7 furlongs to a mile and a quarter. The Run Happy Travers coming up as race 11 a little bit later on today. It is our America's Best Racing race of the week, a field of 8, some super talented horses, and a key race. It's always a race that holds a lot of weight, Paul, but especially with how wide open the 3-year-old picture is this year. Championship implications on the line.
There's 3 different horses in here that can change the whole division. If Rich Strike somehow comes up here and wins the Run Happy Travers, he would win the Derby and the Travers as we go through the field here in the post parade, and we'll explain afterwards.
Starting with the number 1, Cyberknife. Brad Cox looks for back-to-back winners.
Yeah, 5 for 9 lifetime winner of the Haskell. Brave run up the rail. Great ride, but for Laurent Theroux, and probably I would think will be your second choice, I would think, in the wagering.
Here he is, your Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike, upset at 80-1 back on the first Saturday in May.
Well, it was lucky he got into the Kentucky Derby. Since then, we've only seen him once in the Belmont Stakes. He shows up here, getting back to that distance that we know he relishes, a mile and a quarter, and he's been training lights out over this trip.
Coming in on back-to-back victories, first time in graded company, here's 8 Life Grand.
You know, he won the Iowa Derby running down Conager, who I think a lot of people actually like in the Alan Jerkins from the rail, who's more of a sprinter. This is a nice colt, an Iowa bred, and the Von Hemmel family's been around for a long time. This would be really cool if this horse would run good today. And, you know, he's running in great form right now.
Here is Gilded Age. We saw him winning at a mile and an eighth, 2 back at Churchill.
Certainly the pedigree to go further here being by Medaglia d'Oro out of the good mare Angela Renea Bernardini mare herself to go 3rd start off of the layoff here. And I would have liked to seen a little bit more progression from the first start to the second, and instead we saw some regression.
Here is Artorias. He was the winner of that Curlin over Gilded Age.
Yeah, this is the horse that's kind of the superstar. If you want to go in athletes, okay, here's the rookie, the young kid that's coming up and getting thrown to the wolves, and we'll see how he reacts because he's very talented. He's by the late great Arrogate, and he's bred to run all day.
Arrogate's Travers, one of the most stunning things that you would ever see at the racetrack. Here's Epicenter. He won the Jim Dandy last out.
I just love this super consistent son of Not This Time. He's had 9 lifetime outs. 5 of those have been victories. Like you mentioned, the Jim Dandy, he was very good early on in his career, and I feel like he's just carried on his consistency all through this 3-year-old season.
Early voting. He's your Preakness winner coming here to try to get back to the winner's circle.
Yeah, he was disappointing in the Jim Dandy, and his trainer thought he needs a target. The only problem is I keep looking at this race, and I don't see another target unless early voting just wants to lay back and let somebody else go to the lead.
We'll see how that does play out. And Zandon to the outside. Flavian Pratt saying he wished he wasn't drawn all the way outside, going a mile and a quarter.
I mean, maybe they switch him in the gate with the 5 because remarkably, these horses look identical almost. I think a tiny bit of white is the only thing keeping them apart. Zandon coming off a couple of runner-up and 3rd place efforts. He did win your Bluegrass back in April, but since then he's had to settle for 2nd and 3rd best.
We'll take a look at the Jim Dandy as we do have 3 out of the 4 horses that ran in this race coming back to try their hand at the Run Happy Travers. Paul, we saw a different type of tactics from Epicenter than we had anticipated going into the race. Joel Rosario circling the field.
I think, you know, they sat back and they thought to themselves, okay, Zandon is always on the slow grind. Early voting is going to be out in front. We have the best kick in this race. I thought Tawny Port ran a great race, but Irad Ortiz Jr. gave the horse a phenomenal ride. But I think they just made a decision. We got the best kick. Let's just sit back and make one run, and it paid off.
It did pay off in this instance. I still don't love the tactic.
I agree.
I want to see, this horse has always been on the engine. He's done so well because he's valiant when he gets in the front.
Yep.
I like him better near or on the lead. Obviously, it worked out. He looked sensational here. We're talking about a 4-horse field that he was so much the best on the outside and clear.
He's got some tougher company to deal with in here today, too. A field double the size. You've got the presence of a horse like Cyberknife and Artorias in there, too. But you see Ron Winchell leading in Epicenter, called by Not This Time, who got the Jim Dandy. He's still looking for his first Grade 1 victory, though, as Cyberknife, he's a new face as far as the New York circuit does go. And Michelle, his Haskell win really was, I think, a race that we saw him take a step forward. It seems mentally he's starting to figure things out. wow.
Yeah, if you go back and watch this Colts races, when he gets to the front, he makes all kinds of mistakes. I don't think Cyberknife 5 races ago would have gone through this hole like he is coming up the rail, and he would have been able to hold on because he would have done something dumb when he hit the front. He would have maybe lugged out here or gotten afraid of Taiba. This Cyberknife is straight and true and honest. I love to see the development we have of him right now towards the tail end of the year, and this is the time he needs to develop, because this is the time we're going to have tougher horses, and pretty soon he's going to be on to elders as well. You can't make these mistakes against older horses.
Improving at such a pivotal time. Paul, I know that you've had the chance to catch up with this rider, Florent Giroux, and the way that he's progressed too. I think Flo's played a big part of that. We learned a little bit yesterday about his exercise rider, Katie Tolbert, who's been a big part of that development. It's about bringing them along at the right time.
Well, Michelle, it's the nail on the head. We've covered him so much, and when he beat Howling Time, unfortunately Howling Time was a scratch today, but when he beat Howling Time gave him all he could handle. And after that race, Florent Giroux said, listen, he likes to pull up when he gets to the front end. Just like Michelle said, he gets real high-headed. So he likes to go through a hole through a middle. That's why you see him work out in the morning. And Brad said, I'm going to start working out with lesser horses so he goes away from them, to teach him to go away from his competition.
Can't wait for that Run Happy Travers a little bit later on today. Meanwhile, 2-year-olds in the paddock for race 2. America's Guest, currently your favorite. We'll talk more about him and the field after this.
Comes Tama. Tama in the center of the track with good-looking stride, squares off with Cyberknife. Cyberknife takes the lead. Tama going with him. These two in a thriller. Cyberknife just in front, and Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third. The running time 1 minute 46.24 seconds.
$2,300,000. Come dream with us at Three Chimneys.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security. He smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
This August, Monmouth Park has the perfect cure for a case of the Mondays. With live racing every Monday starting at 2 p.m., extend your summer weekends and wager on action-packed racing from the Jersey Shore. Plus, play the new 50-cent Monday Mid-Atlantic Pick 4, pairing 2 races from Monmouth and Colonial into Monday's featured bet. It's Monday racing all August long at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1. Our program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We continue with our 2-year-old action off the turf to be run at 1 mile on the main track for this race 2. Let's get some help. Head into the paddock. Check in for a paddock report with Maggie Wolfendale.
And Acacia, we'll start with your favorite. That is number 7, America's Guest here, making a second start, but switching from turf to dirt. Now, you see the short comment line says, keen early. And I don't think he was, that keen. He broke fairly well, and it actually developed into a pace that subsequently collapsed. So it was good that Kendrick kind of took a hold of him and asked him to settle back a bit more. Now, I do notice a little change in equipment. While he's wearing the same blinkers, he was wearing a shadow roll first time out, and today he's wearing one of those rubber figure 8s. So therefore, giving a little bit more leverage to Jose Ortiz to keep his mouth closed a bit more. more. I don't know if that's kind of a predicament that was going on in that first race, that he was running a bit freer than he needed to be. But he is very awake today. He's with the pony. He is one that I know connections have said he can get a little worked up, and it wasn't evident prior to his first start, but today it is a bit more so. So look for him to be more forwardly placed. It is a bit more of a turf pedigree on the bottom side, but Candy Ride obviously can get any type of runner, and he doesn't look physically totally turf menace. We'll check in with the first-time starter. That's number 5, Triple Start. I love these pedigrees. You know, you start digging, and you're like, ooh, the second dam is Heavenly Prize, who was a 3-year-old champion filly. The dam then she's half to Good Reward, a multiple graded stakes winner, albeit on turf, as well as Pure Prize. There is a little bit of a turf pedigree theme, to be fair. And watching this horse's workouts on the turf, he does look as though he enjoys it quite well. But he also just seems like that evenly paced, kind of one grinding type. So maybe that does translate well to the dirt here, and he is ultra fit. But again, tough to debut at a mile on the main track. I think it helps when you have a start, and another horse switching from turf to dirt is the MTO, ironically, that takes off blinkers. And Wesley Ward is a guy that they all start in blinkers. And usually after their 2-year-old season is done, he'll take it off. Well, this guy, he takes the blinkers off immediately. He broke well in that debut, then just kind of stayed on, and then tired in the last 8th after being wired that day by Oxymore, who did come back and win the Skidmore Stakes, quite well. This guy's switching to the dirt. I don't know. I mean, it's a little bit more of a turf pedigree, looks a little bit more turf meant, but he looks sensational, Acacia. Very fit here, and I think, at least he has that one race into him where it's really prepped him for this start today.
Maggie, thank you. Fantastic again. He's the wild card entered to run on the main track. We'll meet the rest of the field, though, starting with the 2, Scat 2 Tap.
Scat 2 Tap here by 2 Brutus, who was a graded stakes winner on the turf in Chile, but a dirt stakes winner in the U.S. Julian Leparoux will be aboard for this unveiling.
The longer the better for that sire. Here is the 5, Triple Start. Maggie mentioned that big pedigree this colt has.
Yeah, Deputy Minister on the bottom side. If there was any moisture on the racetrack, that would enhance this horse's chances.
Here's second-time starter, the 6, Read On.
My son here of Ghost Sapper was nowhere to be found on his unveiling and was dismissed at relatively high odds, but worked well into that. Maybe could rebound here.
Did show a little bit of speed. Here's your favorite, America's Guest. Sharp on the racetrack.
Yeah, and this horse has been working well on the dirt and the turf, and I think that's why this horse is the favorite right now in the doubles, too, as well.
And here's your main track only runner, Fantastic again.
Like Maggie mentioned, blinkers off for this second-time starter, and interesting enough that he was turf to dirt when he was the main track only.
Absolutely, as he's by Fantastic, winner of the United Nations, a sire we don't see a lot represented here in New York, but those blinkers coming off in his second start. You can play against your friends and fellow fans with the Showdown, a free-to-enter handicapping contest that follows the New York racing on our program. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Get started at NYRA.com/showdown. Early pick 4 kicks off here as we do have, again, this race off the turf. Paul, if you're maybe diving into that pick 4, how do you play this race when you have a bunch of horses that were meant to run on the grass?
It's always a tough call, right? So you want to try to read the board. And, I mean, obviously, if you want to get out of this race, I think it's 5, 7, 10. The way they're betting the 7, the works, but you can't leave the 10 out. Wesley Ward makes very few mistakes. When you make on main track only, the horse that started on turf, in chasing a fast horse like Oxymore, the 10 might show a lot of speed from the outside. More times than not, the main track only win these races, and you wonder yourself, that's why they were in here for main track. So.
As we do see the 10 Fantastic again, he's pretty sharp out there too, Michelle. And as Maggie had mentioned, the blinkers on 2-year-olds for Wesley Ward are basically an extension of their bridle, and it looks like this guy wants to go away from the pony there.
I would love if they would let him loose from the pony at this point. I mean, look at this horse is super resentful of the pony rider being attached to him. Basically, the rider's controlling his reins tail, but you have that pony strap that goes through the bit, and he's trying to keep him from going faster. I like this warm-up all by himself. Scat 2 Tap going to be getting the solo warm-up that I'm looking for. A couple of these now being able to move on their own. I will give you a quasi-negative, Acacia, on the 7, America's Guest. Maggie mentioned that they switched some of his equipment today, and he's in that figure 8. If you've watched him in this warm-up, and we've seen him on a couple of occasions, he is fighting that figure 8. We saw him in the paddock kind of throwing his head up a little bit. The figure 8 itself puts pressure on the nose and then keeps the mouth shut so they can't lift up their mouth, grab the bit, or put their tongue over the bit. But it is a different sensation if the horse hasn't had it on before, and I feel like he's fighting it a little bit.
It's a really good point, as we see him pretty rambunctious back in the paddock. He's staying with the pony out on the racetrack. Jose Ortiz going to climb aboard for the first time. Danny Gargan, the trainer. There's a look at the 6 Read On. Now, he was entered to run on the turf today, and there is pedigree for it, too. However, he did debut on the main track, though he was not able to sustain that early speed.
A lot of these horses in here, the 10 did the same thing, didn't show much speed first time out. And I can understand why Dale was thinking turf with English Channel on the bottom side. This horse is taking a little bit of money right now with Junior Alvarado at 5-1. Obviously, with all the scratches, somebody has got to get bet. Yeah, the 7 is an interesting call here. I mean, it really is, because the horse was working gangbusters. You got to understand, this horse worked unreal on the turf, so Danny probably thought, okay, but the works on the dirt were okay. And Michelle makes a good point, because in his last race, he was rank and very keen. And the comment line is absolutely perfect on this horse. He was very keen, wanted to do a little bit more, and Kendrick was trying to take him back a little bit. So maybe going back on the dirt and just maybe with just going a 1-turn mile, they can just let him loose.
2-year-olds still figuring things out. Maggie, what are you seeing from them in these warm-ups?
Acacia, you know, it's tough to pick horses here because the overriding theme that we have seen throughout this meet is it helps to have a start, especially when you're on the dirt. We saw Verifying, you know, the Dwayne Lucas horse, although his first start was on the turf. You just need it to have that built-in stamina. And number 6 in here, Read On, he does. He needs to start over the dirt, which I think is imperative. I wish he did look a little bit more fit relative to his debut. He kind of has stayed the same, but I did write down in my notes that he wants more ground. Well, he gets it here today. It is a little bit more of a turf pedigree, to be fair, but Ghost Zapper, obviously he can produce anything that you want on the racetrack. So I'm going to take a shot here with this Dale Romans trainee, just loving the fact that there's a start and the extra ground. It'll allow him to settle into his stride a bit more. Next, we'll look at, well, they're flip-flopping favoritism right now. Number 7, America's Guest. I don't think it's necessarily the equipment that is upsetting him. I just think that this horse has it in him to be like this, where he didn't necessarily show it first time, but Connections thought he may, and now we're seeing it, that he can be a bit of a tough customer as he is with the pony the whole time. So look for him to show a bit more speed, and same thing goes for number 10, Fantastic again, as he was just super, super keen, as you guys were mentioning, in that warm-up. And I just think that, you know, he's really woken up a bit, and that's why Wesley's taken off the blinkers. But looking at his ring bit up close, that doesn't look that comfortable. But the fact that he puts a ring bit on today indicates to me that he has been very strong in the mornings, too. So 2 horses that should project to show early speed, Acacia.
Great notes as always, Maggie. Thank you, as we're getting a good look at just how revved up Fantastic again is. And yeah, he does have that ring bit, and those extra bars on the side of the cheek really help to give a rider more control for a horse that can be a little bit tough to handle, as you get a really good look at it there too. Maybe he's struggling with that, but he could see everything around him too. There's no blinkers to kind of channel his energy here, as he's very, very sharp.
Looking at him with the ring bit not only gives the rider a little bit more braking power if the horse gets too strong, like you mentioned, the tabs on the side really give him a power steering scenario as well. But right now he hasn't been able to warm up without the pony, so the horse doesn't even realize all of a sudden he's got something different to deal with. I really would have liked to see a solo warm up from this colt, especially the way he was acting, and knowing that this could be a new opportunity with this particular mouthpiece.
Well, you see that there on the bottom of your screen. You can follow along and get all of the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races. Equibase has you covered. Free Equibase Pass performances. Check out NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free pass performances on all of the races on today's show. There's a look at Hall of Fame jockey John Velasquez. The other day, Paul, we saw him hit a tremendous milestone, 1,000 victories at Saratoga Racecourse.
Yeah, truly amazing when you consider that Jose Ortiz Jr. is around 500, so he's doubled him up. And Luis Saez, who won this meet last year, is around 350, so he's tripled him up. So the longevity, and he's riding better than ever. Him and Javier Castellano, just wow, they both have been riding flawless this whole meet.
John Velasquez, a real mentor to a lot of the younger riders as well. Ambassador for the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund, and he told me after that milestone, that's a way for him to give back to the career that has given him so much. He's on the hunt for 1,001 now as Fantastic Again will break to the outside off the turf for these 2-year-olds. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. From the outside, Fantastic Again, but now moving on through is Read On, along with a Triple Start. Fantastic Again moves up on the outside. Fantastic Again now takes the lead. Triple Start is down at the rail. Read On is racing in third. And then comes America's Guest, and farther back is Scat to Tap. The field heads up the backstretch. And it is Fantastic Again, the leader here through a quarter in 24 and 2/5 seconds. Fantastic Again by 3/4 of a length. And then it is the trio of Triple Start, Read On, and America's Guest. 7 lengths back to the trailer, Scat to Tap. Fantastic Again now challenged on the inside by Triple Start. The two of them are right together, heading for the far turn. The half in 48 and 2/5 seconds. It's Fantastic Again, who once again gets clear by a length. Triple Start runs in second. Now a big break. Back to the rest of the field. Read On, America's Guest, Scat to Tap, as they come for the head of the stretch with Fantastic Again, the leader here, by more than a length. Moving to the outside now is Triple Start. And Triple Start once again gets closer to Fantastic Again. 3/4 in 1:13. They are in the stretch. It is Fantastic Again. And again is clear by 3. And then comes a Triple Start in a second and a big break back to the rest of the field. And it will be Fantastic Again to break his maiden in this off-the-turf event. Fantastic Again won by a half dozen lengths at the end. Triple Start was second, and a photo for third between Read On and Scat to Tap.
He was entered to do just this. The main track only runner, Fantastic Again, acting naughty before the race, very professional throughout the running.
Yeah, you know, he broke on top with intent to go to the front end. And, you know, at the top of the lane, Michelle and I both thought, okay, here's Triple Starts. Luis Saez did a lot of smart things. He kept on trying to push the 10, Michelle, and try to get him to crack. And he almost did, but the 10 just had too much left.
Yeah, I think that right when they broke and the 10 went to the front and no one else sent, I think Johnny V actually took a hold and got this horse to take a big breath or maybe 2 and take like a 3-stride relaxation moment. And then he just had so much left at the end there. I mean, you saw him finishing ultra strong.
Easy win, in fact. Fantastic Again. Luis Saez and Triple Start trying to run him down. Once again, we see a 2-year-old with experience, the one who had a race under his belt over the first-time starter, getting the win here. It was 10-5, 6-2. Fantastic Again, a son of Fantastic. Second-time starter for Wesley Ward. John Velasquez making it win number 1,001 at Saratoga. I'm sure many, many to come in that illustrious Hall of Fame career. We'll bring you prices, reaction, and some special features as well. The latest edition of Kart Talk, a true Saratoga legend, the voice of New York racing for so many years. Tom Durkin climbs aboard with Jonathan Kinchin after this.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes and added a Grade 1 with turf credentials in the Maker's Mark Mile. From ages 2 to 4, this versatile son of War Front proved his class at the highest levels. Now his first foals have arrived. War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 1. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Race 2 in the books. It went to the 10. Fantastic again for Wesley Ward. Entered to run on the main track. That's exactly what happened when the race came off the turf. And John Velasquez picks up another one, and he's standing by with Maggie.
1001 as Johnny, massive congratulations the other day in picking up your 1000th victory at this historic racetrack. But I do want to ask you about Fantastic again, as he was a horse that debuted on the turf. You rode, kind of tired the last eighth. What was the difference, and why do you think we switched to the dirt today? Connections did.
I don't know, I guess Wesley wanted to try him on the grass. He was working good on the dirt, but he's just like, he kind of bred for the grass if they wanted to try him. And trust me, when he broke out of there, he didn't know where he was, though. Like, he was lost, and it's like, I think we made a mistake because he never worked on the grass, so, and that's the way he ran. And then we worked him back on the dirt, and working him again back, and he's keep working better on the dirt, so it's might as well keep him there, and he showed up today. He was a little bit wild going into the post parade with the pony. I was hoping he settled by the time he gets to the gate, and he sort of did, but he still got the job done.
Well, he settled in the race, it seemed as though. He had that nice long hold. His ears were up most of the way.
He was, but in the same time, he was kind of pulling. He was never really relaxed. He put the ears up and he pulls, put the ears up and he pulls, and I'm trying to get us settled the best he can. And obviously, we only run one time, then now going to a mile. Although I know he breathes really well in the dirt, I wanted to make sure I save him for the end.
Always a learning experience with these younger horses. But, Johnny, I do want to ask you about Malathat later, as she was a little bit disappointing earlier on this meet in the Chuvie. You and Tom Pletcher said wasn't herself that day. And, Johnny, it's markedly cooler today. Do you think that will help her just kind of feel better?
We hope that was the case, so, because... she's been working good. She's been constantly working and doing really well, and she didn't show up that day. She was very dull. She seemed like she didn't have much energy underneath of her knee, though, That's the way she ran. She ran really dull. She ran okay, but not her best race. So hopefully today she can restart her career back again and do what she can do, you know, really, if she chooses to open her A game.
Turn the tables back on Clarier. Johnny, best of luck later. Congrats here. Fantastic.
Thank you.
It looked like a fantastic ride out there with the Hall of Famer aboard, Acacia.
It certainly did. Maggie, thank you. $5.80 winner on Fantastic again, as Johnny will be reunited with Malathat later in the personal ensign. That shoe V, her first time wearing blinkers as well, on suggestion of John Velasquez. Well, you may have been following the show for a while, and you might have seen that Jonathan Kinchin has had some big names climb into the golf cart with him, but if you're a fan of horse racing in New York, you'd be pretty excited to know that this week's guest, for a long time, the iconic voice of New York racing. Nowadays, you can find him around Saratoga, and he's this week's guest on Kart Talk. It's Tom Durkin.
Tom, you spent a lot of time calling races here.
Yeah.
And what does Saratoga mean to you in all the stops of your career?
Bottom line is I love it so much here in Saratoga that I moved here permanently. Yeah, I could have lived anywhere I wanted, actually. You know, nothing was really holding me down. And, you know, Saratoga is where I chose to live.
Bingo! Bingo!
Bingo! I used to call bingo numbers on the backstretch in Spanish. B62.
Oh, that's the best. I've always heard that the announcer's booth here is probably the most difficult.
The worst. The worst. There was no such thing as a public address system for the first 80 years of this place. And so they built it in the 40s for Fred Capicella, who was about 1/3 my size. It's everything bad in an announcer's booth you could possibly have, okay? There's glare off the windows. It's very cramped. When the horses go into the clubhouse turn, I have to take 3 steps over to the right. When they're halfway point around the turn, 3 steps back to the left. There are gutters, columns, trees galore in the infield, which you have to do a pas de deux with all the time. Absolutely the worst announcer's booth in the history of announcer's booth, but I wouldn't rather be anyplace else.
What are some of the horses that just, when you think about your career, that kind of stand out to you?
Well, I mean, Cigar, I called a lot of his races because I worked here and I worked at Gulfstream Park. 4-Star Dave was great. A win 8 years in a row at Saratoga. I mean, I would say his name and the crowd here would jump. And of course, that dopey horse, Arr.
They're coming to the finish, and it's all Arr.
That summer at Saratoga, you know, people would walk down the street, and instead of saying hello, they go, Arr, 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 Arr.
I always felt like listening to your race calls, there was a level of storytelling. I felt like you were really painting a picture. Were you cautious of that, or is that just, you think, something that just kind of how it unfolded?
If you view races as dramas, okay, and you have a antagonist, that's a long shot, a protagonist, that's a favorite, and everything in between, and the people know the characters, and their character is reflected in the past performances. So you put it all together, and you've got little mini dramas. You think of it as a story to unfold. Yeah, I think that's a legitimate way of looking at them.
Tom, of all the Travers you called, is there one that stands out, maybe from a race call standpoint, or even just from a fan standpoint, that you really remember when you think about the Travers?
Yeah, the one that most people think of is Holy Bulls.
But it is Holy Bull, as game as a racehorse could be, coming down to the wire. Holy Bull wins! What a hero!
Your runs with Rachel Alexandra, the first time I ever walked into Churchill Downs.
Oh, yeah.
Was when she won the Oaks.
She's gonna destroy this field. Oh, Super Philly, you bet!
You went on to have 2 other really great calls with her, the Preakness and also the Woodward. Did you think she was gonna win that day? Did you like her that day?
It did look like, to me, she was gonna do it, but then she had been softened up enough earlier that you get the sense, okay, this is gonna be close.
It's going to be desperately close. Here's the wire. Rachel won. Rachel Alexandra raises the rafters here at the Spa.
and it was certainly close.
In 2001, immediately after, not immediately, but right after 9/11, when Tisnow won the Breeders' Cup Classic, did you expect that line? Did you think about that line, or did it just kind of come out?
There's probably somewhere in between. Again, when you go back to the characters in the play, here is America's best. And it's he's trying to win for America. I don't know if I ever wrote that down before, even thought about it before, but I knew that that was part of the plot. And the other part of the plot is you know, a foreign horse trying to beat him.
Tisnow fights on! Here's the wire! Desperately close! Tisnow wins it for America!
It wasn't particularly jingoistic, I think, to say that. I think it was legitimate. Tell you, we're playing golf over here at the state park, and I'm at the 18th hole and waiting for us in the tee box, which is right next to us. And I sink this fantastic putt. And Chris McCarron happened to be there. He's a very good golfer. And he goes, and Durkin wins it for America.
Cart Talk is brought to you by Gainesway Farm, the home of Tappet, the sire of 4 Belmont Stakes winners. Looking back on some amazing memories, some terrific calls with Tom Durkin, 24 years as the NYRA track announcer. Paul, and of course, got that Eclipse Award of Merit back in 2015.
Yeah, listen, we lost one of the best broadcasters ever, if not one of the best, in Vince Scully when it comes to a lot of different sports. But when it comes to horse racing, I put Tom Durkin in that category, as in just so legendary. The calls that he has are unreal. And when you go back and you listen to them, they were just absolutely flawless. And he ad-libs so many things. The American, the horse is in front in the mile. That horse was 9-1. You can't tell me he had that horse. He had that figured out.
Lazarus,
I mean,
right? He's Lazarus.
I mean, like, his ad-lib was unbelievable, Michelle.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I can just think about when Condo Commando and the splashing and when he sang Do, Re, Mi, Fa, Sol, La, Ti, Do, that was the best.
Forgot about that one. So many great memories from Tom Durkin. So happy he was this week's guest on Cart Talk with Jonathan Kinchin. Paul, you're taking a break. We're doing a little ejection button on you in the middle here, but you'll be back later.
Oh, man.
Go enjoy your
Go
break.
get me something to eat. I'm hungry.
I was stuck in the middle with you, and it was actually nice.
We'll miss you, Polly. The ladies are taking over the show. Michelle and I and Maggie staying around. Paul will be back later. Race 3 from Saratoga coming up after this.
Standing at Gainesway.
It will be McCulloch, and in Italian wins the Diana Ocean Road State of Rest to win it here by a length. Domestic Spending and Triple Man, and here is Domestic Spending to take the lead in deep stretch and win.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on Saratoga Live. As always, you can check out nybreds.com for more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, as the New York Breds are in the spotlight for race number 3 off the back of New York Showcase Day yesterday. Michelle, what a fun day that was.
It was so much fun. Some of the post-race interviews that I got, I had such excitement going on, some crazy lines, certainly, and a lot of celebration. I thought overall it was just a tremendous race day.
We love getting a chance to celebrate those New York Breds. They're in the paddock for this allowance 3rd race. Let's go get a paddock report from Maggie.
Acacia, I think this is one of the more intriguing betting races of the day. I thought there were a lot of horses that have chances in here, though people singling in on the last time out winner On the Hill, who does have one of the fastest races coming in here. But I do think he meets a bit more stiffer competition with this New York bred A, other than, as we'll check in with number 4, G Munning. I'm actually really interested in this horse. We've seen several horses from this owner, Flanagan Racing, switch horses over to Safi Joseph, and we've seen them run well and respectable, and I thought that G Munning did run well last time out, and I could see physically that he had put on more weight and conditioning. Well, today it's even more so, and he's also more energetic, a lot more lively than what I had noticed from him going back to the springtime when racing at Belmont and Aqueduct. Well, they put shortcut cheater blinkers on today. He broke slow in that last race, then he was kind of hustled up around the turn, where we see Bold Journey also in this race. He kind of stayed back, stayed ground, and bided his time, and G Munning went on that wide chase. He wanted to lug in, he wanted to lug out down the stretch, but he kept running on. So a shortcut cheater blinker hopefully may have the intention of getting him to break a bit more alertly, but also may make him run a bit more straighter and truer. I'm really intrigued with this horse, and I was intrigued on paper, and I like him even more looking at him in the paddock. Next, we'll move on to number 6, Majority Partner. It's hard to take a horse graduating out of a state-bred maiden 40, but he did post a big number that day, and the field did include 3 next time out winners that finished well behind him. Majority Partner, the only time I'd seen him was going back to April 30th at Belmont, and I just thought he looked a little soft that day. Didn't see him on July 14th, but wow, he's really developed into a much more athletic horse in just that short amount of time of 3 or 4 months ago. He looks fantastic here, coming in off the back of that maiden breaking performance. We'll see how he handles the 7 furlongs, but I don't see anything physically or based upon his efforts that suggests that he should have a problem with it. I really like the distance for number 7, Colloquy. I questioned when stretching him out to a mile and a 16th, though he got the job done 2 back. But, I mean, it was kind of a slow-paced race where he just kind of got to gallop along into the race. Now, we'll see who goes in here. I'm hoping that they're more aggressive with Color Me Posy, and the favorite in here should be forwardly placed too. But Colloquy, I think, should benefit, obviously, if there's some horses going at it up front, but I really like the turn back based upon his physicality. He's just small, short coupled. I like the fact that since he's been saddled now, he's kind of bouncing on his toes. You want horses turning back in distance to show that more vibrant energy, and I think this is the right spot for him, Acacia.
And a nice price, too. 20-1 now on Colloquy. Maggie, thank you. As he does cut back in distance, Dylan Davis going to be aboard. There's a look, though, Michelle, at Bold Journey, who's making his 2nd start off the layoff for Bill Mott. So take a look at the start. Keep your eyes on the 2, as he just doesn't get out the fastest, and he was actually breaking from the rail that day. And though Jose Ortiz asked him, just not the quickest out.
Yeah, certainly wasn't, and he just looked like he was kind of left behind, like they all broke and he was a little confused for a few steps. I actually like the fact that Jose Ortiz tried to send him along, and when he didn't, he let him get himself into stride. I think that's really important, because once he did that and he got him off the rail and he's going to start moving him a little bit more outside, I think that really helped him finish up at the end, because sometimes if you try and rush a horse up into a position and they can't gather themselves or use themselves adequately, they're not going to give you the finish. Now, he does doesn't have a tremendous burst of speed here, as you can see him on the outside. He's just going to kind of grind it away, but he's finally getting into a good stride late here. This was going 6 furlongs. The way he's running in this final 16th indicates he might do a little bit better at the longer distance, and he'll be traveling that today, going 7.
Not to mention, second off, a little bit of a freshening, finishing second that day. Also out of that race is G Money, who Maggie had some good things to say about. Second time for Saffie Joseph Jr. And you think back to a horse like the Reds for the same ownership, who second start with Saffie was an impressive 2-turn winner here at Saratoga and likely has stakes in his future. You can join Naira Bets today and play the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $25 free play. Sign up with promo code SPA25 and get $25 to bet on Run Happy Travers Day. Think of plenty of places to use that money today. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Enjoy now at nairabets.com for your $25 free play. One of the most fun things about these days, Michelle, is that, yes, there are some very interesting betting races. There are some good competitive fields, but you can also appreciate the days as a fan because there's so many big names showing up. What's a horse that you're really looking forward to seeing today?
Okay, so Jockey's Warrior, obviously, right? He's just so cool. Any horse that can do what he has done and has the attitude that he has, I love to see him run.
Let's meet the field for this third race, starting with your current favorite, On the Hill.
On the Hill here, going to be stretching out in distance, is coming off a win against Starter Company, so does take a little step up today, although he does get back into state breds, which he didn't face in his last few.
Looking for a better break today, here's Bold Journey.
Or maybe not. He ran just fine from off the pace. Maybe you just let him break slow and then figure out your plan after that.
Fifth in that common race, here's Color Me Posy.
I think this horse is the one that needs to be in front. When you look at his races that he's been on or near the lead, he's finished a lot better. If they try and make one run late, he's not as effective.
Blinkers on, G Munning.
I was on the fence about him, but like Maggie said, I'm really liking the way he was warming up.
Tommy the Torch back to the main track today.
Distance certainly going to be a question mark for me here. The one time he went a mile 70, he was well beaten.
Here's Majority Partner.
First time versus winners, not always my favorite angle, especially one that broke their maiden for 40, and it's going to be stretching out today.
Cut back in distance for Colloquy.
I like, this is actually my top pick in here for Christophe Clement. Was a winner 2 back against maiden special weights. I would say draw a line through that last effort. Montebello came in stakes races yesterday, and I think this is a much better spot.
Turf to dirt for Mr. Kringle. He went by. Here's great workout cutting back.
I like the way this horse looks right here. I saw him a couple times in the paddock and he caught my eye. He's going to get a cut back in distance as well. We have seen him go 7 successfully before. Level-wise, it's kind of a question mark because his last win was against conditioned non-winners of 3 life.
There's a look at Colloquy, who does cut back in distance. Returner Christophe Clement, and he's standing by with Maggie.
Here with Christophe Clement, Michelle, I liked. Michelle, you shooting for the stars with Colloquy. As you just said, the cutback should help him.
I think so. I think we made mistakes. We've been running him too long. He's trained well lately, and I just told Daniel to break well, and then we go from there.
Also sending out Gufo later on in the Sword Dancer. Last year's winner looking for back-to-back performances, winning performances, I should say. Blinker's going back on, Christophe. Talk about that decision and what you've seen from him in his last few efforts to do so.
So he's not consistent, as you probably saw in the way he's been running. In his last race, he had far too much to do. He was 15 or 16 out of it. He actually finished very well. Probably got a bit around 2 or 3 lengths. And he was very willing in his training and very willing in his races early on this year. And as the year goes on, he's not quite as willing. So we just thought we'll try the pair of blinkers in the morning. He's worked well with it, so let's run him with it, and then we'll go from there.
I think, too, part of the problem, maybe the paces haven't been really developing for him. With the blinkers on, do you see him sitting closer to the pace?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's going to be anywhere on the pace or close to the, but I mean, it would be great to be 6 or 8 out of it and not 12 or 14 out of it.
Wishing you the best of luck with a very talented and special horse a bit later on. Good luck here, too.
Thank you so much.
As always, Christophe Clement, great insights, and looking forward to Gufo defending his title later, Acacia.
He has been a tough horse, Maggie. Thank you, Gufo, who we know it's in there. It's in him. The blinkers going back on as he looks to defend his title in the Sword Dancer a little bit later on, as Christophe will also send out Soldier Rising in that field. But right here, Colloquy with the cut back in distance, Michelle, as we see some well-dressed fans of all ages.
I love this. This is my
That's
favorite.
Great.
Yeah, he does look like
He's
Kelly
like a mini
Breen.
Kelly Breen. I love it. There's a look at your current favorite On the Hill, who had a nice win last time out. Everybody's dressed up today. I love it. For trainer Jimmy Bond, this one delivered in that starter allowance, and we'll go back into New York bred company actually for the first time in a while too.
You know, I like the way that he won his starter allowance victory last time out. He pressed a little bit and then drew off handily. I thought the field was decent size, and I'm liking the warm-up that I see here. Luis Saez has him away from the pony. I know I sound like a broken record when I'm talking about that, but to me, it's one of the most important things that I can see is how the horse is warming up. On the other hand, then you have a horse like the 6 right here, who is still with the pony, and you can see was acting up a little bit. There was a lack of control there from Jose Lezcano when the pony person's trying to fight for kind of that right to control the horse. So look at how much more poised the 1 is here On the Hill with the rider. He's got himself in like a decent enough frame right now. He's jogging. He has good forward momentum, and he's obviously listening to what his rider wants him to do. So especially for a horse that I want to see invested early, liking this warm-up a lot.
Looking good on the track is majority partner. Maggie brought up some good things about how he has progressed. Yes, he is stepping up off a maiden claiming win last time out. Was off of a layoff, and I was the one that was in the paddock for that race, and I hadn't seen him since his debut, actually, when he had gotten really hot. He was really tough to handle. Didn't see that from him last time out, but he was very sharp and keyed with the pony last time, much as he is today. So this is typical of how he is. As we know, Maggie Wolfendale walks fast, and she's out there to catch some of these warm-ups. Maggie, what are you seeing trackside?
My cameraman was wishing that they've stayed in their respective positions today, the cameramen, but usually they're walking back and forth with me. And Michelle, I gotta say, they're like, I like Michelle a lot better because she walks like a normal person, not like Speedy Gonzalez like I am, but got to work those calves out, you know. But anyway, taking a look at number 2, Bold Journey. He was off of a layoff last time, a little one at that, and I just thought he looked just a little heavy, but he actually ran really, really well that day after a slow break from the inside. We'll see how he does. I mean, this is a horse that typically, or at least going back to the earlier part of his career, did break well. And sometimes you have to shake off that ring rust. So hopefully more engaged this time around, or maybe he's developed a new running style. Either way, he looks far more fit here today, second off the bench and second start of the meeting for Bill Mott. I mean, he's just so much more defined. You can see it in that kind of flank area and along his gaskin and barrel. So I like what I'm seeing from him this time around. He is kind of your co-favorite / second choice in here, and rightfully so. I can't trust On the Hill. I can see him winning. The Bon Barn does great work up here. He's a horse that never switches his lead, and as the waters get deeper, that's going to come back to haunt him at some point. As I do want to talk about number 3, Color Me Posy. He's a horse, yes, I know he's had his chances, but a lot of times, you know, horses that have won multiple races in these A other thans do hold a little bit of an advantage over their maybe lesser experience winning mates. Last time he was not on the best part of the racetrack back on July 31st. And 2, I think he was just too far off the pace. This is a horse that needs to be forward, doesn't need the lead, but needs to be forward to do his best running. And hopefully Eric Cancel, who's been aboard him many times, realized that from his mistakes last time out. He looks great. That is typical of him. He's a horse that carries his coat, flesh, and conditioning with him from race to race and peak form. But I think this horse deserves another look here, and he's a very generous 9-1, guys.
Maggie, thank you. Color Me Posse, one of several coming out of that July 31st race. As take a look at the great crowd on track here today. We'll be weaving through the crowds a little bit later on as Maggie does like a full-on jog from the paddock to the winner's circle. I'm long legs, so I just like take very big steps, and I remember a cameraman saying that I look like I'm walking at a normal pace, but I'm really going very fast.
Yeah, I've walked next to you before.
They were really appreciative of you yesterday being...
Which is funny because I actually walk really fast for my little short legs. I mean, I kind of waddle, but like I kept looking behind, like, where's my PA? Like, I lost him, you know? So I didn't think I was walking all that slow, but I'm here to make everybody happy for sure.
Oh, we love having you here, Michelle. Always such a treat to borrow you from the West Coast for a couple days for this big weekend. You're going with a nice price in here, Colloquy 16-1.
Yes, loving this horse. I actually liked the warm-up. I liked his whole, everything we got to see from him on paper. If you just draw a line through the last, we got to hear from Christoph. I felt like he didn't steer me away from Colloquy. I don't mind a little bit of an overlay here just because that's more money in my pocket for the day.
I like it. Great workout quickly to the outside. He's such a beautiful son of Outwork, a horse that Linda Rice actually claimed back, and he has a lot of leg to him. I don't think he handled the wet track last time out.
Well, then good. We'll just draw a line through that. My problem is better races have been against hard condition claimers, nominators of 2, nominators of 3 life, and this is going to be just a tougher spot. So he's going to have to prove it that he's ready to take this step up.
There goes the 4G Munning Maggie selection. Race 3, New York bred allowance coming up next. Go to another New York bred. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
We are set. There in the gate. And they're off. From the outside, it is Mr. Kringle. Now moving up is Tommy the Torch. And gaining ground on the inside, on the hill, and Bold Journey as the field moves up the backstretch. And so it is Bold Journey who has a narrow lead. Color Me Potsy is right there in second, and on the outside, Majority Partner races in third. And in the mix there is G Munning. So 4 of them scrambling for the early lead here. On the hill is down on the inside and racing in fifth. Alongside is Tommy the Torch in sixth. And then it's a break of about 4 lengths to a Great Workout. Followed down on the inside by Colloquy. And also at the back is Mr. Kringle. The quarter went in 22 1/5 seconds. Majority Partner has the lead now. Majority Partner gets away here to lead by 2.5, now by 3 lengths. And then it is G Munning who racing in second. The half went in 44 3/5 seconds. Off the turn and into the stretch. Majority Partner is the leader as they come down for the 8th pole. And then it is G Munning running in second. Farther back is On the Hill in third, and then Colloquy, Majority Partner with a 4-length lead. Majority Partner in command here as they come on for the finish, and it will be Majority Partner. At 8-1, G Munning was second. Great Workout came on to get third, and On the Hill was fourth.
A sharp claim, Majority Partner makes it 2 wins in a row, and he backs up that big win last time out off the layoff.
There were a lot of things I wasn't keen on with Majority Partner, including the fact that he was first-time versus winners, but he just manhandled this field. He didn't look like a loser for the vast majority of it, and look at him coming down the lane here, right down the middle of the track. Jose Lezcano going to keep him interested and just give him a vigorous hand ride and flashing him a little bit, and he's just going to stay in front.
Second, G Munning, no match for that one, but let's go to Maggie as this horse, Maggie, Majority Partner, backed up that win last out.
And you said it, Acacia, just a sharp claim by Linda Rice, and now there's 4 next time out winners in what is adding up to be a live maiden 40. I want to talk about On the Hill. We saw it again, a horse that seemed a little lost, not being more forward and in the mix as it was a fairly decent pace too. Didn't switch leads. Then we saw Bold Journey and G Munning, horses who earlier on in the career showed speed, hadn't showed it as of late. They got in the mix. Bold Journey just backed up through the field, but I thought a valiant effort from G Munning. Look as though he is getting back to some of the promise that he showed early on in his career, but no doubt about it, winner today, guys. Majority Partner impressive for these connections.
8-1 winner, Jose Lezcano in the saddle, and as Maggie brought up, that's now 3 races in a row that On the Hill has not switched leads. And I spoke to Luis Saez about it last time, and he said he asked him, he didn't do it, he was going well, so he just left him alone. Today, though, Michelle, it seemed like it was really inhibiting him from finding a little bit more push in the stretch.
Yeah, you know, it's very hard when you have a horse who's inconsistent about lead changes, because sometimes, like you say, you don't want to mess with them, because if you spend too much time, you know, pulling on a rein or trying to shift your body weight over, it loses momentum for the horse themselves, so you let them keep going. But the reason we switch leads is because the lead leg does get fatigued. So if you're continuously going and you're stuck on that left leg, you are getting tired on that lead, so you're not able to give the burst that everybody else is giving.
Richie Migliori has a great example. You're running through the airport, your arm is getting heavy, holding a suitcase. switch to the other arm. You get a little bit more burst of steam to run and catch your plane.
I tell people that, but with a big purse, right?
Yes.
When you
Oh, yeah.
have your purse
I
on
know
one
all
side
about
and you
that.
change your purse to the other.
Here's a look once again. Majority partner off the back of a victory last time out, stepping up in company too.
Yeah, you can see how smooth the 6 looks, and he's on his right or proper lead. And you look back at the 1, and you can see he's still on that left lead. Look how much choppier he looks, and he's not really pushing forward on the ground. He's too tired on that lead.
As the number 6 majority partner with the win, Jose Lezcano in the saddle. We'll bring you prices, reactions, and more after this on Saratoga Live.
Among active sires standing at stud in 2022, only one sire has been a top 5 sire on the general sire list each of the last 8 years. Curlin, ranked number 5 in 2015. In 2016, Curlin was the leading sire of Grade 1 winners with 5. A sire of 8 graded stakes winners in 2017. He sired 34 individual stakes performers in 2018. Number 2 on the sire list in 2019 with 11 graded stakes winners. He was number 4 on the general sire list in 2020. Last year, Curlin sired 13 graded stakes winners.
Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths.
Curlin, a true breed shaper.
Saratoga Live continues on Fox Sports 1. Our program, as always, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com. Jose Lezcano, the winner of race number 3, majority partner off the claim for Linda Rice. That makes it 2 victories in a row.
1820.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a
Big
great
price.
price.
Jose Lezcano, the winner, and he's standing by with Maggie.
Well, prior to standing next to me, Jose was standing next to Gianni Russo, one of the actors in The Godfather. Man, I'm jealous of his dress sense, Jose. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, very good.
And you said you watch the Godfather movies whenever you're on a plane.
Yeah, I always watch it, especially when the travel like 4 or 5 hours long. I always watch a movie, it's a very good movie, watch it.
I didn't want to admit, and I've admitted this on the show again, that I haven't watched The Godfather, so I didn't want to say that too loudly around him. Please, Twitter, leave me alone. I will get to it someday. But let's talk about majority partner. First off, the claim for Linda. You've never been on this horse, but Jose, you broke alertly, and you just kept improving your position as we're checking out. This horse has really turned a corner.
Well, it's break. I watched a replay last time. She kind of broke a little slow, but today she's so size. She broke right in top, and she stuck me the whole way around over there. When I got the quarter point and asked her, he keep going. I never really had to ask her for nothing out of the gate.
And this was first try at 7 furlongs, only 4th start of his career. The way he won today, it almost felt as though he could go longer than this.
Yeah, the way he do today, you know, he broke good. He's right there on the bridle, and Konangaski, he go on. I think the distance will be no problem for him.
Well, Jose, congratulations. Nice win here aboard majority partner.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, I guess he's going to go watch some more Godfather here, as I don't have time to do that today, Acacia.
Not today, Maggie, but we'll have a movie night some night.
I've never seen The Godfather either.
I think I don't know if I've ever actually seen it like in one sitting from start
It's just
to finish.
not my genre.
Really?
The
Oh, I
closest
love
thing
it.
to like mobby, I guess, is Casino that I loved.
Wow.
I don't know
Maggie
if it's in the
and
same
I are
genre.
big Peaky Blinders fans.
I didn't get
So.
into Peaky Blinders either. Sorry.
Anyway, as clearly it's ladies' hour here on the show, Maggie, Michelle, and I taking over, and we're probably the 3 biggest Jackie's Warrior fans coming up a little bit later on. However, before we get there, it'll be our first graded stake of the day. Race 4, the Ballston Spa Grade 2 technical analysis, currently 2-5 on the outside as she comes out of a second place finish behind In Italian in the Diana. That was a valiant effort from her.
Yeah, it was a good spot, and she was on the rail that day. And then she didn't show the little bit of pace that I had expected to see from her. So I think a couple things really turned around.
Well, speaking of Jackie's Warrior, he's coming up in just a few races in the Forego as we saw him make history up here at Saratoga. Just a reminder, you can watch starting at 4:30 Eastern on Big Fox coverage of the Run Happy Travers. We'll have the Personal Ensign, the Sword Dancer, and the Travers. We'll see whose silks will be painted on that canoe. Now, as promised, race number 5 is the Grade 1 Forego. Jackie's Warrior is coming off of 4 straight graded stakes wins, Michelle, and last time out in the Vanderbilt, he put his name in the history book, so already a champion sprinter of last year, but that Vanderbilt win made him the only horse in history to have won graded stakes at 2, 3, and 4 at Saratoga. And Steve Asmussen, as they interviewed him after the race, he has so much admiration for this horse and the way that he does everything so easily.
I think it's amazing that Steve has said Jackie is the horse of a lifetime. When you look at the horses that have been through Steve's barn, including Curlin and Rach Alexandra, who we got to see earlier, we can go on and just list names. But the fact that he really singles out Jackie, look, I mean, he's barely in a gallop right here. Look at him. He's just effortless, and he's valiant, and he's consistent, and he's been around now for a couple of years, which means he has a fan base, and he's well raced. I mean, this is his 17th lifetime start, and in the days now we don't see many big horses making a ton of starts. I think that that is admirable, and I love that we've gotten to see him year in and year out.
Steve Asmussen said that last time too, and it's so true. Kudos to Kirk and Judy Robeson for keeping him in training as a 4-year-old and really just allowing the fans to get the opportunity to see Jackie's Warrior run.
That little blaze.
It's truly a treat. It really, really is, and it's so appreciated. And I think that that's one of the great things about days like today is that you see horses that have gotten a fan base like Jackie's Warrior, and whether you're trying to bet against him, whether you think he's unbeatable, whatever it may be, you're excited to see him run. There's a buzz about him.
There certainly is. And, you know, he actually also has another record on the line today. He's tied for the most stakes wins at Saratoga, period. If he wins today, he will leapfrog up and be the sole record holder there.
Our program is switching over. Oh, no, I'm sorry, not quite yet. Our program is switching over at least into the hands of Greg Wolf. I'm stepping aside for a little bit. Michelle sticking around. Champion jockey Richard Migliori coming up on the set as well. And we'll talk a little bit about exercise rider Katie Tolbert and the bond that she has with her champions, including Cyberknife, later in the Travers. Stay with us.
I just happened to be up on the 3rd floor of the grandstand at Saratoga, so I saw a horse load up in the gate and just decided to clock it. Went like 11 and 22 and 33 and 44 and change. It was one of the fastest gate works I've ever seen.
Nashville, first time out, much the best.
Spice Down was a super fast horse, certainly no surprise when he has an offspring like Nashville.
Never asked for a thing, track record.
Nashville for the best sprint time of the Fairgrounds meet.
Like my old boss Wayne Lucas always said, you can't coach speed.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bet.
The November sale has become literally a Star of Stars sale.
Horse for horse, it's probably incomparable with any other sale in the world.
Whether you're a consignor, you're a buyer, or you're just a fan of the sport, it's the one you want to be watching. The best mares fold to the best stallions. I think it's really one of the highlights in the industry.
All of the top broodmare prospects will be converging on a stage that you will literally have buyers from all over the world fighting it out while those horses are standing in the auction ring.
You can barely move inside the pavilion. There's so many people here, and the buzz is electric. You can't replicate that anywhere in the world, in my opinion.
To have horses in this Fasig-Tipton November sale is what all owners dream of. It means that your mare was one of the best racing on the racetrack. It's the night of the stars.
9-5, give me 10 minutes. 9-5, now to 9-5, 9-7, give me 3.5.
Welcome to those just joining us on Valley Sports SoCal and San Diego. Those already with us on FS1. Great to have you here on Run Happy Travers Saturday from the premier meet in the country and the signature race of this meet to come later today. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Overhead view of this iconic racetrack, the most competitive meet there is in this sport. And we are excited for the big day coming up. Tremendous action today, star-studded fields. A lot of these races, we're going to see some championships certainly going a long way to being cemented. And here, Greg Wolf, champion jockey Richard Migliori, Michelle, you with us as well as we get set for what is always a special day here in Saratoga.
Just a tremendous day of racing, such a celebration of the sport. And for a summer that was filled with great highlights, we've got some more highlights coming today for sure.
Obviously, Michelle, that signature race coming up later. What are your thoughts on the Run Happy Travers?
I think it's just a bang-up race. You're talking about your Preakness winner, your Kentucky Derby winner, your 1, 2, 3 from the Derby. This is why the Midsummer's Derby has been a real jewel in our calendar, because it brings together all these horses for a rematch as they've matured. I think this edition is fantastic.
Let's take a look at our ABR race of the week. What else would it be than the Midsummer Derby? And Michelle talked about the players. All the major players, most of them anyway, are here, including horse who's probably been the most consistent 3-year-old throughout this entire season, but shockingly does not have a Grade 1 win on the resume. That's the Jim Dandy winner, Epicenter.
But he has been ultra consistent and somewhat unlucky. It feels like he should have had that Grade 1 in either the Kentucky Derby or the Preakness Stakes, where he didn't get off particularly well and was kind of shuffled back early. But Michelle, his Jim Dandy was scintillating. This is what you want from a prep race. You want to win them. They're important races to win, but you want to use it as a building block, win with something left, and he certainly won with something left.
I mean, the way he did this on the outside now, you can say it was a compact field, but you're talking about really good horses that you're lining up against. He moves past them effortlessly. Look at how hard they're riding Tawny Port and early voting there to the inside. And right here, Joel doesn't even uncock the stick. Epicenter's got his ears up.
Everybody thought he was going to be closer to the pace in that race. Steve Asmussen, I know afterwards, was not that happy with Tawny Port shifting into that first turn and taking away his ground a little bit. So I wonder, is he going to be closer today?
You know, I'm just seeing a horse in Epicenter that has lost a little bit of his gate speed. As a younger horse, he used to break sharper. He just doesn't look like he pushes off with the same energy that he once did. But I don't see that this is a problem, because the way he finished, it's just going to help him get the 1.25 miles.
I don't like it. I like him more forwardly placed. I like it when he's sharper out of the gate and he's more involved early. Maybe not, it doesn't need to be on the lead, and obviously that kick was tremendous, but I just prefer him to be closer.
Oh, what it would mean for Steve Asmussen to get that first Travers win and to do it with owners Winchell Thoroughbreds be able to paint that canoe in their colors with the long history they have had together. Again, live coverage today, Big Fox, 4:30 Eastern start time on a loaded lineup of tremendous action. And we have the Grade 2 Ballston Spa coming up next. Mile and a 16th on the turf with a purse of $400,000 in here. The Forego, the best sprinter in the game. Jockey's Warrior, his Saratoga swan song to come. Jack Christopher back to doing what he does best after he tried 2 turns in the Haskell. And then that Distaff showdown, all the big names are there. I know it's a compact field, but the major players have all signed on.
Absolutely, and I like Jack Christopher getting back to 1 turn. You understand, anytime you have a good 3-year-old, you're trying to stretch them out, get him to go more classic distances. He's getting back to his strength today.
Certainly, as what a good day to choose to come back to it too, right?
Absolutely.
Grade 2 Ballston Spa begins at pick 4, and odds on technical analysis for the barn of Chad Brown, who's had quite a few wins in this race. Looks like she could control. Jose Ortiz, that man's brother, will be aboard. He's going to be next door. I ride on Fluffy Socks, but that is the one likely to try and run down in this race, and the odds-on favorite. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale for more.
And Greg, she's like a bull in a china shop. Number 5, technical analysis. I don't know if it was the correct decision. I get why Jose Ortiz made the decision last time out in the Diana when he did hand in Italian the race on a silver platter, as this is a filly who wants to be on the engine. She got resentful too early on. He did manage to get her to settle, and still she ran on valiantly to be second after wasting energy fighting her rider. Well, she is revved up today. She is firing those engines. Look at her. She's on her toes. She's like, let me go. Just let me go today, please. So all things looking good for your favorite in here. I mean, she's just such a big, strong, powerful filly. But let's take a look at a horse that I'm a bit interested in on the inside in number 1. That's High Opinion. I'm not in love with her effort that she comes in here off of in just a 3rd level allowance race. Now, she was down on the rail, but the rails were at 18 feet on the inner turf course earlier on in the meet. So it's not like it was a huge advantage like we've seen it when the rails are down. But the courses are good. We had that torrential downpour around noon yesterday. There's still, as I'm standing here with heels on, there's give in the ground. And for me, this is a mare who has shown that she does like some juice in the ground. She's dappled head to toe. She looks sensational here for Tony Dutrow. Just one that kind of perked my interest a bit here, Greg, and she's going to be a big price.
All right, thank you, Maggie. Post parade coming up momentarily as we approach the 9-minute mark to post for a pick 4 that begins with its Grade 2 Ballston Spa. There is technical analysis just moving through the screen. I want to remind everyone the historic Belmont Fall Meet is going to be run at Aqueduct this year. Get ready for it with a Belmont at the Big A Bankroll Builder. You can earn a $20 bonus to qualify. Bet $50 to win on any horse in the Sword Dancer later today at Saratoga. And you'll score that $20 bonus whether you win or lose. You can play the Bankroll Builder at Saratoga every Saturday and Sunday to earn up to $100. You got to opt in, so don't forget to do that at NyraBets.com. Great crowd as we expect on Run Happy Travers Saturday. You feel that buzz even just walking into the racetrack today.
It's always that electricity, like the enthusiasm, and the fans in Saratoga are all about the racing. The town is all about racing.
When you walk in here, it's funny. Like you mentioned the electricity, you can feel it. It's palpable. But when you look out, it's everyone just looking at their racing form. It's not like they're out, partying and drinking and acting crazy like some other big race days. Every single person here has their head buried in paper.
Here's our post parade. We start with High Opinion, who disappointed as an even money favorite at an easier spot at this meet.
Top horseman Anthony Dutrow is the trainer, and you get Mr. 1000, Johnny Velasquez, aboard.
One of 3 in the race for Chad Brown. Here's La Mista.
Flavienne Pratt going to be aboard. She was a winner of the Matchmaker over at Monmouth last time out. We'll see if she can't step up her game of hair.
Way too big a price on our flash drive.
Our flash drive was very good in the prep for this in Adela Rose. She certainly could take a step forward, too.
Fluffy Socks meets leading rider Jose Ortiz Jr. for Chad Brown.
I know this is one of the favorite horses in the Cumin household. Distance is a question mark for me, though.
And is she going to lead them all the way around the racetrack? She's the 1-2 favorite. Technical analysis.
Coming out of a very sharp-paced Diana, where she came up second best to her stablemate in Italian, should be forward.
Grade 2, Ballston Spa. When we come back, pick 4 begins here on a gorgeous Travers Saturday afternoon from Saratoga Springs. We'll be back.
Catholic boy. This dual surface star defeated a strong field in the Travers Stakes at Saratoga and became one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4 and the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. One of the most accomplished sons of More Than Ready, he earned over $2 million on the track. Catholic boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Back in our live coverage of Saratoga Live, the premier meet in the country. It's brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We are 5 minutes away from the Grade 2 Ballston Spa coming up. And a look at the 2 to 5 favorite. Technical analysis has already shown affinity for racing here in upstate New York at this historic racetrack. 2 wins and a second in the 3 starts that she has been here.
Yeah, she swept the 2 3-year-old filly races that they have in Saratoga, the Lake George and the Lake Placid last summer, and came back with a great run in the Diana, but in Italian was just too good on the day. She basically ran fast early, in the middle, and late, Michelle.
Well, I mean, for a horse that's ranked to be 2.5 lengths off the lead, I feel like that was maybe a mistake in that. I'd like to see her on the lead today, free running. I think that's her best chance to be able to turn this into a W.
And she is one of the Tattersall's graduates. We're going to see in action on this Run Happy Travers Saturday. We'll see Broome later for Aidan O'Brien, and Invincible Gown Salima as well out of those Tattersall sales. They've made an impact, certainly, especially for these connections as we go back to Maggie.
It definitely has, Greg. But we'll take a look at one that's a homebred in the state of Kentucky for Sol Cumin and et al. But that is Fluffy Socks here, bred by Head of Plains and owned by them. Last time out, she was beaten by Lamista. So I don't know why, at least as of now, Lamista's 6-1 and she's 4-1. I didn't see that much of disparity in trips. It just felt like Lamista beat her fair and square and was very game in doing so. But I do like Fluffy Socks. So once again, we saw her get a nice big warm-up here with Jose Ortiz Jr. and just moving really well up there, incredibly fit. She just looks like a happy type of horse. Again, I don't know how she turns the table on any of her stablemates, to be honest, from the Chad Brown barn, but just one that kind of caught my eye. I really think technical analysis is going to be very tough in here, and please just let her do what she likes to do. And for me, that's go out to the front. There really isn't anybody faster than her, guys.
It's pretty incredible. You look at what Chad Brown in some of these bigger races, and in the Grade 1 Diana, perfect example. 4 horses in there he sends out. The biggest price of the 4 wins in Italian. I believe around 8 to 1. I can't figure. Anytime I use 2 of the 3 or 3 of the 4, I wind up leaving the one off who wins.
Well, he just shows you how dangerous he is. He has bench strength. Fluffy Socks by Slumber. Slumber's really made a big impact at stud. I mean, his record has been incredible with a small sampling. He's standing at Rock Ridge Stud in Hudson, New York. Pass it all the time, Michelle. There's a great place for lunch right down the road from there named Kozel's.
What do you eat?
They had the best French fries I've ever had in my entire life.
I did talk to Saul Cumin a few weeks ago, and he told me this is pretty much the house favorite, right? His whole family loves this horse, and part of the reason is because of Slumber. They support Slumber every year with a couple of mares, and they like to race the offspring, and this one obviously has been good, but he has been a real gift for them, and they've continuously supported him, and they love Fluffy Socks.
Well, there she is. She's 5 to 1. But look, Mig, what do the rest of the riders do in this race? You have a filly in here who's the 1-5 favorite, who looks like she is just going to be loose on the front end.
I think you've got to take into account also that the ground is going to have some give into it. It's not as firm as it was for the majority of this meet because we finally had significant rain yesterday. So I think that you really can't take her on early. You've got to hope that maybe she doesn't relish the ground as much as maybe some of the others. I landed on the 3, our Flash Drive. I think our Flash Drive's last race was terrific. She's a lighter frame, smaller filly, and it's been my experience that those kind handle giving the ground better because they don't bog down in as much. They tend to run over the top of the ground. They're not carrying as much weight.
What about her maybe pressing the pace a little bit?
Well, she can be forward. I do think she'll have some forward position. And one thing that Dylan Davis has improved a great deal about is not taking anything away that comes easy to a horse and getting his position going forward.
Was out for a bit and had to serve a suspension, missed some days. Never want to do that here at Saratoga, but came back, got back in the winner's circle. As you look at this crowd on hand for Travers Saturday afternoon. And that's it's going to get even more packed as we get closer to the big race.
I give Dylan a lot of credit, though. He took responsibility for what happened. He made a mistake. It wound up, causing an accident. Thankfully, both horse and rider, Eric Cancel, they were fine. Everything was okay. He took it on the chin. He said, I made a mistake. I'm going to take my punishment and move on. And he's been riding extremely well. Won a stake yesterday on Make Mischief.
It was a race that was taken off the turf, and, yeah, she was much the best in that spot on New York Showcase Day. There's Dylan. Really has taken his game to the next level. Just 27 years old. And really, you never want to see a rider get injured. We talk about it a lot. But an injury and a strange rate really was the best thing that ever could have happened to him.
We gave him an opportunity to kind of really look at things bigger picture. When you're riding every day, Michelle, you get lost sometimes in the middle of it. You can't see things. But when you're on the sidelines and you're watching replays and you're watching races and you go, wow, when I get back, I don't want to do it that way. I want to do it this way. You start to identify and recognize the things you need to improve on.
It's super hard to change anything when you're currently in the mix because you don't want to do something that might be then deemed a mistake, right? So at least you come in with that fresh set of eyes and a new comprehension.
I also think it kind of whetted his appetite, just made him that much hungrier.
I feel like that's how Flavian Pratt feels coming over here, and I like his horse a little bit. The 2 La Mista for Chad Brown coming out of the win of the matchmaker where he beat Fluffy Socks. I feel like the cutback in distance, I'm okay with it, and I think this filly's really interesting for me.
There is the one everyone's got to catch, though. The 1-5 favorite. Grade 2 Ballston Spa. We have the best sprinter in our sport up next in his Saratoga Swan Song. Jackie's Warrior and the Grade 1 Forego. That'll be in race 5 coming up. First things first, Grade 2 Ballston Spa. 3 of the 5 in here for trainer Chad Brown, but I'm with Mig. Our flash drive, that is just too big a price. 8-1 in here, but a race where everyone seems to be up against it just from a pace standpoint. Not, you know, technical analysis, you mentioned a little Given the Ground. She's run well and won with Given the Ground before as well.
Yeah, which probably checks off another one of the things that you worry about when you're looking at a big favorite. But I just like the price on the 3 our flash drive.
There's the favorite, steps in, odds on. Grade 2, Ballston Spa kicks off at pick 4. Let's go to John Imbrial.
And they're off in the Ballston Spa Stakes. Technical analysis from the outside. Lamista is up close. It is Lamista and technical analysis. The two of them are right together going into the clubhouse turn. Technical analysis goes on with it now and has the lead. Lamista down on the inside is High Opinion. And right there is Our Flash Drive. Fluffy Socks will be the early trailer in 5th. It is technical analysis, setting the pace here, leading by 3/4 of a length. The opening quarter over the good turf, 24 2/5 seconds. It is technical analysis on top as they race up the backstretch. And then it is Our Flash Drive running in 2nd. Down at the hedge is High Opinion next in 3rd. Lamista now 4th, and Fluffy Socks remains the trailer. Technical analysis. The heavy favorite here in front after a half in 48-4. Technical analysis continues to lead with Our Flash Drive in 2nd by a head. High Opinion runs in 3rd, then Lamista, and Fluffy Socks continues to trail. And now they're going around the far turn. It is technical analysis in front here, 3/4 of a length. Our Flash Drive on the outside in 2nd. High Opinion asks for more in 3rd. Then comes Lamista and Fluffy Socks. They're at the top of the stretch, 3/4 up in 1:12-4, and it is technical analysis who is urged on here by Jose Ortiz. Technical analysis has a 3-length lead. Fluffy Socks has now moved into 2nd and continues to gain ground. Technical analysis trying to hold off Fluffy Socks. They're coming on for the finish, and it is technical analysis to win it. Fluffy Socks was 2nd. Farther back, High Opinion, Lamista, and Our Flash Drive.
Technical analysis, gate to wire. Jose Ortiz rationing out that speed. A stablemate was coming, but holds that one off.
Did such a good job going to the first turn, Jose, on technical analysis. He didn't panic. He didn't rush her. He just kind of took a long hold, allowed her to slowly, confidently make the lead. And it's a good thing he did because we were talking during the race, Michelle. Fluffy Socks looked like she took a long time to find her best stride, but she really came with a big run. And if Jose had used technical analysis early, he might have got picked off.
Yeah, I mean, Fluffy Socks early on just did not look comfortable over the ground with a little bit of give into it. I thought that Jose Ortiz did a beautiful job, like you already said, but everyone else kind of laying a little bit closer than maybe they wanted to, and you can't necessarily take a horse out of their game and expect them to finish, and we saw that everybody else just kind of faded out of
Bit of a bad break from the 4 out of the gate there, Fluffy Socks, too.
Yeah, she kind of did this little jump and bobble step. And then even here, though, you could see she's not picking up the bit. And she's kind of bobbling along, not moving very smoothly. But midway down the backstretch, she finally found her stride. But by then, technical analysis had gotten such a nice, comfortable lead. And everybody that was trying to chase her, like you talked about, Michelle, they kind of took them off the bridle, and they had to spread their run out, and they got tired chasing.
You saw her ears up around that first turn, too. I mean, she was going ultra easily.
Technical analysis, another graded stakes win here at Saratoga. Jose Ortiz, Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, 1-5. A little bit closer than you'd want at 1-5, but gets it done nevertheless. 5-4, 1-2 finish. Underway in a pick 4. And up next, the best sprinter in the land. His final start at Saratoga, the great Jockey's Warrior. Coming up next, stay with us. We'll be back right after this.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape. plus multiple six-figure yearling and two-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:15 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to six-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Happy Gal is in front, late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on Saratoga Live on FS1, regional networks out in Southern California. Program brought to you in part by the champion sprinter Run Happy. Never lost while sprinting in his career. Now standing in legendary stall #1 at Claiborne Farm. Pretty good sprinter right here, too.
Oh,
Jackie's Warrior.
Look at
the
him.
The best in the game, Steve Asmussen, already starting to get emotional right now, knowing likely just 2 more starts in his career before he heads off to stud. Today's Forego Breeders' Cup Sprint, and then he'll start his career as a stallion at stud. He has just been incredible history-making. We'll get to that in a moment. Back to the Ballston Spa technical analysis. Gate-to-wire win under Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, got to make the lead the right way and needed every bit of that. The last part is Fluffy Socks put in a big run, even though she didn't look that comfortable early on.
Yeah, technical analysis had nothing left to give either, right? If Fluffy Socks had a couple more strides, I think she might have gotten there.
We showed you that poor beginning, too. Could have been costly. 5-4-1. In the Ballston Spa to kick off this pick 4. Klarovich Stables, winning owners, having a terrific Saratoga, as usual. What we expect from these connections. And we're going to be on the main track again coming up in a moment with the Grade 1 Forego, the race that last year was maybe the most watched stretch drive that we saw all year long with that biting incident, the savaging between Yaupan and Forense Fire.
Yeah, you'll never see anything like that again. You'll see horses try to savage another horse, but it's usually a stride, maybe 2. He did it for about 8 or 10 strides. He was insistent on getting a hold of Yaupan.
I was here for that. I was down below watching. I couldn't believe it. And, I mean, he had the rein in his mouth. It was crazy.
Incredible.
See what happens this year. We don't expect anyone probably to be even close to Jackie's Warrior for that to be an issue this year. He's that good. And last year's Forego, here it is. One more look. This savaging incident that was the talk of the track.
Well, and on the outside here.
Yeah, what's amazing, Michelle, is how he doesn't lose his footing. He could have easily tripped himself. He was insistent on getting over. At one point, he had the head stall in his mouth. The Alpine's like, whoa, dude, what are we doing here? I'm just trying to run. And the fact that he was athletic enough to keep his stride, he cost himself probably the race.
I mean, he did, but if he had won and that had happened, for sure he would have been taken down, right?
Oh, he would have had to come down.
So, if you're Ricardo Santana Jr. on Yaupan, wouldn't you want to pull that hand back a little bit?
Yes.
You know what, though? Both him and Yaupan keeping their composure and keeping their focus under basically a steady assault.
Yeah.
I mean, that was an attack.
So the interesting thing about that is Forense Fire had actually been the recipient of a situation like that where he had been the bitten rather than the bitee. So he might have learned something from there.
It's been immortalized in a painting. I'm going to absolutely get a few there before I leave for the summer. We've already picked out a couple for the house.
No, that's fantastic. What a great
I
piece
like that one.
But you do learn, like, that if you've been the recipient of the first punch, to throw the first punch, right? That's what he said. He said, I'm not waiting for this guy to grab me. I'm going to grab him first.
Right.
We'll get to this year's edition of the Forego in just a moment. First, let's head back to Maggie with more on the Ballston Spa.
Technical analysis running to her 1-5 favoritism, and pleased to be joined by owner Seth Klarman. And Seth, she got to do what she likes to do, and that's be forward and run her race, and she just proved her class.
Yeah, she's a wonderful filly. She likes this track especially, and she ran a great race. So.
Do you think, going back to the Grade 1 Diana, that maybe she was taken out of her element a bit more, that she didn't get to be as forward as she likes to be?
I think an Italian has a lot of natural speed. I think we were reluctant to go too hard for the lead in that race. And she also ran her best race ever, speed figure-wise. So she can. I think she's versatile. I think she can come from a little out of it, or she can go right to the lead.
Grade 1 company again?
Chad makes all those calls, but if we can.
That's what makes you a great owner, is you let him make the calls. Well, he made the call to be aggressive with Accretive, who we'll see in the H. Allen Jerkins, a Grade 1 for the 3-year-olds. Obviously, Chad has a horse to beat in Jack Christopher, but he obviously thinks highly of this young son of Practical Joke.
Yeah, Accretive's really nice. The race may have some pace in it, so Accretive has kind of an off-the-pace style, and it may set up a little bit, but Jack Christopher's formidable, so we'll see.
Wishing you the best of luck. Nice way to kick off the day, though.
Thank you so much. It sure is. Now we can have lunch.
Yes, go eat. The stomach will be settled. I know how that goes, Seth. You're very welcome. As technical analysis runs to the 1-5 backing, Greg, that she received for this Grade 2 Ballston Spa victory.
A lot of big wins for Seth Klarman's Klarovich Stables. He still has early voting to come. The Preakness winner in the Run Happy Travers. Search results, a major player now in that Distaff division. Some big names on that list. Michelle, it was fun. It was too short.
I know. You guys need to wake up earlier. We started at 11:30 today, boys.
We're going to see a lot more of Michelle Yu reporting throughout the rest of the afternoon. We're going to be joined by Paula Duca after a short timeout. We got a lot more coming up, including Jackie's Warrior in the Grade 1 Forego next. And the story behind the scenes of Cyberknife, major contender for the Travers, and his exercise rider has been a key to getting him be his best. Stay with us.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratner and takes the lead.
Back with you on Run Happy Travers Saturday here at historic Saratoga Racecourse. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all. Go to NYRABets.com. You can download that NYRABets app and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Behind every great barn in racing, there's a team behind the scenes working tirelessly to get you to the top. For two-time reigning Eclipse Award-winning trainer Brad Cox, part of that team is exercise rider Katie Tolbert. As Maggie Wolfendale explains, her bond that she has developed with Cyberknife has helped turn this horse into a major contender in the Travers.
I'm from a very small town in upstate South Carolina. My parents were an engineer and a nurse, so there wasn't a whole lot of horse things to be had.
Katie Tolbert is certainly making up for any lost time around horses. After graduating Clemson University with a degree in animal science and equine business, Tolbert began riding racehorses at Juddmonte Farm when she was 22. Her association with Juddmonte led her to her first racetrack job with the late Hall of Famer Bobby Frankel in 2009. 13 years later, Tolbert has a chance to be the regular exercise rider of back-to-back Travers winners for trainer Brad Cox.
It is Essential Quality, and Midnight Bourbon, Essential Quality, has won the Run Happy Travers.
He was just wonderful. He was amazing. I mean, he had some quirks, but he was really easy to ride. He was easy on himself. He was just beautiful, and we had a lot of fun with him last summer.
While Essential Quality was on his way to a championship season last August, an unraised and unruly 2-year-old named Cyberknife arrived in Cox's Saratoga barn.
I don't think anybody else really wanted to ride him, so I decided, oh, maybe I can try to be friends with him.
She's done a tremendous job with him. She didn't get on him last year, but once he went to the fairgrounds this winter, she became his regular rider, and that carried over to the Arkansas Derby and went to Oaklawn with him and everything. So, you know, she has a bond with him.
So I feed him peppermints, and I go and snuggle with him in his stall, and he's very kind, like in his stall. He's not a nasty horse. He's just really, really rambunctious sometimes. Maybe the reason that I get along with him is I have a lot of patience. It's not going to help get mad at him. So you just sort of have to figure out your boundaries of you have to do this, but we can kind of work with the rest and slowly get to where we want to go.
It's huge. I mean, there's a lot of things that we're able to do with him now and preparing for training and his day-to-day activity that we were not able to do last year. Obviously, he has a lot of confidence in her, and she has confidence in riding him, so that's probably the biggest key there is the confidence that she gives him and that he gives her. So it's worked out really well.
A lot of us girls, and probably guys, get attached to them. And I love all animals. I'm crazy about my dogs and my cat and the horses. And even if I weren't into racing, I still love horses. But it's so exciting and it's so rewarding to see the progress and to, like, you know, have those big moments winning the big races.
Cyberknife just in front, and Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell.
He's so athletic. He's so talented. He's such a nice mover. Like, he's mentally kind of catching up with his physical abilities, but he feels so strong and sound, and he's got a huge stride. And I have total confidence that he can win. So hopefully we get lucky.
Joining us on set, Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. Good to have you here, Paulie. We got some big ones to talk about in a moment. Let's go back to that piece, though. It takes a full team to do everything. And a lot of these names you don't hear about are a big part of the process.
Yeah, and especially when you get a high energy kind of colt like Cyberknife, who can be a little difficult, to get a rider that has confidence and trust in the horse, and that instills the same trust back from the horse to the rider. And instead of getting upset when a horse does something like rear up, and we saw how high he can get up in the air and act up a bit, they realize it's more that they're feeling good. They're not being malicious, and the rider's not afraid of them. And to build that trust makes a horse a better horse. And we've seen this with Cyberknife. He's really come on, matured mentally. Obviously, physically, he's always been gifted. I think you see the best of Cyberknife today.
Track record time, Paulie, and that Haskell win. What do you think of his chances today?
I think he's got a big shot, and I think his story and that story applies to all sports. It really does, because sometimes a certain person will give you confidence, and Mike Scioscia handed me a catcher's mitt and said, here you go, and I hated it. And next thing you know, I started going up to the ranks. So Mike Scioscia was her to Cyberknife for me to him, because he gave me the confidence to say, hey, you can play in the big leagues at this position. It just takes one person to believe in you, and sometimes horses can sense that. And I'm sure Cyberknife goes to bed making sure that she's okay as well.
Mentally, he's been trying to put it all together. He's always had that talent. But Brad Cox's trainer says, yeah, mentally it's been a process. Showed the Haskell, though, he's starting to put it all together. As we get set for the Grade 1 Forego, this horse has always had it all together. There's the winningest trainer in North American history with his star sprinter, Steve Asmussen, a Jockey's Warrior, the reigning champion sprinter. His Saratoga Swan Song coming up in the Grade 1 Forego when we come back.
Now 9 to bid. He took it out of 9 now. Made 2 million 50. Last call. He took it out of 50. He took it out of 50. He took a ball down and a half. Bruce, $2 million even. Thank you.
Who are you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law, tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
They come together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
McLean's music, I mean, faster than horses are built to go.
Into the turn they go, and McLean's music has the advantage.
I mean, he is. It's just plain and simple.
And now it's McLean's music finding more, and McLean's music opening up through the lane. 4, 5, going to be 6 by the time he hits the wire. Very, very impressive out debut here by McLean's music.
You know, 1 start and 114 Beyer.
Unofficial result, winner number 6, McLean's music.
Unfortunately, an injury would end the racing career of McLean's music after just one breathtaking race.
Easy to define. He's just faster than all other horses. His mother, Horse Music, was same way. Stone Street and their unbelievable record of not risking anything. And then, you know, John Sakura stepping up and giving him the stallion opportunity that he deserved. Could not possibly give people more credit than how they've handled the horse and what they've accomplished with him.
McLean's music just it means so much to me. It's the first horse I did with Barbara Banke. I always say about soundness, you know, if a horse has an unfortunate injury, then I don't think that reflects soundness or unsoundness. You know, it can be. Somebody can pull out of nowhere and hit your car. Doesn't make you a bad driver. Remarkable horse, did it on his own. Very proud of him.
Fortunately, a decade later, McLean's music's progeny, like Jackie's Warrior, is exhibiting that same brilliance he showed on the track.
We have Jackie's Warrior because he was a son of McLean's music, and knowing that brilliance was there and trying to get a chance to do it again.
And Jockey's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season. Returning now is number 4, Jockey's Warrior, a 4-year-old bay colt by McLean's Music.
And so nice to have Hillendale as sponsors of the Saratoga Live as they do stand McLean's Music, who has sired. And he was talking about longevity. Well, that's what we're seeing here with Jockey's Warrior. And though this is his Saratoga Swan Song, a racetrack that he has had great success at over the years, and he is looking for yet another graded stakes victory here in this Grade 1 Forego, as he looks sensational, as he always does, and he's a cool customer. Yet again here, I have nothing but wonderful things to say, and I know that Mark Toothaker over at Spendthrift are looking forward to getting him to the farm to stand at stud. But Cody's Wish, son of Curlin, turns back to the 7 furlongs here today. I like his last race. He comes in here off of an ungraded stakes down at Churchill. He contested the pace while 3 wide. A horse that came from far back challenged him down the lane, and he fought back every step of the way. Now, physically, I'm not in love with the turn back, but it's only a furlong, so I'm not going to be too particular about that. He looks fabulous. What a horse that has filled out what is already a wonderful, scopy, athletic frame. He's second in line to Jockey as far as the way he looks here. I thought number 6 Pipeline was a little bit intriguing turning back too. Built a little bit more shorter coupled, and furthermore going the 9 furlongs off the little break in the Monmouth Cup last time. Wanted to get keen and just do a little too much going the 9. So that's going to assuage that, cutting back to the 7 furlongs. He's grown up nicely too here, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Here comes our post parade, and here is Baby Yoda, who, of course, last summer here at Saratoga put in a jaw-dropping performance.
114 buyer fee that day. He is undefeated in Saratoga, just like Jockey's Warrior.
Drafted 40-1 on a horse who has a lot of ability.
He's 8 now. He's getting a little long in the tooth, but he's got $1 million in his bank.
Here he is, the best sprinter in our sport, Jockey's Warrior.
The champ, actually dropping 3 pounds off a nice win in the Vanderbilt. Going to be tough.
Final start at Saratoga of his career coming up. 3-2 zone, Ray Handel, Dylan Davis.
It just shows you how great Jockey's Warrior is. 3-2 zone is no slouch. It's been no worse than second in the last 3 starts. You're getting 32-1.
Graded stakes winner Cody's Wish, named for young Cody Dorman.
5 for 9, horse that's got a lot of ability as well.
There's Pipeline, who was just second to Highly Motivated in a Grade 3 at Monmouth.
I'm kind of with May. I think this horse is very interesting because this horse got the better of Cody's Wish last year, now getting started in his 4-year-old campaign.
And knee deep in snow, he chased Jockey's Warrior in the Vanderbilt. He was 2 lengths behind him. Now he's 19-1.
Yeah, second best that day. Jockey's Warrior won with something left, knee deep in snow. Just hang around here a few more months. You'll know about knee deep in snow.
So all the history of this racetrack, dating back to 1863, no horse ever had won a Grade 1 in 3 consecutive years until the Vanderbilt on July 30th, when this horse right here did it. And he did it, Mig, as easy as you could imagine.
Yeah, and I just love that he was able to kind of ease back out of any kind of a speed duel. Joel lets him break, but when someone else is intent on it, he just kind of says, okay, let me sit cool, give my horse a chance. And one thing we've noticed with Joel, he always wants to put him in the clear. He lets his horse clear him, and then immediately he goes to the outside. Now, I went by the jockey's room early this morning, and I went to talk to Joel and asked him about why he always puts him out so wide. I said, not only do you get him to the outside, but then you're usually in the 5 or 6 path. He keeps him closer towards the middle of the track. And he said he's got such a big, long stride that he just never wants to put him in a position where anything inhibits his stride. He said, I'd rather lose ground and be wide and have him get so comfortable and use that big stride, which isn't typical of a sprinter. Look how easily he goes fast, and look how much wider he keeps him away from all the other horses. And that's just so that nothing gets in his way. But the fact that he can do this, Paul, ease back off a horse, makes him doubly dangerous because he has natural speed, but if somebody goes crazy, he can stalk also.
he's just a rare horse where you can just push the button and he's like a car. He can just go as fast as he wants to go. He can shut it down whatever he wants. And you know, his last race, in that race, that's the first time actually he didn't get to the front end by himself. He had to actually pull back, and Rainey just went around that horse very, very easily. But look at that resume here at Saratoga.
Looking for a 6th graded stakes win. Just incredible. And a 4th grade 1. This is going to be his final start here, then the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and then he's off to stud. Horses like this do not come around very often. And in this race today, specifically, Mig, he sent off a horse who rushed to the front early. No one looks like they can stay with him early at all in here.
I mean, even if somebody goes crazy, you know, he can be comfortable laying second. But if he wins today, that'll be his 6th stakes win in Saratoga, tying 4-star Dave in the modern era for most stakes wins in Saratoga at 6. Dave did it over 8 years. He's done it over 3 years. Dave also had the luxury of running in some restricted races against New York breds, where this horse is done at the top level.
And graded stakes, all for Jackie's Warrior. Special talent who still, look, has some unfinished business. He did not win the Breeders' Cup Sprint last year, even though he was named champion sprinter. That obviously is the goal for him at Keeneland at the end of the year.
By the way, I just want to make everybody sure there is show betting in this race. 173,000 of the 251,000 is the show on Jackie's Warrior. So if he runs off the board, which is probably unlikely, there's going to be a lot of big show prices.
Now back to Cody's Wish, the 5-horse in here. There he is, Godolphin runner, part of Keeneland's Make-A-Wish Day in the fall of 2018. Cody Dorman met this horse in a wheelchair there. He was born with a rare genetic disorder, Wolff-Hirschhorn syndrome. He's gone through about 40 or 50 surgeries by his father's own estimation. And when he went to the farm to meet a horse, they didn't think any horse would get close to him. This horse actually came and put his head in his lap. And as a result of that, they developed this special bond. And when it came time to name him, they said, well, we got to name him Cody's Wish now. And they thought he could be a special horse because of how gentle he was with Cody Dorman, who lives out in Richmond, Kentucky. And he's put together a pretty nice resume.
Really nice horse. I mean, he's going to have to move it forward to handle the likes of Jackie's Warrior, but it's a great story, and it just shows you how in tune horses are to the human element to people.
Yeah, the storylines in horse racing sometimes get missed, but that's the one thing I love about working with our crew. They don't get missed here.
Cody's Wish going to be tackling Jackie's Warrior for the first time in his career. He's 11-1 on the board. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
I mean, guys, if those pictures of Cody's Wish and Cody Norman don't melt your heart, you must be a stone cold person, because I just, you know, you can't help but get choked up when you see things like that. And my uncle seems to be a theme here on this show today, as he actually gallops Cody's Wish, and he has just told me so many times what a nice, classy horse he is, and just so kind in every regard around the barn, which you could see with his groom, who is one of Bill's longtime female grooms, and he's just hanging out with her, and she's stroking his nose. And it would be nice, it would be a good story if he won, but he's got to get around Jackie's Warrior, and I don't see that happening, as you all well know that Jackie is near and dear to my heart. As I do want to talk about Bill's other horse in here, Baby Yoda. Baby Yoda has had several different riders on, and last time he emphatically won with Joel Rosario aboard. I was actually on the track that day and noted that it was good that Joel took him away from the pony and gave him a nice solo warm-up, because when he has gotten big warm-ups, he leaves the gate running. Now he has the inside post, and Jose Ortiz has not done much with him. Maybe that's what they want. Maybe they want him to sit back, but his better races have come when he's more forwardly placed. I will say, though, this is one of the best times I've seen him move. A lot of times he takes a while to kind of move up behind and get everything going. Not today. He has been very fluid in his action, again speaking to the fact that this might be one of those rare horses that just improves when they come up here to the Spa. Bookending the field, we'll take a look at number 7, Knee Deep in Snow. I love the name for this horse. I've always loved the name for this horse, because if you check out his legs, unfortunately he's behind the hedge there, but the white comes up to his knees. So I thought it's very clever in the way that they named him for this son of Flat Out. Last time when he showed up for the Vanderbilt, he was full of himself. He was barging around the paddock, just really on the muscle, got revved up once they got the tack on. And he actually ran a race that I wasn't expecting for the fact that he did it from off the pace. I thought with how sharp he was acting, he'd be more forward, but yet he came with this late run, and I know Jockey was being eased up, so it's not, it may be an illusion to an untrained eye, but he really wasn't getting to Jockey. It was just Jockey being eased up. But he ran well in respect. Today, a lot more quiet, though, Greg, so we'll see if that has any bearing on how he performs today. But again, a generous price at 18-1 as a runner-up to Jockey's Warrior last time out.
We should mention, too, look, he's 1-9 right now with good reason. Jockey's Warrior, not just the history he's made, how special he's been as a talent. He's waiting to really even just find some competition this year. He's been so good.
Well, I don't think that the winning is the whole story. I think the way he's winning is the story. He always is winning with something left. It just looks like that he's out for an afternoon gallop, and Joel rides him with such confidence. He doesn't make more use of him than necessary.
No, it's true. And he's just so wickedly fast. And you made a good point in here, Greg. There's not a ton of speed. I looked to the 6 in here, Pipeline, at 15-1, and I know a lot of people are going, you know, this is cold 3-5. I beg to differ at times. I think the 6 got a big shot here to maybe hit the exacta. This is a horse that was running very, very well as a 3-year-old, came back as a 4-year-old, jogged. Last time out in the Monmouth Cup, I thought ran really well, but has had a little bit lighter races than we've seen from Cody's Wish. So I think the 6 can improve. So I would go 3-6 here.
Don't forget, look, most of us just trying to figure out underneath Jockey's Warrior. But Baby Yoda, he's 3 for 3 at Saratoga.
Yeah,
that jaw-dropping performance last year. Wasn't expected to win last start either. Ran a 98 buyer. He does like it here. He's shown an affinity for this racetrack. But this race all about the champion, Jockey's Warrior, from Post 3, his finale at Saratoga before he moves on to the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Joel Rosario aboard. It's the Grade 1 Forego. Let's go upstairs to John Embrial.
And they're all in the gate. And they're off. And it was a good beginning for Jockey's Warrior. He's up close on the outside. Pipeline is right there as they leave the chute, go on to the main track now. And it is Jockey's Warrior and Pipeline right together. Baby Yoda is down at the rail and racing in third. Knee deep in snow. And 3-2 Zone are right together, fourth and fifth. It's 3 lengths. Back to Cody's Wish, and trailing the field is the gray Drafted. It is Jockey's Warrior down at the rail, leading here by a neck. Pipeline on the outside in second. The opening quarter mile was run in 22 and 3/5 seconds. Then it's the trio of Baby Yoda, Knee Deep in Snow, and 3-2 Zone. Farther back, Cody's Wish and Drafted as the field heads for the far turn, heads for the top of the stretch with Jockey's Warrior on the inside and Pipeline on the outside, and the two of them are right together through a half mile in 45 seconds. And then 3-2 Zone racing in third. Baby Yoda is fourth. Now they come into the stretch, and Jockey's Warrior is being asked for more here by Joel Rosario. Pipeline is on the outside. It is Pipeline and Jockey's Warrior, and putting in a late run here is Cody's Wish on the outside. Jockey's Warrior tested here today. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Forego. Cody's Wish from off the pace wins the Grade 1 Forego. Jockey's Warrior was second, and Pipeline finished third, and the final time was 1 minute 20 and 4/5 seconds.
2 ticks off the track record, and the graveyard of favorites claims another victim here. One of the biggest upsets we have seen since the Triple Crown champ American Pharoah was beaten the Travers by Keen Ice.
I had a funny feeling, Mig. I knew Pipeline was going to come out firing, and he took the starch right out of Jockey's Warrior, and they went 108 and change. This racetrack, I get it, it's tightened up a little bit, but you know how fast 108 and changes over this racetrack is right now?
particularly after the first quarter in 22 and nearly 4/5 seconds. It really heated up from there. Watch Jackie's Warrior bobble just a little bit leaving the gate. He's still got his position going forward. It really didn't cost him anything, but watch his head just dips a little bit. Kind of gets up. Now he gets comfortable, but you could see Joel Rosario's letting the reins kind of pop him on the neck, and he's allowing him to run. And Pipeline, particularly after that first quarter, applied a lot of pressure. The race picked up from the 5 furlong pole out.
Into the stretch here, it looked like Pipeline, first of all, had done his work to soften Jackie's Warrior up a little bit. We just always expect to see more finish from Jackie. Here he starts to pull away, but Cody's Wish, he was rolling down the stretch.
Yeah, you got to give him credit. Now 4 out of 5. Well, she's 7 out of 8 now, 6 out of 7, and just missed by a neck. And this is a serious racehorse now. Only 10 lifetime starts for this son of Curlin. Give Junior Alvarado credit, Bill Mott credit. They beat a really, really nice horse.
Huge upset in the Grade 1 Forego. The great Jackie's Warrior, the reigning champion, defeated at 1-9. That's it for our FS1 coverage for now. We're going to head over to FS2 in just moments. So switch over there to watch continuing live coverage of Run Happy Travers Saturday. Welcome to those just joining us on our FS2 coverage of Saratoga Live here at the premier meet in the country on Run Happy Travers Saturday afternoon. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Packed house on hand at this iconic racetrack for the signature race of the meet. Greg Wolf alongside champion jockey Richard Migliori, Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, and the big one to come later today on our Big Fox coverage of that Run Happy Travers. Whoever wins this race is going to take over leadership of this 3-year-old division.
Yeah, the Run Happy Travers, always an important race on the calendar to, distinguish the best 3-year-old. But this year, even more important, you have the first 3 finishers from the Kentucky Derby. You have your Preakness Stakes winner in early voting, and then throw in a Haskell winner as well in Cyberknife. This is about who's going to come out at the end of the day carrying the crown. Who's the best 3-year-old?
You make a great point. I said this earlier. There's like 3 or 4 horses that if they win this race, they go to the top of the division. What happens if Rich Strike wins this race? Horse that won the Derby and the Travers, pretty good resume. Cyberknife probably puts him on top if he wins. Epicenter, obviously he's already on top, puts him on top. Now if early voting comes back and wins, now he's got to Preakness in. I mean, it would just put everything. So there's 3 horses in this race. Even Rich Strike, again, let me repeat this. If Rich Strike wins this race, he's still in the running for 3-year-old honors.
Well, we just saw, for those who were not with us, one of the biggest upsets this racetrack has seen probably since 2015 when the Triple Crown champ American Pharoah got beat in the Travers by Keen Ice. The great Jackie's Warrior, without question the best sprinter in our sport right now, the reigning champion, just beat it 1-9.
Well, they heated up in the middle. Pipeline took it to them. They went the first quarter in 22-3, almost 22-4, 45 flat, basically 108 and change, and he was fresh to be picked off by Cody's Wish, who, once he got out of the kickback, leveled off under Junior Alvarado and got it done.
Anything Joel Rosario could have done differently when he saw with that pressure was there from Pipeline?
I don't think so. I think he used this horse just enough to maintain the lead. He set him down late inside the 8th bowl. He actually went to the crop, which we haven't seen him do with Jackie's Warrior. Yeah. He kind of knew that he felt somebody coming. I got to go all the way to the bottom of him. Just couldn't hold off Cody's Wish.
Yeah. I know one person who had Cody's Wish, young Cody Dorman out in Richmond, Kentucky. Let's go to Maggie for more.
What a tremendous story, and so pleased to be joined by Michael Banahan of Godolphin US. And Michael, talk about this horse from being a foal and that special bond that he formed with Cody Dorman.
Absolutely. It's the most wonderful story in the world, and Cody has been a part of this horse's life all the way through. And for him to win all these races and come here and win a Grade 1 race today is absolutely fantastic. And this morning, Cody Dorman, that is, he always sends through his prediction of how the horse will do, and he said he was going to win today, and we were saying, oh great, we couldn't wait for that prediction to come true, and for him to actually win the race, it's a super story, it's fantastic. And Bill and his crew have done such a great job with this horse and building him up all the way through those races at Churchill Down, go those one-turn miles, and that's the first time he's ran 7/8, and to win that today in the Forego, beating an absolute champion in Jackie's Warrior, was a special, special result for us.
It really was. And Michael, this horse, do you think about the Breeders' Cup Sprint? Do you think about the Dirt Mile? I know I might be getting ahead of myself, but what a performance today.
Absolutely. Well, in our mind, we were thinking Breeders' Cup Mile was what we were thinking about. He's a one-turn mile specialist, and that's what we were sort of looking at initially. But this sort of opened up some more options maybe as well, but we really think that he's a one-turn mile horse, so probably the mile.
Well, enjoy this victory. It was really special and so nice to share with the human Cody as well.
Yeah, thanks very much, Maggie.
All right, Michael Banahan from Godolphin, U.S. And guys, if there's anybody that beats Jackie's Warrior, Cody's Wish can certainly do so.
Feel good story, no question. You can't help but root for this runner. And young Cody Dorman, this horse has been so special to him, his family, and, you know, Speaker's Corner was thinking about this spot. Decided to go out west. Instead, he's running later today out at Del Mar because he didn't want to face this horse.
It's crazy. You know, because Speaker's Corner had to deal with Flightline and Life is Good, poor Speaker's Corner. And the way Cody's wrist ran today, I don't know if he would want to deal with them as well. But it reminded me kind of a bit of the American Pharoah. It was almost like Pipeline was frosted, and Cody's Wish was Keen Ice. Pipeline got the assist a little bit, but you got to give Cody's Wish credit. This horse is 6 for 10 lifetime and never been off the board. I mean, he's a nice horse.
He got very quiet here after that upset,
right?
didn't he?
Yeah, but you know what? You saw a major performance from the winner, Cody's Wish. We shouldn't belittle that at all, right?
At all.
He beat the champion, and Jackie's Warrior ran big. He got run down.
Here's the other part about it is, I understand Jackie's Warrior is going to stud. Cody's Wish's mama dance card was a straight runner, so he's got a pedigree that can send him to stud as well.
Big one still to come in this 3-year-old division, the Midsummer Derby. It's our ABR Race of the Week. Run Happy Travers. As we mentioned just a moment ago, not just this prestigious win and the hardware that comes with it, but leadership of this division likely as well with a win. As we take a look at the current odds, and look at the price on Rich Strike right now. 80-1 in the Kentucky Derby. He is 4-1 right now. That's probably going to be the biggest surprise, I would think.
Wow.
So let's take a look at the field. Here's the only multiple Grade 1 winner in this 3-year-old class, Cyberknife.
Cyberknife has really come to hand. He's maturing mentally. Florent Drew's figured out how to ride him, get the best out of him for a horse that waits on competition when he hits the front. He likes to run inside, and he gets post one.
Got that meltdown pace. He was 80-1. Paulie, is Rich Strike a one-hit wonder?
We'll see. Hopefully he's just like Daddy, and he loves it up here. Keen Ice pulled one of the biggest upsets, obviously. We just mentioned it over American Pharoah. Can his son do it again today? He's not going to be a long shot, as we see he's 4-1, but I hope he shows up today and gives a good fight.
Here's the Iowa bred, who's put together back-to-back wins, going longer for Kelly Von Hemo, 8 Life Grand.
And a horse that can be forwardly placed. Who knows? Maybe he winds up on the lead here, particularly off that 45-4 workout over the Saratoga. I was going to say Belmont. Saratoga main track.
And he showed sprint speed in the past as well in the afternoon. Here's Gilded Age, distant second to Artorias in the Curlin.
Yeah, I thought he ran okay for Belmont. He's going to be the longest shot on the board. This colt by Medaglia improved immensely the last 5 starts with blinkers, but he's really going to have to improve to beat this bunch.
Artorias, son of, outside of Damascus, the most impressive winner probably in Travers history, irrigates 13.5 length win.
Yeah, his sire, fastest mile and a quarter ever run here at Saratoga. Artorias was very impressive in the Curlin. Loved the way he finished. Legs still up underneath him, mile and a quarter. Should be well within his scope.
Tough spot for the 4th start of your career. First graded stake attempt as well. The most consistent 3-year-old, and right now, probably the leader of the division, Paul.
You just read my notes. He is the most consistent horse. I mean, he brings his A game every time. Every time around 2 turns, he has not missed the exacta. He is right now the alpha when it comes to the 3-year-old division. We'll see if he really becomes the alpha at the end of the day.
The Preakness winner, early voting, his trainer said, look, he likes a target. Problem is, Mig, he might be the fastest horse in the race.
Yeah, I don't think you can take anything away that comes easy. Maybe he gets a target here, maybe he doesn't, but I think that he should improve off the last effort. He just looked to me like a tired horse in the stretch in the Jim Dandy.
And his stablemate, Zandon, he was 3rd in the Kentucky Derby. Looked like he was going to roll right on by Epicenter. Looked like he might do that again in the Jim Dandy. Just didn't happen.
He sort of went into a grind in the Jim Dandy, and then, you know, the interviews that we've seen with Flavien Prat, I think Flavien was even upset. He's like, you know, I really didn't love my position in the Jim Dandy. I think today, Gregor, he's going to drop back and make one run. I think the horse is probably better that way. I think he has more kick.
Horse, he works solo for Chad Brown, working sensational again. But I would take a horse who may be a little frustrating because he seems like he has so much ability, and he has a great resume. Yeah, look, but he just hasn't had that signature. He's a Grade 1 winner, but...
Well, I mean, listen, his bluegrass was tremendous. He looked like a broken field runner the way he knifed his way through that field. Yeah. And it's interesting for a horse with more of a closing style that he has to work solo because he wants to be so aggressive, and he's a really good workhorse in the morning. But you go back to his 2-year-old race, his second start in the Remsen, beating a nose to eventual Belmont Stakes winner Mo Donegal. He laid up fairly close that day, and that was a big jump from a maiden race going 6 to a mile and 8.
Tough, though. I mean, he's had 2 chances to roll right by Epicenter, just has not been able to do it.
3 chances.
All 3, yeah.
He's gotten beaten by him 3 times, and sometimes you look at it, and I get what you're saying. Listen, he's a very nice horse. He really is. And he's kind of frustrated because he was the buzz horse, like you said, going into the Derby. He works unbelievable. He's one of those guys that can go to the ballpark at 4 o'clock and hit 78 home runs, and then when the game starts, he'll hit you like 7 home runs. He's still pretty good, but he's not the guy that you see in the morning.
What colors will that canoe be painted? After today's Run Happy Travers, we're going to have the story about that canoe as well a little bit later on. A lot of myth and legend about it. You can play it all, including the Travers, with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started. Join now and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Spot 25 gets you $25 free bet on Run Happy Travers Saturday afternoon. We're going to take a timeout. Is it finally time for Steve Asmussen to get one of the big wins, missing on a resume that not too far from now is going to have 10,000 career wins on it? He would love to get this signature victory with Winchell Thoroughbreds, who he's had that long relationship with. Can Epicenter deliver later today? We'll be back.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Domestic spending to take the lead and win Ocean Road. State of Rest to win it here by a length. And in Italian here at Saratoga wins the Diana in front-running fashion.
Back on Saratoga Live with our continuing coverage. Run Happy Travers Saturday. It's presented by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. He's the winningest trainer in North America all time in our sport. Very soon, he's going to have an astonishing 10,000 career victories. For all those wins, though, there are two glaring omissions. One looked like the first Saturday in May might finally come to an end, and then an 80-1 shot happened. The other omission, there's a chance to end that later today in the Run Happy Travers. He has the horse to do it with Epicenter, the favorite to come.
Last summer in Saratoga, Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen became North America's all-time leading trainer. But for all those wins, all his accomplishments, two races have eluded him: the Kentucky Derby and the Travers. And this spring at Churchill Downs, he was so close.
Epicenter and Sandon, these two, stride for stride, simplification down the outside of Stakes. They're coming down to the wire. Epicenter, Sandon, reach strike is coming up on the inside. Oh my goodness!
Disappointed with the second place finish in this year's Kentucky Derby and Preakness with Epicenter. The Travers gives him another opportunity to put himself at the forefront of a very good three-year-old division.
And Epicenter gives Asmussen another opportunity to earn one of those trophies, still missing from his case.
He's trained really well since he's been up here at Saratoga. Epicenter's approach, his consistency, you know, his appetite, his attitude. Obviously, we're very excited about how he ran in the Jim Dandy over the racetrack.
And Epicenter is coming on now. Here is Epicenter, and he's the center of attention now. Epicenter comes from off the pace to win the Jim Dandy Stakes.
It's there for the taking. You know, it's a very solid group. I think a very impressive lineup for this year's Travers. But we're very fortunate to have Epicenter to run in it and expect him to do well. We've been trying at it for a while. We were third with Pyro and third with Gun Runner also. And Midnight Bourbon, very valiant defeat last year with a second. But I think, you know, with Epicenter, another opportunity. You know, that's what makes horse racing. We're just very fortunate to have a very good chance in a great race. And it means so much. I'd like to help them paint the canoe.
We've said it earlier. Look, Epicenter has been the most consistent three-year-old to this point. He's yet to be a Grade 1 winner. He looked very good, though, in the Jim Dandy. It's going to be interesting to see what tactics are today.
Well, you know, it feels like they want him a little bit closer, but he just has lost a bit of his gate speed. He's just not as quick away from there, and Joel allows him to run up into his hands and get comfortable. But you got to really be impressed with this Jim Dandy, Paul, because it's a prep race. It's an important race in its own right, but it's still a prep to get you to the Travers. And this is what you want out of a prep, a race to build off of, not to tear a horse down from.
Just look at the other three jockeys on the inside. They're all going to their crop. They're all just begging for second. And Joel is hands and heels. He never even raised the crop at all. The ears go up. It might look like it was a length and a half, but that was dominating.
Yeah. Much, much easier than the margin would suggest. 5 wins, 3 seconds, including runner-up in the Derby and Preakness for Epicenter in his 9 starts.
Yeah, and listen, he was unlucky, you know, particularly in the Preakness. Joel wrote him how he had to ride him in the Kentucky Derby. You're on the favorite. Yes, it was a fast pace. Maybe you moved a little bit early, but you got to take advantage of the situation. Yeah. When there's opportunity to go forward in a big field, you go forward. And then he just got picked up by Rich Strike, who laid back in the weeds. Now, the Preakness, yeah, I'm sure they would have liked to have been a lot closer. I think Joel gave him a great ride after he kind of slipped behind early and didn't get forward position.
Yeah, it was one of those situations where Joel, the horse sort of lost footing at the start. The horse got cut off by Happy Jack. He got put behind the 8-ball. But if you go back and you look at that ride, Joel gave Epicenter one of the most flawless rides after that trouble and saved all the ground on the rail and tried to run up to close to early voting, but it was just too late at that time. But he showed a lot of courage, did Epicenter, throughout that whole race.
It'll be fascinating. He's going to be the horse to beat in this edition, and one you know that Steve Asmussen desperately wants, especially when he thought he had a Derby mid-stretch back on that first Saturday in May, and it was taken away from him.
The thing that makes Epicenter so special, all these other horses have a certain style. He's got like 3 different styles. He can do a lot of different things, so he can put himself wherever he wants to put himself.
Race 6 next will be on the main track, 7/8 of a mile, 50,000 starter allowance. That's Life Changer. And Joel Rosario, who rides Epicenter, will be aboard this horse here. As cool a customer as you will find in this sport. Got some big mounts ahead of him, including the favorite and the run-happy Travers with Epicenter to come. We'll be back. Stay with us.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential Quality has won.
in the Belmont,
Essential Quality has won the Ballston Stakes.
well named.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September yearling sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners and champions across the field.
Jose Ortiz, life is good. Next go, superstar.
Go to the back. Good luck.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on Saratoga Live, trip to Broadway downtown, a must after a day at the racetrack here in Saratoga Springs. And the scene on Broadway just as wild as it is in the evening as it is here in the track in the afternoon. We got the Pick 6 coming up next. 7/8 of a mile on the main track. $50,000 starter allowance to come. And Paul LaDuca putting together a $25 free play, which you can earn by getting signed up with Naira Bets. Paul, how are you going to play it?
Well, I got the favorite here. I like Baltazar here and Manny Franco for Horacio De Paz. This is the son of Bodemeister. Last time he went 7 furlongs. He actually rated a tiny bit off the front end runner and was able to put that one away. You know, last time he got ridden, I thought with too much confidence because he sort of broke flat-footed, and then Manny tried to rate him. I think he is rateable, but he's got to break better today. But if he does break, he can take this field gate to wire. There's a lot of pace in this race, but I think he can finish at 7 furlongs.
So he's a 3-1 favorite. Manny Franco will ride. Horacio De Paz is a come-down champion's way. There's Joel Rosario. A lot of big mounts to come for the reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider, as we mentioned before we went to break. As race by race, things getting amped up a little bit. Already saw one of the biggest upsets we've seen in a long time. I don't even think Maracuja beating Malathot was close to what we just saw with Jackie's Warrior getting beat.
1-9. 1-9.
Huge upset.
And like, I like we were talking about, and there's the Will Page we show real quick. He beat him on the square. I mean, he beat him. He beat him.
Here's Must Be Love, Gustavo Rodriguez, Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, a horse that showed speed on a slow pace at Laurel, too, back. Looks like he probably would be outrun here early.
Here's Rosario riding for John Terranova on Life Changer.
Yeah, 3-back, won a 49-2, so was eligible for this condition and ran behind Baltazar. This horse is actually in very good form.
Some good races, but they came at Monmouth for jet speed. Will that translate here to New York?
You know, this horse is sharp, too. The last 2 races have been pretty good for Michelle Hemingway, and we've interviewed Michelle. She's very, very sharp.
Paul LaDuca's free play, Baltazar, 7-2.
Yeah, if he breaks cleanly, he should be involved early, and I think he's very formidable here.
Swift Tap ran a big number last start and did it on this track at 7/8.
A big run there, and he got hurted out badly late. There was an inquiry, no change, but he easily could have been placed first last time.
I thought a lot to like with Swift Tap. Here's Looney Sema at 7-2.
I think this is the other horse in here because there's so much speed in this race. This horse got in trouble out of the gate. You get Irad aboard, cut back in distance. This is going to be the horse that's going to be rolling home late.
Look at the 9 here at 16-1. Dr. Love, Dylan Clark with Jackie Davis.
Well, gets back to dirt after a failed turf experiment. Big win, but that was for 25-2 back. It's a lot tougher.
And Todd Pletcher has Tyler Gaffalione misbehaved, just coming off a maiden claiming victory. That was at Churchill.
I miss Austin Powers. This horse actually was giant with taking the blinkers off. Came from way downtown Churchill on July 1st.
Makes a nice appearance on the track, too.
I know.
Uh-oh. Pick 6 pool, over $500,000 and growing. Historic Belmont Fall Meet. It's going to be run at Aqueduct this year. Get ready for it with a Belmont at the Big A Bankroll Builder. Earn a $20 bonus for Belmont at the Big A today to qualify. Bet $50 to win on any one horse in the Sword Dancer today at Saratoga. And you score that $20 bonus. Whether you win or lose, you do have to opt in on the Naira Bets website. So good luck to everybody as we take a look at the reigning Eclipse Award winner, Joel Rosario. What's your mindset, Mig? You come off a race in which you run a 1-9 favorite. Everyone's expecting you to have a walkover win, and you get beat. Now you got to come right back.
You got to shake it off. You can't let it affect you the rest of the day. You've got more mounts. Immediately, you've got to get back in the zone. You got to, Paul, it's like you get up to bat, and in a pressure situation, you strike out.
Yeah.
Right? You've got to be able to put it behind you because you've got another at bat coming.
Short-term memory in, I always say baseball and in horse racing, it has to be engraved in you because you're going to fail 70% of the time. Now, if you fail 70% of the time, you're a Hall of Famer in baseball. You fail 70% of the time as a jockey, you're 30%. That's monstrous. So you can fail 82% of the time and be an 18% jockey, which is very, very good, as you see Joel's next 3 mounts, and he's got live mounts going forward. And nobody thought Jackie's Warrior was going to get beat, but Mig's right. Sometimes when you face a guy or somebody that you think, I got this guy, hey, he surprises you every once in a while, but you got to turn the page, because if you don't turn the page, the rest of the day is going to be a mess.
Easier said than done, but certainly Joel Rosario, if there's anyone that can do that, I mean, he's the guy that can do it.
He's got the greatest attitude. You would never know if he had just won the Grade 1 or he got beat on the favorite. He keeps the same attitude. You know, a guy that was very important to me when I was, coming around, Eddie Maple, Hall of Fame rider. And they called him Steady Eddie for a reason. He would always coach me, say, why do you get so high when you win and so low when you lose? You got to go out there and do it consistently every day. You've got to stay steady.
That's why Joel is the perfect guy. He's so even-keeled. He reminds me a tiny bit of a Derek Jeter. Never high, never too low, and that's why he's always succeeded, because he just got it done.
Who did you play with that most embodied that?
Not as much. I always say Sheffield, because Sheffield was a little bit more flashy. Joel's not as flashy. I would say Sean Green. Sean Green was a phenomenal player that was not a loud person in the jocks room or a loud person in the clubhouse, but he also had 49 home runs with 100 and some RBIs, so you led by example, you know what I mean?
Your pick, your free play, the 5, Baltazar, Manny Franco, Horatio DePaz, not the favorite any longer at 7-2 on the board.
No, not anymore. Listen, this is a tough field, and I thought, listen, let's go with a free play in a tougher field where you're going to get a decent price. Listen, the longest price is the 1 and the 9 and 20 to 1. Everybody else is under like 5 to 1 and 6 to 1. There's a lot of chances in here. I just think that the 5, after that last race, being hung out wide, he's going to get put more in the game today.
Pick 6 pool, 724,000 and growing. Michelle Yu back with us reporting. Let's check in with her now.
Thanks so much, Greg. If you guys follow along football on social media, you might know the gentleman next to me, Ian Rappaport, at Rap Sheet. Before we talk about football, because that's the most important thing, obviously, let's talk a little bit about horse racing. I know you've been to several big events this year. How's Saratoga treating you?
I love Saratoga. I mean, this is our second straight year here. We came with our 2 boys, Max and Jude, 7 and 9, came last year. They were all in. They were picking winners. They had a blast. We left them at home this time. I'm just here with my wife, Leah, but it's one of my favorite events. I mean, it's horse racing, which I love. It is a perfect venue. It's cool. It's rustic. It is historic. People are so chill. Like, this is a great, great place to watch a horse race.
What have your fans said about you dipping your toe into some equine action?
I mean, I think people get a kick out of it, you know. I mean, one thing about horse racing, though, is, like, it is, like, the basics of sports. It is true sports, right? It is racing. It's the psychology of it. You're watching some of the greatest athletes in the world, right? So if you're a football fan, if you're a baseball fan, whatever, you love horse racing because you're seeing, like, the most intense, high-stakes competition you could ever see. And that really, for, like, a football fan, for someone who loves sports, that's the coolest thing.
All right, I'm a football fan. I'm a Patriots fan specifically. Help, what have you heard? Why are they so sucky during preseason?
I don't know if that's, like, the exact perfect description. I would say this. Yes, did they look great last night? No, they didn't look great. Offense looked a little bit like a mess. Mac Jones struggled. Mind-boggling interception. They are going to be fine. The Patriots are always going to be fine. And I know this about Belichick. He uses the preseason, uses even the first couple weeks of the regular season as just a little bit of a test case to make sure he's good by, like, October. The Patriots will be fine. Don't you worry.
I got to read the room, too. How about the Bills? Is this a year for them?
Yeah, I mean, I would say this is the year for the Bills. I was actually up there visiting Buffalo a couple days ago. They look great. Like, someone asked me when I was there, like, you know, what do they need? I'm like, what do they need? I don't know if they need anything. I mean, quarterback's great. Defense is nasty, one of the best defenses in the NFL. Probably have a little better rushing attack this year, much more depth at receiver. Bills look great. And, you know, they almost went as far as you could go last year. 13 seconds left. It did not go as well as you wanted. They're in great, great position this year.
That's all they need is a Super Bowl ring. How about you? You got a pick for the Travers for us?
I've been going back and forth. Cyberknife did not do me well at the Derby. I know that was a tough result, but has run well since. So I would say Cyberknife is probably it for me. Artorias has been fast, but hasn't run a ton. That'd be kind of like a little wild card. I think it should be a great race. Probably, you know, as high-powered a Saratoga Travers race as you could imagine. I think it's going to be an awesome, awesome race today.
I appreciate you taking the time out.
All right, thanks for having me.
Ian Rappaport, you can follow him at Rap Sheet on all of your social media, guys.
Michelle, thank you. And even while he's here enjoying the racing, still breaking news.
Right? It's pretty awesome, giving you all the lowdown on everything. It's so many guys involved in racing. We see a lot of hockey players, hockey names involved. Personally, Mike Vrabel texts me every big day, the head coach of the Tennessee Titans, him and Wes Welker, they always want my picks for the big days. There's a lot of guys that are into horse racing, into football, and a lot of baseball guys. It's kind of strategy. We all like to try to figure out the puzzle, who's going to win the race. And it's, you know, these guys like strategy. They read schemes. So they kind of like this kind of stuff. Ian's been a supporter for a while.
I love the crossover that you get from other sports, you know, that have an interest in racing. And the only thing I'll say about football, I'm a New York fan. Now you can figure out from there which of the three I'm about.
Yeah.
My buddy Jesse Iglesias loves the Jets, so I always got to root for him. But
good luck.
Yeah, the crazy part is, yeah, like you said, the Buffalo Bills are actually the only team that actually plays in New York.
And isn't that that's you know, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, kind of interesting. Yeah.
He does a tremendous job. I hope he's enjoying his time. Looks like he is, certainly here at Saratoga. This pick six pool just about to eclipse 900,000. And, Paulie, in terms of the sequence,
well,
where were you going to narrow things down?
Listen, this race is tough. The next race, good luck. What do you want to do in the Allen Jerkins? Do you think Jack Christopher is going to get back to where he was, the Accretive, Actuator, the Gunite, and then the Sword Dancer? I like Gufo. is Aiden O'Brien going to break his kind of a little bit of a hex? He's 0 for 13 at Saratoga. And whether I've heard people either single in Cyberknife or they're single in Epicenter. That's what I've heard a lot around the racetrack, or they're using both.
Difficult sequence. Yeah, Jack Christopher probably going to be a single for many. I happen to think Conager is a big talent. But we'll see. I mean, Jack Christopher, if he can repeat the race from Belmont, everyone's running for second.
Well, Conager wins. It certainly enhances your pick in the Travers. Who you like in the Travers?
Yeah.
Ain't Life Grand.
Listen, Conager's fast for Joe Rocco, who made a little bit mistake, but Ain't Life Grand ran him down.
We're set for the pick 6. Paulie's free play Baltazar the 5. Manny Franco loading up. Let's go upstairs to John and Brielle.
We are set for the start of race 6. And they're off. And they all came away to a good beginning. Moving up on the inside is a Life Changer. Right there is Jet Speed. So it is Jet Speed and a Life Changer as they move up the backstretch. Jet Speed goes on with it to take the lead. Life Changer's running in second. Baltazar is in between horses. And on the outside is a Swift Tap in fourth. Must Be Love down on the inside runs in fifth. Looney Sema is in sixth, followed by Misbehaved in seventh. And trailing the field is Dr. Love in eighth. The quarter in 22 and 4/5 seconds. And so it is Jet Speed who has the lead here by a half length. And right behind is Baltazar in second. Life Changer is next in third, followed by Swift Tap in fourth. Must Be Love is at the rail, and Looney Sema, the half mile in 45 and 4/5 seconds. Here's Baltazar now moving up right alongside of Jet Speed. And a Life Changer now joins them on the outside. Room at the rail for Must Be Love, and Must Be Love comes on through with 3/16 to the finish. And the leader now is a Life Changer. Life Changer is in front. Moving up on the outside is a Looney Sema into second. Life Changer with the lead by 2. Looney Sema giving chase in second. It is Life Changer and Joel Rosario. Looney Sema was second. Baltazar finished third.
Good way to put a historic defeat behind you. Short memory indeed for Joel Rosario. Life Changer kicks off the pick 6.
And that's why Joel Rosario is your reigning Eclipse Award winning rider. He doesn't get ruffled, nothing. He's unflappable. And he rode this horse with so much confidence. He allowed him to drop just in behind the pace, eased out to the clear, set him down. Life Changer gets it done. Looney Sema, nice run from the back of the pack under Jose Ortiz Jr. And it's a little unfortunate. I think Baltazar would have been closer. He was acting up a bit. Break came, he kind of bobbled and had to kind of rush up to position.
Yeah, the two never looked like a loser, though. He was traveling so well behind horses, and Joel had a ton of horse and was able to just swing out. Yeah, I thought the 8 would run well, you know, with all the speed in the race. They went fast, 45-110, but no doubt about the winner. And like you said, you lose on a 1-9 shot, you got to turn the page. Now you got a $7 winner.
2-8-5-9. Joel Rosario teaming up with trainer. There's John Terranova heading down to get his picture taken. Does a terrific job with his barn. And this 5-year-old son of Oxbow, now a 3-time winner.
Yeah, for Gotza's Stables, he's long-time clients for them. And you know, John Terranova having a good meet, his 3rd win of the meet, and the toughest place in North America.
5-2, Life Changer kicks off the pick 6. Prices when we come back. Joel Rosario, still a lot more big mounts ahead of him, including the Sword Dancer. Looking to go back-to-back with Gufo in this race. Biggest moment of this 5-year-old's career came in this race last year with that Grade 1 victory. For Christophe Clement, can he do it again against a wide open field? Plenty more ahead on Saratoga Live.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, in all weathers.
Happy Gal is in front. Late run from Balenciaga Betty, but it's Happy Gal hanging on. Happy Gal has won it.
Somebody's problem was everybody's problem today. The daughter of Run Happy punched home by almost 7 in the end.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced a winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Back on live coverage of Run Happy Travers Saturday here on Saratoga Live. And some of the great festivities all around this racetrack. So much to do here in addition to the best racing you'll see in our sport. That's why it is such a summer destination for so many. And if you've come here once, it is very hard to stay away. Usually make it a tradition. Joel Rosario, John Terranova, Gatz's Stables kick off the pick 6 here with Life Changer.
Just a nice trip. You know, was able to kind of sit right behind the speed, tip out to the clear when Joel wanted to make his run and powered home.
$7.20 for the victory, 2.85 finish. Let's go to Michelle.
Thanks, guys. I'm joined right now by winning rider Joel Rosario, who took Life Changer here to victory. It seems like this horse really just wanted the little bit extra ground.
Yeah, he did. I mean, look, last time, look, you know, he was up in the race, you know, chasing a little bit. And today he broke really well, and it looked like the horse on the outside won the lead, and then just let it, you know, let it be there and be happy. And it looked like, yeah, that he loved that 7-8.
I know we've got a couple races to go, but let's fast forward to the Run Happy Travers later on today. Everyone, I feel like, has been so excited about Epicenter's race in the Jim Dandy. Were you as impressed by him as we were?
Yeah, I mean, he really, you know, he's a nice horse. He tried really hard all the time, and yeah, it looked like he, you know, moving forward. Let's see how he comes today.
What's the secret to him? You going to go from behind again? You going to be closer to the front, or holding that close to the vest?
Well, it's a secret. Don't kidding. No, we'll just see. We'll see what happens, see what Steve have to say, and go from there.
Thanks. Congratulations here.
Thank you.
Joel Rosario, a winner here, and then he will be aboard Epicenter later for the Run Happy Travers.
We look forward to it. Thank you, Michelle. He's been a perfect pilot for that horse with the issues that happen. You know, Steve Aspin said, look, they wanted to be closer in that Jim Dandy. Tawny Port came over, took away his ground, and he just did not panic at all. Obviously, he was on the best horse.
But that's the thing about Joel. You can go in with a plan, but things change. He's very fluid. He's liquid. He'll just change with the flow of the race, and he's a rider that rides with instinct. It's what the horse is telling underneath him, and how a horse runs up into his hands. You know, there are some riders that are very studied, and they have a plan, and they're going to execute that plan, but they don't call audibles as well. I mean, maybe he's, you know, the Tom Brady of jockeys, gets to the line of scrimmage and call those audibles.
No, you make a great point, because I tell everybody, listen, it's tough to get to the big leagues. It's tough to get to Saratoga as a jockey, tougher to stay. And the reason why you can stay is you have to make adjustments on the fly. Horse doesn't break well. Oh, no, I was supposed to be on the front end. I got to make that adjustment on the fly. Joel is probably the best at doing that.
Yeah. Got the late pick 5 coming up next. Our favorites, 5.5 furlong turf sprints. They're not easy to figure out. 9-5 favorite to start this sequence, Ranger Fox, John Terranova, Joel Rosario just teamed up to win the last race. The 8-5 favorite right now in this spot, who came back off a 7-month layoff to win last time out in an open entry level allowance as you look at the schedule on Run Happy Travers Day. And we'll see if those connections can go back to back in here. You look at all these races, so many champions and so many runners with designs on a championship. It is tough to find a single in this sequence.
I thought this was the toughest race of this sequence, the allowance race. The stakes are all deep, but
yeah, right.
I thought this 5.5 furlong allowance race was a head scratcher.
Oh, we went to break talking about Gufo trying to go back-to-back. Joel Rosario will be aboard for Christophe Clement. Won this race last year. That was the best moment of Gufo's career. Paulie, I know you like him today. What makes you think he can do it again?
Well, you know, this race last year when he won the Sword Dancer. Now, he's run twice up here. He's run a second and a first, so I know he likes it up here. He went to the Turf Classic. He made a middle move, Joel, and Joel even said that he had to make a middle move and go wide. He went a little bad. They laid him up. In the Pan American, they took the blinkers off. He ran well. He ran well in the Man of War behind Highland, and who did he beat? Yabir. And Yabir, everybody keeps on saying, well, Broom got beat by Yabir in the Breeders' Cup Turf. Gufo beat Yabir. So the last 2 races, he's sort of fallen out of the gate. It says he was 10 lengths behind. He was 20 lengths behind in the United Nations, came flying home. The blinkers go on today. I think he is a live horse today.
Look at the list he's trying to join. The last to go back-to-back in the Sword Dancer, Flincher, 2015 and 16. Some big names on that list. And, you know, a horse that Clement has tried to do some experimenting with to try and figure out how to get the best out of him.
He's a horse that is a little bit of a head scratcher. Sometimes he'll drop too far out of it. Sometimes he wants to get keen. They've played with blinkers on, blinkers off. I mean, he is second to last turn from Chester with a white face, with a race that basically the horses that had position turning in finished 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, he's going to be the blur. He hasn't even in the picture now. Here's going to come right there.
Right now.
I mean, he's absolutely flying. But I'm not lying to you. He was 25 lengths back. The chart color has 10 lengths. It's not even close. If you go back and look, this horse was 15 to 25 lengths. I mean, he was so far back. He just fell out of the gate, and I think Joel thought, okay, let me move him to the rail because he was out of the 10 post, and he just kept falling farther and farther. And then Joel started encouraging him. Then he took off.
Whenever we talk about these distance races on the grass, we always seem to feel the Europeans have the edge. Broom showing up here for Aidan O'Brien. Just missed by a half length. They ran second in the Breeders' Cup Turf last year at Del Mar behind Yabir. He's a multiple winner at this distance as well.
This is why I kind of on Broom. I just think he's the most natural 1.5 mile horse in the race. Not to say that other horses haven't won going 1.5 miles. Obviously they have, including Gufo, who's 3 for 5 at the distance. Key to Broom, though, is getting out of the gate in good order.
Yeah.
There are times he does not break as well, and I think that he needs to break. It's a 3-turn 1.5 mile race here in Saratoga on the inner turf. You need to have some position.
He's an interesting horse because over in Europe, he's dwelt at the start, which means, if a lot of people don't know what dwelt is, means basically stood in the gate before they came out. He's been away very, very slowly a couple times. But when he gets away from the gate, he likes to be a front runner, this horse.
There's his pilot, one of the greats in the game, Ryan Moore, who always does his homework out there walking the turf course.
Yeah, that's a good thing. You're just trying to kind of feel out the ground. Where might the best place be? If there's any cut in certain areas, maybe the ground's been used more. There he is walking with Terry Meeks, who works for the Jockeys Guild and, was actually a long-time executive here at the Naira Tracks.
Yeah, this is a horse that has run right-handed a lot. But he has run left-handed before, and he's got a W. He won a Grade 1 in France going left-handed. So that's also a big part. A lot of people don't realize they run the other way over in Europe, too, as well. So he's won left-handed. That is big.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's still to come. Grade 1 sword answer, the 10th on the card, just preceding the run-happy Travers. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. The infield canoe. We're going to separate fact from fiction with that canoe. Where it originated from, how long it's been there, when we come back on Saratoga Live.
Game Winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs, and then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Forego Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got this precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
There are lots of ways to support our brave first responders. Drinking a rich and smooth proper Irish whiskey is one of them. For every bottle of proper number 12 we sell, a donation is made to first responders. Here's to the proper heroes. Shlonda.
Racelens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. Racelens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
The old stories of the Saratoga canoe are ones of myths, fables, and legends. As early as 1927, the canoe, just blue, was coupled with graceful white swans in the infield lake. Folks say these symbols of the spa meant that the racing season was near. Now it gets darker. One story actually hinted that the canoe was there just in case a horse player, intending to drown himself, changed his mind. Another myth was that the canoe provided unlucky bettors with transportation home to Manhattan via the Hudson River. Enough of the speculation. The story of the canoe in more recent times is easier to tell. In 1962, fans returned to the track to find that the blue paint had been covered over with the colors of Calumet Farm, whose horse, Beau Prince, had won the 1961 Travers. Since that year, the old canoe gets a new makeover after every running of the Travers Stakes, a 55-year-plus, more palatable standing tradition.
There it is, and yeah, each year that gets painted in the winning colors of the silks of the owner, and there was so many stories about that canoe. One of them was it was a place, a life raft for horse players who'd changed their mind and went in there to drown themselves.
I mean, that is a little bit dark there. I know that, it's had a storied history, and if that canoe could talk, the places that canoe's been, it's been in the parting glass, it's been in people's swimming pools, it's disappeared, it's been driven around town on the roof of cars. I think I'd take it down to the bat and kill myself and maybe do a little trout fishing out of it.
Ah, good times. Yeah. No, right?
And it was stolen once. There's a famous story. You weren't part of that operation, were you?
I was not, but there were several jump riders. I'm not going to go through all the names right now. that actually wound up with it all night between the parting glass and downtown, and then they didn't know how to sneak it back in, so they put it in Miss Steinham's pool near the sales pavilion, and then called the police on Miss Steinham, said she took it.
Oh my God, that's great stuff.
We're going to take a look at the Travers by the numbers. A race with so much history, dating back over 150 years of winners. Arrogate, the quickest of all time. Back in 2016, Javier Castellano, not just 6 wins, most all time, but one of the biggest upsets with Keen Ice, beating the Triple Crown champ American Pharoah. Most wins by a trainer, Burt Mulholland, from 1939 to 1953. Most wins by an owner, I should say. 3 ownership groups accomplished it 5 times. And no, it was not Arrogate's 13.5 length win, the largest margin of victory. That was Damascus, who was about 12 lengths behind at one point and made up all that ground to win by 22 lengths. Dead Heat, gonna have more on that in a minute. Back in 2012, one of just 2 in the history of this race. Most dramatic upset, no question, beating a Triple Crown champion. And that's shocking. Just one Travers winner has gone on to win the Classic in Arrogate back in 2016. But look at all the champion 3-year-olds that have added the Travers on that resume. Essential quality last year, one of them. In that terrific moment, 2 Travers winners named Horse of the Year, Holy Bull and Point Given back in 2001, and quite a few Hall of Famers on the list of Travers winners. Well, we talked about one of the dead heats on there. Twice in the incredible history of this race, painting that infield canoe has become a bit of a problem. The first was nearly 150 years ago, but they had a different way to settle the matter back then. The other time was just about 10 years ago, when 2 kids from Lexington, who grew up just a couple of miles away from each other, had to sweat out a dead heat. Maggie Wolfendale has more.
In 152 runnings, the Run Happy Travers has had just 2 dead heats. The first dead heat occurred in 1874. However, Attila was declared the official winner after a runoff with Acrobat. The second dead heat happened 10 years ago between Alpha and Golden Ticket.
Ready for the start of the 143rd Travers, and they are off!
Adding to the storyline, Alpha's trainer Karen McLaughlin and Golden Ticket's conditioner Kenny McPeak both grew up in Lexington and attended rival high schools.
We were involved in sports and knew each other from the neighborhood, and we literally lived a couple of miles from each other.
Before the race, I had mentioned to David Cohen, I said, look, you're going to have to live and die by the rail here. To win this race, you're going to have to take the shortest trip.
And down on the inside, it's Golden Ticket, and with a huge upset chance here with 1 furlong to go.
He did a fantastic job.
Can Alpha catch Golden Ticket, Alpha, Fast Falcon on the outside and Anakin, and here's the wire, it is! Oh, it's too close to call!
I thought we had the ball, but then when you watch it again in slow motion, you know, wow, that's too close to call.
We waited.
It's a dead heat in the Travers! A dead heat!
Here was 2 Kentucky boys that probably 40 years after they met as kids, dead heat for winning in the Travers, which I thought was pretty cool.
We were both happy to dead heat when the photo was taking so long.
I really didn't intend to run him in the Travers, but I didn't have any place else to run him. So I ran him in the Travers almost by accident.
Where are they today? Alpha stands as a stallion in Brazil. Karen McLaughlin retired from training and is a jockey agent for Luis Saez. Golden Ticket is retired and enjoying the good life in Billings, Montana. Kenny McPeak is still one of the most prominent trainers in the game.
Interesting piece there. Thanks, Maggie. You know, I had the opportunity to talk to Kenny McPeak a little bit about that race last year as well, and it stood out in this to me. He didn't even want to go in that race. He couldn't find another spot for Golden Ticket. 33-1, you wind up winning a Travers in a dead heat.
Awesome. It was amazing. I remember it was a 10 to 15-minute photo, and they kept going on and on and on, and I couldn't understand what was going on, but I remember that Alpha, I want to say, was 30-some-odd to 1. One of them was a
30,
big, a giant ticket.
Alpha was 6.
price,
Golden
yeah.
ticket was 33.
Yeah, something that, yeah.
And he didn't have any place to run. Don't ever underestimate the racing gods interceding with big races.
So true.
As you said to me earlier, with Rich Strike in the Derby at 80, it just was meant to be.
Yep.
See what happens later today in this edition of the Run Happy Travers. It's our ABR race of the week. Epicenter is right now the 8-5 morning line favorite. Speaking of that big upset winner of the Derby, Rich Strike, 9-2 on the board. This might be the now horse, though, Cyberknife, coming off track record time in his Haskell victory. And a horse that, according to Florent Giroux, has gears and can really move free. He's got the inside post again.
And you could see the thoughtfulness behind the ride from Florent Giroux. He wanted that inside trip. This is a horse, watch his head. Head comes up higher when he hits the front. He's waiting on Tabon, is outside there a little bit. And he won hands and heels here. I think you're going to look for the same kind of trip with Florent Giroux, being mindful to look for that inside trip.
Yeah, I mean, he's a colt by gun runner that's just getting better and better. And you could tell that Brad Cox in the morning is trying to get him to really sprint away from his workmates, because that's been his one issue. Now, he did it in the Arkansas Derby. He won off, and he hit the front early. Barbara Road was behind him that day, and he kept on going. And sometimes maybe he gets lost a little bit. I think Brad's trying to teach him, and he's getting a little bit better of, being cognizant of trying to put his opponents away.
And Brad Cox has said, look, it's up to Florent Giroux to work out a trip for him. He's on the inside. We know he can win from there, but too, he's got to be mindful of how's the inside playing on that track today. Does he want to at some point get out, or is he going to be able to stay down there?
From what I've seen in the racetrack today, I'm not going to make any assessments as to where the best part of the track is, but this horse to me is a better rail runner. He reminds me so much of a really good horse from the 80s called Ferdinand, who would hit the front and pull up. Bill Shoemaker rode him to win the Kentucky Derby in 1986. And what did he do? He skimmed the rail, ducked to the fence, got through. I think you're going to look for the same kind of trip with Cyberknife, who might just be maturing and getting better at the right time.
Huge figure in that Haskell victory.
The other part about Cyberknife is a lot of people won't realize. He broke his maiden first time out in 109 and change, gate to wire, going 6 furlongs. So he could be very tactical.
Can he back it up again? Al Gold. Been in this game for about 25 years. Would love to have that canoe with his colors on it, as would anyone in this prestigious race. Live coverage, 4:30 Eastern on Big Fox later today. Right now it's pick 5 time. Race 5.5 furlongs on the turf will kick things off. Let's go to Michelle Yu.
Thanks, Greg. I was about to spend a lot of time down here in the paddock watching this group get saddled up, and I have to tell you, I am just enamored with the one Comedy Town in here. A big strapping gray, son of Spitestown. He's coming in off a runner-up effort, but I did not think he had a very good trip that day. You look and you see the comment line says blocked. I think, indeed, he could have run a lot better with some more space to be able to run. You can see also he has run well over good ground previously, which is what he's going to be getting in this particular spot. I know that he fits at the company level, and I know he likes the distance. So Comedy Town kind of ticks every single box for me, especially once I got to see him in the flesh here. I also thought the 7 was super intriguing in this spot. He comes first time gelding. I always like to see a horse that's first time gelding because that means hopefully they're going to focus up and become a racehorse. And he was still a competitive racehorse before that, so he can only move forward off of a gelding situation. He is going to be risked in here for the tag. He was a 2-length winner, 2 back going 7, but that was on the dirt. I have a couple questions. I'm not sure if he wants to run on turf. His pedigree doesn't exactly scream turf for me. And his races that were better seemed to be the little bit longer sprints, or the way they were run was just a horse that wants to go maybe more distance. So backing him up to the 5.5, I'm not sure if it's going to be ideal for him. So he was an intriguing horse that I can't wait to see on track, to see if he maybe warms up a little bit better than he's just been walking around the paddock. Not that he's doing anything wrong. He's just kind of hanging out here, super well behaved and very quiet, but I don't know if that's exactly going to gear him up to go 5.5 on the turf.
All right, Michelle, thank you. So she's enamored with Comedy Town, part of that entry. I like this horse quite a bit today. 3-1, part of an entry in here. And yeah, that troubled trip last time out really stands out.
Yeah, and I think it was an unlucky trip last time. You know, sometimes a horse gets beat, has trouble. We say it's a bad ride. You got to save ground on turf. That's key to success. Trevor McCarthy did everything right. He just didn't get the space to move when he wanted to. Hopefully he works out a better trip today. Comedy Town, a major player.
He'll break from post 6 right next door. The entry made Old Chestnut.
More of a closing type when he turns back to these shorter distances. Probably will be coming from off the pace.
Meets leading rider aboard the horse who inherits the rail.
Yeah, Noble Emotion is going to go through here and does have some speed in here. 2 for 6 here at Saratoga.
Here's Noble Emotion with Jose Ortiz. 5-1. And we saw Discreet Tune to 3 go by as well. And here's Ranger Fox.
Named for the star defenseman for the New York Rangers, Adam Fox. Horse that's versatile, showed good speed last time. Shortest he's ever run, but I like him going shorter.
Yeah.
Charmed, the 6th, went up against a horse who's actually an 8-time winner. He's won 3 in a row, albeit on synthetic.
First time gelding. I think this horse is very dangerous. Got some back numbers to go to from last year.
First time on turf. Cazadero, the 7 for Brendan Walsh now.
He was a horse that was actually favored over Jackie's Warrior in 2020 in the Saratoga Special. Mare has produced 1 turf winner. I agree. I don't see turf screaming off the page at me.
She was a grade 3 winner on synthetic for what it's worth. And then Battle Station, Linda Rice just claimed this one off of Rob Atras.
Yeah, Linda looking for another one on the card with Kendrick Carmouche, like you said, and bumps this one up to 62.5, which is a vote of confidence. And Battle Station seems like when you look at the races at Saratoga, you're going to battle every day trying to figure out who the winners are.
You really are. And you got to have that, as we talked about, short mentality, short memory. Every day's a new day. Every race is a new race to try and win. And you can try and win it all by playing with Nara Bets. Get signed up. Start at Spot 25, code to use for new members. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Spot 25 gets you that $25 free play as well. So pick 5, Paulie. It is a difficult sequence. How did you put your ticket together?
Well, I went deep in here. I thought this race was really tough. 3, 4, 5, 6, and 12. You know, the Alan Jerkins is very interesting because a lot of people will single Jack Christopher. I think Conager's a real horse. I also think Actuator. I left the 4 off, and just maybe a little bit slow. You got to use Jack Christopher. You got to use his 9. And I'm throwing out Gunite here. 1, 2, 3. Don't leave out Latruska because you know what? Everybody else is going to let her go on the front end by herself. I like Gufo and Tribhuvan in there if left alone. There's some other horses in there. Could be lone on the front end, and I'm going to end with Epicenter. Listen, I'm going down with the best 3-year-old right now, and I think he'll be the best 3-year-old at the end of the day.
All right, so 5 minutes of post in our pick 5 coming up. Let's go back to Michelle.
John Terranova looking to double up here on the afternoon. He already has 1 win in the last race that we ran. Coming right back here with Ranger Fox. This horse primarily been running routes or a bit longer sprints. What's the thought process behind backing up to 5.5?
You know, we came off the layoff. We gave him a bit of a break and freshened him up. So when we came back, we thought, you know, he's fast. Let's try him at sprinting, you know, at Belmont. It worked out beautifully. And he always was a little bit tough to rate and stretch his speed. So, you know, it worked out so well, we'll say, let's stick with this.
He really blazed along last time, too, so that's going to be our new MO, right? Just send.
Free running type of colt, very fast, so, and Joel knows him well, so that's the plan.
Best of luck here.
Thanks, Michelle.
John Terranova already visited the Champagne Room once. Looks to go back-to-back here, guys.
All right, Michelle, thank you. 4 minutes away from our late pick 5 that ends with the anchor leg coming up with a run happy Travers. And let's correct that ticket for Paulie in here. There was a mistake on there. And one more look at it. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6 here in the opening leg of the sequence.
Yeah, I apologize. I originally had 1, 2, and it came out to 12, but the 2 got scratched. So it was the 1 there. There you go. So 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm using most of the field in here besides the 7 and 8. Like I said, I'm going to try to get to Epicenter. And I like Gufo, too, as well, because you look at this sequence, and again, a lot of people are going to look at search results and this and that. I'm trying to beat Malatot. I think Malotot's a toss today. And I'm kind of with you, Greg. We've been talking about this. Don't sleep on Conager. Don't sleep on the 1 horse in race number 8.
I think Conager is a tremendous talent, getting back to what he is most dangerous at. Sprinting and going 7/8. So that's to come in the Alan Jerkins, but Jack Christopher is going to be likely a very heavy favorite in that spot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the meet's leading rider on discreet tune here. Rad Ortiz Jr. is going to team up with Carlos David. And we know one thing, whoever wins this Run Happy Travers, from a jockey perspective, it's going to be a first.
Yeah.
Including for Irad.
Someone's going to have a milestone today. You can see guys that had recent mounts in their best finish, and Sonny Leone getting his first try at a Travers with Rich Strike, your Kentucky Derby winner. What a fantastic addition to the Run Happy Travers, though.
No, it really is. I would have never thought that. Pretty crazy. Sonny Leone's ridden one race here in his lifetime at Saratoga. This will be his second race, so Sonny gets to get on Rich Strike, and I'm surprised the money he's taken.
There's only one horse in the race. I realized early voting won the Preakness. It was a mile and 3/16. There's only one horse who's won a mile and a quarter. It's a Derby winner at 80-1, Rich Strike. Are you concerned about that distance for anyone in there?
I'm not. I'm not for certainly Epicenter one going a mile and 3/16. I think Cyberknife has shown, with, as tactical as he is, a mile and a quarter with it. I don't think distance is going to be a factor here. I really don't.
The way Zanin ran, everybody's always worried about the distance, but the way he runs, it looks like he wants to run all day, just grinds away. So, he's a confusing horse to me. He really is. I wonder if Chad, if he doesn't run well, decides, you know what, let's try him on the turf. Or they back him up to one turn, and then he's going to have a wicked kick, obviously.
Yep.
Minute to post coming up in this pick 5. We have the Alan Jerkins next with Jack Christopher. As we take a look at Ranger Fox from Mr. Ranger himself here.
I'm a huge New York Ranger fan.
Well, they named him after a kid that won the Norris Trophy, Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
I mean, he's no joke.
Adam Fox.
Yeah.
I mean, it was fun. Eric Fine is a big Ranger fan. The owner named this horse for him.
Yeah.
How can I go against that? I got to be a part of that deep run into the playoffs the Rangers had. I actually was on the train coming back from the Garden after they beat the Penguins in Game 7 in overtime. And a Ranger fan on the train, had a beef with me because when I was riding 12 years ago, he lost a pick 5. That guy held a grudge, didn't he?
12 years.
It's a long time to hold a grudge. At least he got it off his chest.
Finally.
Go back to Michelle.
I was happy to do it for him.
That's great.
Thanks, guys, over here looking at the horses just finishing warming up before they head over to the grass. I thought the 3 discreet tune warmed up very well over here. He's coming out of a disappointing effort. I thought he was on the front end, fought for it, and then ended up being nowhere. But it could have just been the company that he was facing. He's run okay in some stakes, but I feel like the Colonial Stakes right now have been pretty salty. So I'm going to give him a once-over pass and hope it's not just the pressure, because if that's the case, he's going to take plenty of pressure today from the outside with Ranger Fox. You heard John Terranova say, we're going to send this horse. I thought he's looked great in the saddling paddock. I thought he's looked fantastic on the warm-up. So I think Ranger Fox is going to be the danger on the front end, but he's going to have some company. And we finally got to see a little bit more of the 7 here, Cazadero. Talking about him being first-time gelding, I don't know if he was this cool, calm, and collected beforehand. But if he wasn't, then he's certainly behaving well. And if he was, then I'm not entirely sure why we gelded him to begin with. He is going to be trying the grass for the first time. He doesn't necessarily look super turfy to me, and I haven't got to see him warm up and really get into the bridle at all. He's just been very lackadaisical this whole time. I mean, well-behaved is a good way to put it. He's not being naughty at all. He's just not exactly what I foresee when I think, okay, this horse is getting ready to go, in a turf sprint. And he's pressed the pace in some races that have been pretty quick. So I'm just on the fence of what to do with him. I really wish I could feel one way or the other, but I'm so torn between this guy. He's going to be that horse that I play and I'm like, oh, all right, or he's going to be the horse I don't, and then he jumps up and runs well. So I don't know. I'm going to stick with the 5 as my top selection in here. Ranger Fox go into the front end and see where we get from there, gentlemen.
I was impressive what Ranger Fox did off a lengthy layoff, about 7 months off, and to win off the bench back on July 4th at Belmont with the biggest number of his career. You would think there's even more room to go forward here.
Yeah, absolutely. Returning as a 4-year-old, there's a lot of upside. I love his pedigree, too. He's out of a mare, Extra Spice, who her dam was Extra Heat. She only earned almost $2.4 million, 26-time winner. So there's a lot of pedigree there.
She almost won the Breeders' Cup Sprint from the 1 hole.
She
Wow.
cost,
She was so fast.
I believe, $6,500.
Wow. She was some kind of mare.
Sold at Fasig-Tipton at Timonium. And Squirtle Squirt beat her that day in that Breeders' Cup.
By how many lengths?
Half a length, right?
Half a length.
She ran huge that day. She was one of my favorites.
First Breeders' Cup winner for Bobby Frankel that day.
Here's a Rat Ortiz Jr. He's going to have the inside post here. Discreet Tune. Has shown some speed in the past. 5-time winner on the lawn.
Anybody? And who do you like in here, Gregor?
I really liked Comedy Town.
Yeah, I
The one.
get where you're going, yeah. That's the one that Michelle liked, too, as well. And now this is normal for the 5. I want to say they backed him in last time, and they put blinkers on him for the first time last time, but this is kind of normal. Joel just chilling. Ranger Fox will go in. He's obviously a speedy horse, but this is normal. They did this last time, and then Joel will mount him when he gets into the gate.
Starting gate crew, among the best in the business. We're going to have more on them a little bit later on in the program. And the dangers they go through every time they step in that starting gate. Terrific crowd on hand in a packed house on Run Happy Travers Saturday. It's going to be the anchor leg of a pick 5 that begins here. 5.5 on the turf. Let's go upstairs. John and Brielle, the call.
And they're off. A slow beginning for number 7, Cazadero, and he trails. Out for the lead is a Noble Emotion. Ranger Fox is in between horses, and then it's the gray Comedy Town who is racing next in third as the field moves up the backstretch. It is Ranger Fox and Noble Emotion. They are right together. And then it is Comedy Town next in third, followed on the inside by Discreet Tune in fourth. Farther back is Battle Station in fifth, and then Charmed, Old Chestnut, and after that slow start, Cazadero is eighth. The quarter went in 22-1, and the favorite Ranger Fox has come away with the lead. Comedy Town on the move now and up into second. It is Noble Emotion down at the hedge, and on the outside is Battle Station. Here comes Comedy Town now to challenge Ranger Fox for the lead. Comedy Town takes the lead. Ranger Fox is dropping back as Noble Emotion now moves up on the outside. It is Comedy Town challenged here by Noble Emotion. Noble Emotion and Comedy Town, the two of them fight it on to the finish. Oh, it's a photo finish. Very tight between Noble Emotion and Comedy Town in race 7 at Saratoga.
Might have been Noble Emotion in a very tight finish with Comedy Town. Jose Ortiz on the 4, Trevor McCarthy on the 1.
Yeah, and it looked like he was holding him off the whole way. Comedy Town in the last 2 or 3 steps, the 4 Noble Emotion got to him, heads up and down on the wire. It looks like the outside certainly got it, Paul.
Yeah, that's why the crop is overrated. If you watch that race, you could see on the 4, Jose Ortiz is coming at Trevor McCarthy. Trevor McCarthy gave the one a great ride, Comedy Town. He really did. Swung out. But watch Jose Ortiz with his right-handed crop. He's just going to hit the horse once and twice. Now watch this. He's just now going to just start flagging her and showing it to her deep in the lane here, Mig, to say, hey, keep on going, sweetheart. We're going to go by this horse right here.
Yeah, when a horse is giving you their best, there's a fine line between urging and punishing. He didn't go over that line. He just kept the horse going forward. Horacio De Paz does a terrific job, a trainer that's really kind of had a breakout year.
By the way, my Horacio De Paz free bet was in this race. I mispunched, sorry.
That's what I figured. Yeah. They got it wrong behind the scenes. We'll talk to him about it. 5-1, Noble Emotion with the victory to kick off the late pick 5. Jose Ortiz starting to pick things up over the last few days here at Saratoga.
It's like you go to all these jockeys, and they're just all like 300 hitters. They're all like 4,000, 5,000 yard passers. Just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time before any one of like 7 or 8 jockeys can string together 4 or 5 on a day.
4-1-7-5, and a 5-1 beginning to this pick 5 sequence. Comedy Town looked in a great position right here, but here comes Noble Emotion, picking up the 5th win of his career on the lawn.
Yeah, Noble Emotion backed off of the duel with the 5 Ranger Fox, sat the pocket, and kind of kicked on. And that's one of those things we saw last time. Comedy Town had to wait for him. This time had a perfect trip. Noble Emotion didn't get blocked, was able to come out. Turf racing, you got to save ground, and you got to get the breaks.
That's why sometimes when you look at the numbers, like on Trevor McCarthy, that was a flawless ride on the 1. He just got beat. And you look down and he's 4%. He's got 15 seconds. He's been having a lot of tough beats like that this meet.
It's got to be such a deflating feeling, but he did everything he could. And is that why you just treat it mount by mount? Go out there, do your job, and don't get attached?
It's frustrating. And anybody who tells you that they have a meet like that with, accumulating more seconds and wins, more thirds, you're going to get frustrated.
Yeah.
But Trevor has to understand this is a part of the process. This is his first full summer up here. Johnny Velasquez was leaving here in the 90s, was going back to Puerto Rico. He had
wins
enough.
His first summer here, John Velasquez.
So, you've got to understand how difficult it is and that there's a process. And don't let the frustration overtake you. Hang in there. Tough it out. The guys who stick in New York are the guys that don't give up.
Well, you make just wonderful. There's a couple jurisdictions, but this is the #1 jurisdiction where I've watched guys come up here and think they can ride and are good riders and have gone somewhere else with their tail between their legs. And I'm not going to name guys, and they are solid riders. But when they come up here, it is a different ball game.
Multiple Grade 1 winner making his way to the paddock. Jack Christopher, just dominant in the Woody Stevens. One of the best performances we've seen all year from any 3-year-old. And he's getting back around one turn in the Grade 1. Alan Jerkins coming up next. He will be the favorite, but he has some stout competition. We're going to be joined by a very special guest next. Shannon Arvid, President and CEO of Keeneland, joining us to talk about a busy fall coming up in Lexington right after this on Saratoga Live. Stay with us.
Here's your story, let's begin. The world is fine, come on, dive in. The future's here, it's right before your eyes. Step by step, you're on your way. You're welcome to a brighter day. Don't you know it feels good to be alive? You could be
V9 now 9 to bid. Here we look at 9 now. They do million 50. Last call. Here we look at 50. Here we look at 50. Ball down and a half. Bruce, $2 million even. Thank you.
They come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Back here over in the winner's circle, we just finished up race number 7. And take a look right there. Jose Ortiz coming into the winner's circle aboard Noble Emotion, who was saddled by Horacio De Paz, who's joining me now. Was that a long minute and a half I had you wait?
That was a long minute.
The good news is when you win a race, it feels like you can just do anything now, right?
Yeah, sort of, kind of. You got to win the next one.
Tell me a little bit about the last 2 races for this horse. Were they as planned, or do you have excuses for them? Because we saw a different animal today.
No excuses, just trying to find some spots to come off the layoff. You know, he's such a tough horse because he's a speed horse, and today's the first time he's come off the pace like that. So, you know, last time he ran here, he just got hooked up with one of Wesley's horses, and I think the turf had a little bit of give to it, so he didn't really, you know, speed didn't really carry. But today he came off the pace and showed a different dimension, so it was nice.
Were you expecting that from him?
He was doing well, so we just didn't know how the turf course, how much water it got, so a little concerned of how he was going to handle that.
Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Guys?
Michelle, thank you. Noble Emotion, Jose Ortiz, Horacio De Paz. $13 winner to start off the late pick 5. Owned by Michael Ryan, Sarah Sutherland. And we're going to move on to the late pick 4 next. And grade 1, Alan Jerkins, one of the best 3-year-olds in the country, getting back to doing what he does best. Jack Christopher has been sensational for Chad Brown. He was brilliant in that Woody Stevens win at Belmont. 3-5 on the board right now. More on this race coming up in a moment. Very special guest joining me on the set. Got a chance to visit with you last summer as well. President and CEO of Keeneland, Shannon Arvin. Great to have you here.
Thanks so much for having me.
You are extremely busy. So first of all, just thanks for even coming on our set. You have so much going on. This fall is going to be incredibly busy in Lexington. Let's start with that Keeneland September yearling sale and what we have to look forward to.
It's going to be fabulous. We are so excited about this fall. We've all taken some time this summer and taken a deep breath, and our team is getting geared up, and we are ready for it. So September 12th, we'll start our September yearling sale. This really is the place to go to find your next champion, and it's so fun to see the thousands of buyers that come on our grounds. We had buyers last year from over 27 countries, and we feel like there's just such tremendous momentum in the game right now. People want a racehorse. We saw it through to the end last year when we had record average and record medians, and we're really excited to get going.
It's no secret, look, we're going through tough times in the economy right now as a country, but numbers up here in New York, sales have been terrific, so I would expect, especially at this sale, going to be off the charts as well. Some of the big names that come out of this sale, this is really where you find the next superstars of the sport, several which we're going to see coming up in the next few races here.
Epicenter, Zandon, early voting, the list goes on. And the ones that have run up here this summer, Nest, Mo Donegal, obviously a graduate who's done great things. It really is a lot of fun. It's a good spot to be.
Is this also too, I mean, you mentioned everyone that comes from all over for this sale. Is it a little bit of a celebration of racing too, gathering everyone together?
It definitely is becoming that. You know, I think before the pandemic, there started to feel a little bit of a transactional feel to that sale, and people were just working and working. And coming out of the pandemic, people are just really excited to be there and to find the next star. So there's a lot of excitement, like I said, and a lot of momentum.
Breeders' Cup was in Lexington a couple of years ago. You took over, though, right after that. So this is going to be your first Breeders' Cup as president and CEO of Keeneland. What goes into getting Keeneland ready for a Breeders' Cup?
A lot. We have had construction folks at our site, at our grounds all summer long, getting ready, putting up the temporary chalets. We've just done a renovation of our paddock so that it flows a little bit better for the horses. Everything's getting shined and painted and all the wood fixed, and we're really ready. The Breeders' Cup is such an honor to host. The Breeders' Cup and Keeneland both hold so important, making thoroughbred racing the best it can possibly be. And so to do that in partnership with them is really fun. And you get the best of the best from all over the world come into Lexington, Kentucky. So it shines a light on a really cool equine community.
And a great opportunity, too, to really show everyone what, as a town, Lexington can offer.
Which is so much. We are still a small town, but Kentucky's a really unique state, and then we've got bourbon and the horse racing business. So there's no end of things to do there, and great restaurants, and we really are working to involve the community in the Breeders' Cup like we were able to do in 2015 with the Breeders' Cup Festival the whole week before. And then, of course, we'll roll right into our November sale, breeding stock sale, which starts on Monday, November 7th, right following the Breeders' Cup. And we'll have the race meet before we have Breeders' Cup.
Oh, yeah, one of the best race meets of the entire Fall Stars weekend. I think something everyone in this industry looks forward to.
I know we do. We'll have 11 stakes races that weekend, 9 of which are winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup, so still a tremendous amount of action. And record purses for us, 22 stakes races and $8.9 million in purses this fall.
Always great to have you on set. We appreciate the time. Shannon Arvin, President and CEO of Keeneland. Going to be a busy fall. Great to see you here at Saratoga.
Thanks so much for having me.
Up next, back to our graded stakes action. Jack Christopher returns, going one turn. He's been brilliant going around one turn so far. Can he do it again against likely the toughest field he has faced yet? Some stout competition, but he is the one to beat. He's the odds-on favorite. Jose Ortiz, his regular pilot, back aboard. We'll have the story, too, of the starting gate crew, some of the unsung heroes here at the racetrack, and their difficult job behind the scenes when we come back.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Anybody going? 70, 50, 75, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th hole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
What an atmosphere at the summer place to be here at Saratoga Racecourse in upstate New York on Run Happy Travers Day, signature race of this meet, and leadership of that 3-year-old division on the line still to come. That race, of course, will be seen on Big Fox, 4:30 Eastern start time. We have the Grade 1 Alan Jerkins coming up next with Jack Christopher back in action. They are the unsung heroes of the racetrack. Their job to make sure you never even notice that they're there. For most of us, doing what they do, stepping into an incredibly cramped space with a 1,000-pound animal would be something out of a nightmare. But they are truly a different breed.
Basically, that's what we do in the morning. We teach a lot of horses that are very difficult. We try to teach them how to relax in the gate.
We stand on a ledge, very narrow. It's only a few inches length and width-wise. I mean, it's not ideal conditions.
This is very claustrophobic for them. So
You always just try to make this experience more relaxing and more calming. The doors that will spring open in front of you. You pick a leg up, a hand up, like this.
You have to be somewhat, I guess you could say, a little crazy to do this.
What goes on in the morning training is that we are correcting problems that we face in the afternoon. So we take notes, and every day, at the end of the day, we make a list of those horses. When they enter this list, they cannot be entered to racing unless I approve them back to racing.
So our job in the afternoon is to load the horses, make sure that all the horses are standing in the proper position for the start.
But you always have the tension, and it makes you a little nervous anticipating the start. I mean, it looks easy when everything goes well, but it takes a lot. Behind that is, like I said, the schooling. Behind that is also broken bones.
What's the old saying? They say, you're gonna get hurt, it's just a matter of how bad. Yeah, I guess you could say we're suckers for pain, I guess.
Our duty is to pretty much keep the jockey safe, first of all, and then look after the horse. No matter the situation, we have to remain calm.
All the horses need to be relaxed at the start, to ensure that we have a fair start for everybody.
It's not your typical 9 to 5, job. You definitely have to have toughness. You got to be brave to stand inside there. I mean, I give anybody credit at all the tracks who do this job because it's a special brotherhood.
They truly are a different breed. You got to be tough to get into that starting gate, and I know they've been crucial to you and all these guys, helping you stay safe.
Well, here's men and women that work on the starting gate that put themselves in harm's way to save riders, to save horses. And it's a blend of physical toughness, like he said, courage, but also you have to have finesse because you can't manhandle 1,000-pound animals. So you've got to basically throw off this sense of calm and at the same time be alert and ready for anything. They're phenomenal. We have an amazing gate crew here in New York, but you know what? All around the country, I give hats off to the gate crews everywhere. They're amazing.
The other part about it is they get none of the purse money.
No, they don't.
You could not pay me to get into that starting gate.
I'm
They're
with you.
amazing what they do. Up next, Grade 1 Alan Jerkins. There he is. Jack Christopher, multiple Grade 1 winner, 3-5 favorite. Can he reproduce that magic from the Woody Stevens? Most expect him to. We'll be back.
Eclipse champion Blaine ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include these standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch annually ranks among America's top value sires. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Prolumo is the all-natural, non-medicated, targeted therapy top horsemen choose to reduce bleeding caused by strenuous exercise.
We use it for preventative, and also we start horses on it if after a race or after a workout they bleed. The success has been tremendous.
Prolumo's active ingredient, Noto ginseng, has proven hemostatic properties. Consult your veterinarian prior to administering. Go natural. Visit Prolumo.com to order today.
Back on Saratoga Live on Run Happy Travers Saturday afternoon. Our program brought to you by the champion sprinter. Never lost in his career while sprinting. Did it all while racing medication-free. For Mattress Mac, James McInville, the biggest figure he ever ran was right here at Saratoga in the Grade 1 at the time known as the King's Bishop, now the Alan Jerkins. 113 Beyer speed figure. Somehow he went off at 11:01 in here.
I think that was the last time you were ever getting anywhere close to that price on Run Happy, who just ran them off his feet while he was just much better than this group.
Wow. I go back to this race was his coming out party that everybody was like, oh my goodness. But his first start with a bug boy aboard at Turfway Park, you got to watch that. It looks like me probably on a racehorse just going like this, steering the horse through. His first race, his first start he ever made is one of the most impressive first start outs I've ever seen.
That's my favorite start of his career.
Yeah, it is. It's unreal.
Well, formerly known as the King's Bishop, now the Alan Jerkins. Grade 1 is going to kick off this late pick 4. 7/8 of a mile. And Jack Christopher, again, the 1-2 favorite. Let's go to Michelle Yu.
Thanks, Greg. Down here, obviously, everyone kind of wants to talk about Jack Christopher, and he looked just fine in here, but I thought there were other horses with better prices that might be worth looking at, including the 5, Happy Jack, so the other Jack in this particular spot. Now, if you go back to Happy Jack's debut, you see that he was a winner first time out, and I'll be honest with you, I did not think he was going to win that race, and watching it again and again, I'm still not entirely sure how he pulled that race out. He looked like he was just going to be nowhere, and he ends up flying late for the victory. Since then, they have not, for a long time, they weren't able to win another race, and I don't know if it was just the company and he wasn't quite good enough, or now this is what I'm starting to lean towards. It was the fact that they were trying to route him, and he just wasn't a good route horse. I mean, they made it all the way to the Kentucky Derby and the Preakness with him, but he was beaten 40 lengths combined in those 2 races. Now, they shorten him back up at Churchill Downs and put him in with Allowance Company, and he comes away a victor yet again, going the 7 furlong distance in which they will be traveling today. So that bodes well for him. Then they brought him back against Allowance Company last time out. Older horses. He finished 3rd. Didn't get the best trip, but stretched him back out to a mile. I'm really starting to think that might not be a class thing. It might just be a distance situation. He could not have looked any better here in the walking ring. I was shocked. Not that he's not a decent looking horse, but the East Coast really suits this colt well. I mean, he looked like a real racehorse out here. He wasn't messing around. He was super focused. Just from a physical standpoint, he had dapples. He looked extremely fit. So caught my eye again and again for a horse that I have really just written off my I don't like this horse list. Also, I thought that Gunite made a fantastic appearance in here for Steve Asmussen. He's bringing in back-to-back wins. He won the Amsterdam. He likes 7 furlongs. He's never been out of the exacta going 7/8 of a mile, and we know that's a challenging and specialist distance. So I think that he's intriguing in here. He's going to get a good trip. He's just going to have to out-kick them when it comes to down the lane, and maybe the Asmussen barn looking for a little bit of redemption after Jackie's Warrior got beat earlier on today.
Michelle, thank you. Gunite, he's like the Rodney Dangerfield of this division, especially at Saratoga. 11-1 last year's hopefully wins. 7-1 in the Amsterdam at this meet as a 3-year-old he wins, and he's 7-1 again today. Here's Conager. This is the intriguing sort of new face in the sprint division.
2 for 2 at the 7 furlong distance. Huge figure, 3 back at Churchill Downs going 7 furlongs.
Running son of a gun for John Toscano is Kendrick Carmouche.
He ran a sneaky, a good 3rd last time out, and then he was 2nd behind Charger, who won by 23 in the Dwyer, so not the worst 34-1 shot.
Huge effort in the dirt debut for Actuator. It was going 7/8.
I think this horse got a ton of talent. Just wonder if he's fast enough and he's got enough seasoning.
Here's the one Michelle started off with, Happy Jack.
Yeah, I agree with Michelle, too, about this horse appreciating turning back in distance.
Race goes through this horse here, though. This is the 1-2 favorite, Jack Christopher.
Yeah, will the Haskell take anything out of him, or will the turn back in distance help him? 1-2, maybe a little too low for me.
Talk about a huge step up in class. Totalizer coming out of a condition claiming race.
Yeah, this horse would be a big surprise for me here. Just seems like would have to get much faster.
Here's Gunite, Grade 1 winner at this racetrack.
Yeah, he likes this racetrack. You know, he broke flat-footed and still out-finished the 9. I know the 9 only had 1 start. Gunite was game last time in the Amsterdam.
And there is a Kretiv, the 9, and that was just the 2nd start of his career in a Grade 2, battling a Grade 1 winner head-to-head down the stretch.
I
It's impressive.
actually like this horse off of that last race, and the outside draw, I think, gives this horse a chance to kind of see how things set up inside of him. Major player.
Huge upside, obviously, with a Kretiv, but it's his stablemate, Jack Christopher, who has had some wow performances, none more so than the Woody Stevens in June.
Big effort here, going 7 furlongs. He had come off the Pat Day mile, turned back to the 7 furlongs. And honestly, mile and 1/8 was too much in the Haskell. They turned back to this distance, and it'll be interesting to see if he's got all his speed still intact off of that route race.
Do you guys look at that race and think, was that the best performance by a 3-year-old this year?
The Woody Stevens? It was a good, it's up there. It's top 3 or 4. He really did stride away nicely. I like that he's won at Saratoga, he's won at Belmont, he's won at Churchill, he won back at Belmont. He tried the Haskell, and listen, he went 109 and change. They were going after him a little bit, so I thought he actually ran a pretty good third. Now the cutback, how far back is he going to be? Probably not that far back. I don't think it's going to take that much speed away from him. There's not really that much pace in this race besides the one. That's what makes the one so dangerous, because the one Conager is very fast. Now, if Jack Christopher decides that he wants to sit back and kind of rate a little bit, you've seen in his other races around one turn, Mig, that he stays close, but he has to stay close to Conager.
Way he's getting warmed up, I got to think he's going to be right on top of him. He got a very aggressive warm-up from Jose Ortiz.
This is a look at Conager. And this was a win getting back to one turn, going 7/8. And, it was really his 2 sprints prior to them stretching him out in the Iowa Derby, where he announced himself as a major force potentially in the sprint division.
What was impressive about this, though, is the way he turned for home. He went 44-4. Joe Rocco Jr. is just kind of sitting up on him, galloping him into the stretch. So he capable of going fast, but going fast the right way. Joe Rocco Sr., his dad was a terrific rider, too. Actually, we grew up not far from each other in Brooklyn. He grew up in Gerritsen Beach.
This horse actually blew the doors off of Gunite 3 back. That's kind of scary with one. And then I think even Joe would even tell you in the Iowa Derby when Ain't Life Grand, the horse that you like it a little bit in the Travers there, Greg, he went off a little too far. 110 was really fast at Prairie Meadows, and he just got run down in the lane. But back in the sprinting after that race to run 121 at Colonial, that's actually moving.
And here's the horse that you talked about, Paulie, that Conager just dusted when they met at Churchill Downs. But to be fair to Gunite, it was his first start back as a 3-year-old, and he has moved forward since that time.
He was game here. Accretive, I know it was only his second start, but he looked like he had his measure here, Mig, and Gunite just found another gear.
That's the one thing about Gunite, too. He is a horse that shows that he doesn't mind a fight.
Yeah.
And he really kind of stepped it up here when he felt the competition bear down on him. Now, I will say this, too. Gunite's a little bit of a bicycle horse. He takes a ride. And Tyler Gaffalione knows him now. He's ridden him a couple times and knows that you got to reach down and kind of take it from him a little bit.
Yeah. Those silks hoping to be painted on the infield canoe after a Travers with Epicenter. Teaming up here with Steve Asmussen as well. Let's go to Michelle for more.
Thanks, Greg. I'm joined by Ron Winchell, owner of Winchell Thoroughbreds, and we're talking about Gunite here. He's 7-1 right now. This is a horse that's won a Grade 1. Do you feel like he's the horse that gets no respect?
Well, I kind of like him at 7-1 because when he won the Grade 1, I think he was 7-1 that time, and I believe last time maybe he was 7-1. So that's like 3-7. It's pretty lucky. So we'll see.
Now, he does bring in back-to-back wins, but this is going to be a step up for him. Is he ready for the task today?
Right. Well, he's been doing great. Obviously a step up. I think, looking in the paddock, there's many horses that can easily win this. So looking forward to see how he performs in this group.
Now, later on today, obviously, Epicenter in the Travers Stakes, brought to you by Run Happy. What's your emotion like going into this race?
Couldn't be happier in how he's doing. He's doing phenomenal. Obviously, a couple seconds on his career in Grade 1s. Looking to change that and get a first this time. So, yeah, I'm really happy where we're at.
All right, good luck to you, and thank you for taking the time out.
Thank you.
Ron Winchell has Gunite going here, and, of course, Epicenter later on today in the Run Happy Travers.
He'll be favored. As for Gunite, though, yeah, again, No respect on the board, and those two big wins here at Saratoga, 11-1 and 7-1 in the Amsterdam lap start. He's 7-1 again this afternoon. Let's go to Maggie on horseback.
Thanks, Greg. And I want to check in with your favorite. That is Jack Christopher. And he was exuberant in the warm-up. I mean, nearly running off with Jose Ortiz, who, give him credit, stayed calm and cool while he did get a bit headstrong. But he's a horse that I know, obviously, he does have that kind of brilliant type of early speed, but has shown that he can harness it a bit. But look for him turning back in distance to be right there in the mix of things early. But the horse that is likely or projected to be up front is number 1, Conager. And this is a horse that is starting at his 6th career racetrack in just 10 starts. So it's no surprise that he's truly acting like the utmost professional shipping in here to Saratoga. He takes his racetrack with him. He just looks like your typical burly, robust sprinter. I love the way that Joe Rocco warmed him up, immediately took him away from the pony, is moving very well over this track. I think he is a force to be reckoned with. And I know we won easily last time out in the stake down at Colonial, but let's give him credit for his Iowa Derby performance. He did all the dirty work and still hung around gamely against Ain't Life Grand. And then I don't want to steal Michelle's thunder, but I do think Happy Jack is a bit intriguing here. I know this is a horse that sometimes in the past I've seen get a bit hot, a bit washy. It's not the case today. He's calm and cool. And 2, he's more of a compact horse with those elevated hindquarters. So I'm totally digging the fact that he turns back to the 7 furlongs today. And
Apologies there for the technical difficulties. We'll see if we can get Maggie back momentarily. 1-2 favoritism on Jack Christopher. We have her back. Let's go again to Maggie.
It's always kind of a sketchy proposition being out here on horseback and having some technical difficulties, Greg. But all I was really saying was that I think we're all a little bit interested in long shot Happy Jack, and he definitely gets a stamp of approval out here from Lucas and I.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Maggie doing it all for us as usual on horseback, reporting, logs a lot of miles each and every day here on the program. There's some interesting sprinters now. I was on the air for each of those, or that Churchill race, I should say, for Conager, and that 104 Beyer speed figure. At the time, I was on with Andy Serling. We're like, wow, Jackie's Warrior might have some competition in this division now. I mean, that race was that impressive when he just dusted Gunite. This is certainly 1 turn 7/8 what he wants to do.
Inside post, too, kind of simplifies things. He's fast. You're not going to take anything away that comes easy for him.
Yeah, I wish I would have been there 4 starts ago when he hadn't run on the dirt since he was a 2-year-old, and he went off at 73-1. Is that real? I keep looking at that. This horse paid $150, and now in a grade 1 is 7-1.
It's incredible. From that price. Yeah, it's a favoritism in stakes races. Let's go back to Maggie.
And Greg, as we're kind of having a little bit of a slow load here, as we typically do with these big races, I just thought it was interesting that Jose Ortiz, he just linked back up with the pony where everybody else has been with their pony for the past 2 or 3 minutes now. He was doing laps at a jog around the field here, keeping this horse moving. So I think with the intention, obviously, of keeping him forward, but also making sure that he's awake and able to keep pace in what now is a sprint race since he turns back from that 9 furlongs, Greg.
So post time coming up. We've already had certainly the biggest upset of this meet, but certainly I would think one of the biggest upsets we've had in many years. Probably going back to American Pharoah with Jackie's Warrior losing in a 7/8 race of the Grade 1 Forego.
I would say, yeah, the biggest upset since American Pharoah. I'm agreeing with you. Yeah. 1-9. I don't even, was American Pharoah even 1-9 that day? Might not have been a 1-9 that day. Probably like 1-5, considering Frosted and Keen Ice. There were some heavy hitters in that race. So for Jackie's Warrior to use a 1-9, I'm in agreement with you, Greg.
And, you know, even before some of the defeats from the stablemates, you know, you had Zandon coming into the Derby looking so good, early voting, who wound up not going to the Kentucky Derby, won the Preakness. Many thought Jack Christopher was potentially Chad Brown's best 3-year-old anyway.
Well, because, you know, when a horse has speed, they're flashier. Even the way they train, they're going to show themselves up more. And let's be honest, he was undefeated. When your horse piles up ones, they're going to capture your attention.
Yeah. Jose Ortiz back aboard. He's been the regular pilot in all 5 starts. He'll break from post 5, but on the 6th horse in here, the 3 a scratch, Jack Christopher. Can he add another grade 1? It will be the 3rd of his career. Let's go upstairs. It's the Alan Jerkins. Here's Johnny Brielle.
And they're off in the Alan Jerkins Stakes, and it was a good beginning for Jack Christopher, who is going out for the early lead. It is Jack Christopher in front here as they move up the backstretch, but there goes Conacher now. Conacher has taken over, and Jack Christopher is next, racing in second. In between horses is Actuator, running in third. Down on the inside is a running son of a gun. And on the outside comes Accretive, who is racing next as the field continues along here with Conacher getting away to lead by 2.5 lengths. Jack Christopher runs in second. Running son of a gun down at the rail in third. Then Gunite next in fourth, followed by Actuator in fifth. Accretive is next in 6th position. And then we have a big break back to the 2 trailers. Totalizer. Also at the back is Happy Jack. The half-mile went in 44 2/5 seconds. It is Conacher, and here's Jack Christopher now to move right alongside. Running son of a gun is down at the rail and in third. Gunite is next in fourth as they come down for the furlong marker. And it is Jack Christopher who now gets away from the field. It is Jack Christopher in front. Gunite moves into second. Running son of a gun down at the rail in third. It is Jack Christopher back to sprinting today, back to winning today. The Grade 1 H. Alan Jerkins Memorial. And he completed the 7 furlongs in 1 minute, 21 seconds.
Jack Christopher impresses again. 5 for 6 now in his career, and the 3rd Grade 1 win of his career.
Well, he answered the question emphatically that his speed was still very much intact. Broke sharply, was involved, allowed Conacher the lead. Jose Ortiz waited on him. He asked him, he bore down and ran hard. Good 7 furlong time, 121. Basically almost 121-1. Good run from Gunite, Paul. He's on his wrong lead.
Gosh,
trying to close into him. Maybe if he'd switched leads, it might have been a bit closer.
God, he tries his heart out, but take nothing away from Jack Christopher. Going around 1 turn, he's just undefeated. And great call by Michelle saying, listen, he's cranked up a little bit. Same with Maggie. Like, he's on his toes. He will be forwardly placed. And Conacher didn't break sharp enough, and Jack Christopher was able to put him away. But you made such a great point. I was looking at you guys. I'm like, this poor Gunite. He tries so darn hard. He's on the wrong lead. He's still trying to get to Jack Christopher. 2 really nice horses, but Jack Christopher comes back with a nice race. 121 and change. That just shows you how fast they went in the Jackie's Warriors race. They went a second faster, Cody's Wish.
Jack Christopher at 1-2, another Grade 1 win. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning pilot Jose Ortiz. And Jose, you've been a faithful pilot to Jack Christopher. I saw you in the warm-ups warming him up, quite exuberantly. Is that just, hey, we're back sprinting, bud, let's get our feet underneath of you, and boy, you broke like a rocket.
Yeah, I felt like the parade was taking too much long, and I already warmed him up good without the pony prior to that, but I felt like we were walking for a long time, so I decided to turn him loose again and give him a good jog.
It was good horsemanship by your part. And 2, you spoke to me yesterday. You just sounded so confident in this horse turning back in distance.
Yeah, I think he's a true sprinter, 7 furlong to a mile. I mean, it felt like we went fast, 44. It felt like, I don't know how fast we went, but he had plenty left. And I felt like I was opening up because the way he was running, but then I looked back and, I got a horse outside of me very close, so I had to ask him for his best, and he was there for me.
Well, Jose, we'll see you up next in the personal ensign. You'll be aboard Latruska. I know she was unable to sustain that bid last time out when we saw her in the Ogden Phipps at Belmont, but you got search results in there again, Jose, and the rail. What's your game plan?
Well, it's not a secret. We try to go forward for sure, and I think last time Saratoga went with me. It didn't work out for her either. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know what their game plan is, but I think it's a different day, different racetrack, and you're going to see a different horse today.
Boom. I like it, Jose. Go get your picture taken. Congrats to Jack Christopher.
Thank you.
Jose Ortiz. I love when a jock sounds that confident, Greg.
Nice to have some of the mounts he has to feel that confident. And this is a very nice 3-year-old. Again, third grade 1 win of his career. Back to Latruska for a moment. No, she has one way to go. She's got to be in front.
Well, like he said, it's no secret. This is what I'm going to do. And if you want to go with me, you know, you saw the result. Got you beat last time. Be resolute. This is what I'm doing. You guys figure out what you want to do. Adjust around me.
You don't win 19 out of 26 races for nothing. I tell you right now, throw Latruska out at your own risk.
Now, all of a sudden, with a defeat from Jackie's Warrior, and this horse lurking.
Right?
It's a sprint division, a little more interesting. Some decisions. Mile, sprint for Jack Christopher.
He's quick. Whichever way they go, he's all right.
What a performance. Chad Brown, Jim Backey, Jose Ortiz, and the odds-on winner. We'll be back.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle. Performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor. American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
Domestic spending to take the lead and win Ocean Road. It will be State of Rest pulling off the upset in this $1 million Grade 1 Saratoga Derby.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter. Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing! I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family. We are New York Horse Racing.
Back on Saratoga Live at the premier meet in the country on Run Happy Travers Saturday. Program brought to you where you can play it all. Go to NyraBets.com. You can download the app, get signed up, started, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November Sale, the world's premier breeding stock event to be held on November 6th after the Breeders' Cup. Nominate your star today. And this is a true star right here, Jack Christopher. He has been brilliant, undefeated around one turn.
You can see why. He's fast, put himself in the game, rated just off of Conager, waited for Jose Ortiz to ask him the question, and he came up with an emphatic answer.
Yeah, and the two horses that like it here at Saratoga run 1-2 Gunite with a very gutty second place finish, but Jack Christopher just got the best of him in a very fast time, 1:21. I was saying earlier, listen, Cody's Wish ran 1:20 and change, but this is still, that's moving.
$3.10 for the win. As Jack Christopher now 5 for 6 in his career. At exacta $6.70. Look overhead at this historic racetrack. And the best still yet to come. More big action ahead. That Distaff Division personal ensign we will see next. Silks of the winning connections here. And Jack Christopher, I mean, this horse has been very good from the get-go. Horse who probably would have been favored in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile if not for that injury.
I think so. Probably because, like Mick said, when you see a lot of ones, you're not sort of worried about the horse going around 2 turns in the juvenile. You're thinking, okay, he'll be able to get it. And he probably would have won it at that stage because he was just so advanced. Now at age 3, he just, he couldn't really handle the 2 turns. But, you're going a mile and an eighth. There was really no progression. He could have went a mile and a 16th to build to the mile and eighth. So that was really a tough task to ask him. And he also had to beat Cyberknife, Taba. Those are horses that won Grade 1. So he got put into a pretty tough spot last time. And I think a lot of people took it as, oh, Jack Christopher's not that good. Well, he's pretty good.
Well, he's pretty good. But now let me ask you guys the question. Does that make Cyberknife look maybe a little better in the Travers?
Why not? Why not?
Maybe. It seems like a horse, though, that doesn't want to go 2 turns.
I agree, but still.
Against the best.
Still, it's good to see a horse win out of the race.
No question.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think, as you guys said, his third in that Haskell.
Yeah.
It's no slouch of a performance at all. Let's go back to Michelle Yu.
Thanks, guys. Thrilled right now to be joined by Jim Becky, the winning owner of Jack Christopher. This is his 3rd Grade 1. You've been so patient with him. How does it make you feel to get to win this historic race?
I mean, it's an unbelievable event. I mean, it's an unbelievable race, and the horse ran awesome today like he normally does. And to have 3 grade runs out of 5 races is unbelievable.
Any concern with him turning back in distance after stretching him out to the Haskell? Did you think maybe he won't be as sharp, or any doubts in your mind?
Not now.
Got to tell me now, where does this win rank in all of his?
I'd have to say this is our best win ever, to be frank with you. I mean, we had quality competition, and the horse really ran an awesome race today. Jose did a great job, as the jockey, obviously, and Chad Brown and his group. And also want to express gratitude to Bradley Weisbord and Liz Crow for managing the horse for the past year.
Speaking of managing, he looked really good in purple. Breeders' Cup coming up?
We'll be discussing it, that's for sure.
Congratulations
All right,
here.
Thank you very much.
Jack Christopher, you guys, takes the Grade 1 Alan Jerkins.
And does so with a very impressive performance. As Michelle said, 3rd Grade 1 of his career, and he's won a couple of historical races, too.
Well, I find interesting, right? He won the Pat Day Mile, named for one of the most accomplished riders in racing history. And now the Woody Stevens and the Alan Jerkins, 2 of the greatest horsemen that I ever had the privilege of being around. Certainly, I miss my days of being able to push the feed cart when I was done riding for Alan Jerkins and hear the stories and learn more about horses.
I would think he's now a horse, Greg, that you got to look at Cigar Mile, Met Mile, because those are stallion maker races, and they're 1-turn races. So I think that's going to be the goal going forward. Now, if you
we
want
hope to see him next year.
We hope to see him next year. If he wants to run in a 1-turn mile or a 2-turn mile like Keeneland, then maybe he will. But I just think that the Met Mile, Cigar Mile, that's what I would do, because that would just enhance the stud career.
Big performance. He's been a lot of fun to watch. Up next, a throwdown in the distaff division, and that's the reigning champ, Latruska. Part of an insane pace that just melted down in the Ogden Phipps back on June 11th. But it looks like she could be back to her best, and when she's at her best on the front end, potentially by herself, she is ultra dangerous, as she showed in this race last year. Here's more on the contenders for this year's Grade 1 Personal Ensign. When Personal Ensign retired, she was the first elite thoroughbred in 8 decades to do so undefeated. Her dramatic triumph in the 1988 Breeders' Cup Distaff over Kentucky Derby winner Winning Colors in the final start of her career is still considered to be one of the greatest moments in Breeders' Cup history.
Personal Ensign, a dramatic finish, and here is the wire, and it is Personal Ensign there.
This year's edition of the event, named in her honor, could produce a finish just as scintillating. Clairiere seeks her 3rd consecutive victory. This filly enters this contest with wins in the Grade 2 Chuvie and Grade 1 Ogden Phipps. Both wins were over dual champion and longtime rival Malathot, who finished in front of her all 4 occasions they had previously met.
It's a showdown in the Chuvie that's going to go to Clairiere, who comes through on the inside to win it.
Malathot had never lost 2 straight races in her brilliant career. The daughter of Curlin may not have been on top of her game in the Chuvie, But last year's Alabama and Kentucky Oaks winner will be on her toes for this event, prepared to turn the tables on Clairiere.
Malathot, Army Wife, Clairiere, Malathot, back in the win column.
Like Malathot, Latruska will attempt to return to a location she's accustomed to, the winner's circle. A victory by the 5-year-old mare would make her only the 4th mare in history to win this race more than once. The champion has never lost 2 races in a row and enters this race after setting a scorching pace in the Ogden Phipps to finish 5th. Latruska is also responsible for handing Clairiere her only loss this year in the Grade 1 Apple Blossom.
Latruska reaches. Clairiere is second and closing. Latruska, Clairiere. Latruska says, no, you don't.
Search results gave Malathot all she could handle in last year's Kentucky Oaks and won the 2021 Grade 1 Acorn. She hooked up with Latruska in the Ogden Phipps and was a game 3rd after pressing blistering fractions. Search results rebounded from that performance with a facile victory in the Grade 3 Molly Pitcher.
Search results with a 16th to go, 3-length lead. Leader of the band trying hard, but can't get to Search results, who was much too strong in the Molly Pitcher.
4 fabulous fillies and mares, 4 familiar foes in a field of 5, but only one can win.
It is going to be fun to watch. Compact field, but the best of this division are signed up. And Latruska, is she going to be back to the mare that we've come to know?
Look at this work tab that she's put together. 59-1, 59-1, 59-3, a mile in 140. That's old school. Back to 59, easy maintenance 48. Her work tab could not be stronger.
It's interesting that Fausto took her to Churchill Downs, right? To give her some work. So Churchill Downs racetrack has played very well towards the horses that have shipped up here because the track's been similar. The track has sort of been deep up here, and it played deep at Churchill. So working great guns in this mare by Super Saver. You talk about a short-term memory. She was basically eased in the Breeders' Cup distaff, and everybody thought, oh, okay, her days are done. She came right back in the Royal Delta, and the Apple Blossom and won. So she can put a bad race behind her.
Late pick 5 begins here as well. Look at what's still ahead. This distaff throwdown in the personal ensign. Sword Dancer. Gufo looking to repeat in that race, and then Run Happy Travers for leadership of that 3-year-old division. And the fast track to an Eclipse Award. That's on Big Fox coverage beginning 4:30 Eastern time. All right, gentlemen. Look at the field. Current odds. I still can't believe the Rich Strike is 4-1 right now. Mig, where are you going to wind up at the Travers?
Well, I'm going to the favorite, Epicenter. I loved his Jim Dandy. I thought it was everything you wanted from a prep race. The fact that he has a win over the racetrack at this meeting. I think he was a bit unlucky through the Triple Crown. He'll get the 1.25 miles. I do think he's got a big foe in Cyberknife, but I am on the favorite, Epicenter.
Paulie.
Same reasons. I like Epicenter. I just think there's so many horses in here that make way too many mistakes. You have a horse like Early Voting. Does he need a target? Does he need to be on the front end? Zandon, we don't know if he needs to be far back or not. Artorias, he's probably a little bit too immature for me. Rich Strike, honestly. Cyberknife, I wasn't really a fan. So when I keep looking at this in process elimination, he's the best horse in the field, Epicenter. It's not even close.
Wow. I decided to take a stand in this race and go in a different direction. Epicenter, he is the horse to beat. You look at his last 5 races, though, figures-wise, he has run the same number every single time. He has not progressed. He's definitely the horse to beat. I went with a new shooter in here, taking a stab with the Iowa bred Ain't Life Grand. The last 2 figures he has produced, I look at Thorograph numbers, better than any race that Epicenter has run. He's done it back-to-back. Often that means you're going to pair up and run a better race and take a big move forward in that next start. He also has shown sprint speed. I know that's not been his running style the last couple of starts when he's gone longer. Maybe they get sneaky here. He's got a bullet drill coming in. If they decide to go to the front, he might wire this field.
Listen, three of the most notorious races that we have here in North America are 2 of them are horse racing. They're the Kentucky Derby and the Travers. We've had the Kentucky Derby 80 to 1 shot, and we go now to the Hamiltonian, we had a 50 to 1 shot. So I am not talking anybody off a 30 to 1 shot anymore.
Could it be chaos in the Run Happy Travers? We will see. Latruska, she has been
just a treat to watch in her career. And maybe the best performance we ever saw from her was in this race last year. The champion back, trying to repeat in a personal ensign when we come back.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Jerkins Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
This August, Monmouth Park has the perfect cure for a case of the Mondays. With live racing every Monday starting at 2 p.m., extend your summer weekends and wager on action-packed racing from the Jersey Shore. Plus, play the new 50-cent Monday Mid-Atlantic Pick 4, pairing 2 races from Monmouth and Colonial into Monday's featured bet. It's Monday racing all August long at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
You're watching live continuing coverage of the premier meet in the country, Saratoga Live on Run Happy Travers. Saturday brought to you by America's Best Racing.
They say even the best get beat, but Personal Instant had none of that. She earned Grade 1 wins at ages 2 and 3, but her Eclipse Award-winning 4-year-old campaign was the stuff of legend, as she beat males in the 1988 Whitney Handicap and ran down Kentucky Derby winner Winning Colors in the Masquette Stakes. Personal Instant made her final start in the 1988 Breeders' Cup Distaff and mounted a rally for the ages to catch Winning Colors in the final strides and become the first champion in 80 years to retire unbeaten.
Simply perfect, perfectly put for a mare that was never beat. 13 for 13 in her career, 1993 Hall of Fame inductee.
Ridden by the late Randy Romero, Hall of Famer himself. Jerry Bailey gets to ride her one time when Randy was supposed to be out of town that day, and then Jerry deputized, but what an effort to run down the Kentucky Derby winner at Churchill Downs in Winning Colors.
Sorry, I got some DeGrom fans over there. I apologize.
You're so popular around here. Look, race named in her honor this year coming up worthy of line. Everyone's worthy of lining up in a race of this stature in here. It's going to be fun. I know it's just 5 lining up, but these are the 5 you want to see from this division. And the board reflects how closely matched it is. Latruska search results, Clairiere and Malathot, all between 2-1 and 3-1.
Malathot, last year's 3-year-old filly champion. Latruska, last year's older mare champion. Clairiere getting the better of Malathot so far this year. Search results, big win last time after switching leads. I still like Latruska.
Yeah, this is a crazy race, right? Because it's like it's split into this is a 5-horse field that's split into 2 divisions, right? You got Search Results and you got Latruska, 2 horses that want to be forwardly placed. You got Clariere and Malathot who can both rate. Seems like Clariere has gotten a little bit better than Malathot. Latruska had a little bit of a hiccup in her last race, but when she gets to the front like this, she is tenacious, and that's why she's won 19 out of 26.
That I know is against her own sex, but that reminded me a little bit of Rachel Alexander's Woodward win. So many runners took shots at her in that race. She fended off every challenge.
Yeah, they ran waves at her. Somebody was always taking up the running, keeping her, running hard the entire way. She got no breathers in last year's personal ensign.
Let's go to Michelle Yu.
Guys, getting ready to get legs up over here, and I've just been watching these mares in the paddock, and I have to say, I am so pleased you were talking about the workout pattern that Latruska brings into here. We haven't seen her since the Ogden Phipps, where obviously she didn't run fantastically. You guys mentioned the pressure that she took, but I love the workouts coming into here. Just firing bullets left and right. I love the mile work for her, and let me tell you, gentlemen, she looks fit as a fiddle. You would not be able to tell that this filly has had almost 3 months off. She looks like she was just running. You can see the fitness line in her belly. She's carrying very good weight, just looks like an athlete. She's not carrying an ounce too much. So I think that Foster's just done a fantastic job getting her prepared off of the layoff. Also, in the form cycle, I think she runs really good fresh, and that's exactly what she's doing here. So I wouldn't count out Latruska just yet. I know a lot of people think, what have you done for me lately? But Latruska has been able to return off of bad performances and come back with emphatic wins. Also thought it was worth noting that Malathot, who added blinkers last time out, when she got her blinkers put on today, Todd Pletcher actually had 2 sets and made the choice between one. I had to hurry over and see if one of them was a secret set or what was going on, and he said, you always have to be prepared just in case. So Malathot making a very nice appearance in here as well. She'll look to turn the tables on Clariere, who has bested her in her last pair of outs.
Michelle, thanks, and that's good to hear. The man who just reached number 1,000 in terms of victories here at Saratoga alone, John Velasquez. But Todd Pletcher had said Malathot was not herself in the paddock when she got beaten. That Chuvy appears to be a lot better today. As we take a look at the Ogden Phipps, that insane pastel up front, it did in Latruska. Wound up doing it Search Results, though, who hung around for 3rd.
Yeah, Search Results did all the dirty work, put Latruska away, wouldn't change leads, hung on her left lead through the stretch. And here comes Malathot, and of course your winner, Clariere, who just outkicked Malathot. And is it a case, Paul, where Clariere is just a better 4-year-old than Malathot was at 3?
I think so. I think that Clariere, and I had mentioned this to Greg, that I think Clariere has grown up a little bit more than Malathot. Yeah.
Here's the defending champ of the division, and speed is her game.
Speedy, tenacious, the rail, take no prisoners, strong work tab. I like Latruska.
Search Results was huge in the grade 3 Molly Pitcher. That was in Monmouth.
I think a lot of people don't realize, too, Flavian Pratt got aboard. Now, this is the 2nd time Flavian, and I think he's not going to get in a wicked speed duel with Latruska.
Here is Clariere, back-to-back wins over the 3-year-old champion, Philly Malathot.
Has matured, is a better 4-year-old. Only loss was to Latruska in the Apple Blossom.
Crazy beautiful. She's put together a pretty good resume, but she has not lived up to the likes of some of the others she's facing today.
Well, it just shows you how great this filly is. She's got 7 for 19, $1 million earner, and she's the longest shot on the board.
And the champion 3-year-old filly, Kentucky Oaks winner from last year, Alabama winner, Malathot for Todd Pletcher.
I had been waiting a long time for them to put blinkers on her. She got the blinkers last time, but they said she was dull, not herself. Now maybe is this going to be a truer indication of if the blinkers are going to help her? It feels like Clariere's grown up more than Malathot. I'm not sure the blinkers are the answer.
8 minutes away from this grade 1 personal ensign. Again, the late pick 5, final pick 5 begins right here. You can play it with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started. Spot 25, code to use to get that $25 free play. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Good luck to everybody getting involved in this pick 5 coming up. And Paulie, surprise that Clariere is the 8-5 favorite?
No, I'm not surprised that Clariere is the favorite because the people are looking, okay, she won the Ogden Phipps. She beat Malathot on the square. And then a lot of people are probably going, okay, people aren't forgiving when they look at that last race for Latruska. So I'm surprised Latruska is 5-2. I thought that people would but search results after that last race was good. But, I mean, she went to Monmouth, won the Molly Pitcher. I get it. She was behind Malathat. She deserves to be into the conversation. To me, I think Malathat at 3-1, I'd give you 6-1. I think these other horses just have gotten better.
It appears that way. There's a look at her. She was so good last year. Champion 3-year-old filly, obviously. Kentucky Oaks, Alabama. Her trainer, he's a Hall of Famer. He said she was unsettled. He realized it when she got to the paddock.
Yeah.
Still, it makes you feel that she needs. I mean, what was the excuse then in the Ogden Phipps? I know not very much separated her from Clariere that day.
No, but she was second best to Clariere that day. They moved in unison into a fast pace. They both had a clean run. Malathat got to save a little bit more ground than Clariere, and she was just second best on the day. All right, she was giving her 2 pounds. I really thought the blinkers would make a big difference, and maybe they still will, because last time they're saying in the Chuvie that she was dull and came out of it not herself, and that she's been training better. I will say, watching her warm up, I like the way she looks today. I like her energy level. I like the animation in her stride.
It's just hard for me. When a horse has won 5 out of her first 6 races, the Alabama, the Kentucky Oaks, the Ashland, the Demoiselle, why are you tinkering with a horse that has won 4 grade 1s? That's my issue.
Well, it just seems like Johnny Blash was always having a kind of reminder, like she just didn't have the focus, and sometimes blinkers
bit of a grinding
give you more
style.
continuity.
See, you guys are trying to explain it. You're trying to explain the tinkering. See?
Never one who would dominate. No? She wouldn't dominate the competition. Kind of did what she needed to do. We'll see if truly today without equipment change and her being herself, if it does make a change. This is what's coming up on Fox, including live coverage of the Run Happy Travers coverage beginning 4:30 on Big Fox with this race as well. The personal ensign, the sword dancer, and the big one in the 3-year-old division. Again, your selections, guys?
I am all about epicenter, as I think you are in the Run Happy Travers.
No pun intended. Epicenter in the epicenter of racing, Saratoga Racecourse.
It is going to be fantastic. Kicking off in just moments over on Big Fox. Live coverage of the Midsummer Derby. The Run Happy Travers. Thanks for being with us here on FS2. See you over on Big Fox with Lafitte and the rest of the crew right after this.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential Quality have won.
In the Belmont,
Essential Quality has won the Ballston Stakes.
well named.
There are lots of ways to support our brave first responders. Drinking a rich and smooth proper Irish whiskey is one of them. For every bottle of proper number 12 we sell, a donation is made to first responders. Here's to the proper heroes. Shlonda.
Together from every corner of the globe. In pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day.